And we're live.
And we are live.
We're
Seamus,
live right now.
It is so great to have you.
It's great to be here. It's great to be
show.
back. It's been about 2 years since the last time I was on.
Yeah, I actually got you something. I got
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had it's kind of weird, but
Oh, yeah, a little bit.
hope you don't mind. I just
It's
thought,
okay. You know,
hopefully you...
this looks so nice. You went through the care to get me a potato.
Yeah, because you know you're Irish.
I mean, I was born here. I was born in America.
But you are Irish, though, and, you know, Ireland,
Ethnically,
potatoes and stuff.
If we want to like slur people for their ethnic heritage, yeah.
No, that's not...
This
sorry.
is just, I can't.
That's not what I was... I'm sorry. That's not what I was trying to do. Dude, I'm sorry. Shit. That's it. What are people saying? Yeah, we won't reference it.
Yeah,
at
we
all.
won't reference it.
Just, you can go live if you want.
We're back. We've
Nice
been
to
back
have you
for
on
a
the show.
second.
Yeah, great to you were so unprepared for that. It's great to be here. Yeah, it's great to be here. It's been about 2 years since the last time we did this. Pretty wild.
I told...
Flies by.
I told, what's his name? Georgie Bulls, George Farmer, that you were coming up.
Oh, yeah.
And he proudly beat your record.
Yeah, well, we'll see how long that lasts.
And anyway, he said if you beat his, he'll come up and we'll have to do a 7-hour thing.
So I know what
I
your
don't wanna
angle
do
is. Yeah, no, you're full of
Yeah,
it. You want to get as much watch time out of your audience as possible.
That's
You're like,
right.
no, don't make
please,
George
stop.
Farmer come back and do an 8-hour stream. How long did you guys go for?
It was over 5 hours.
Wow.
Yeah.
5 hours and 35
Wow.
minutes.
5 hours and 35 minutes. That's impressive.
That's, I mean-
we were in very comfortable chairs,
just-
smoking cigars. We were happy.
Yeah, I just don't know that anyone has that much to say that's valuable. 4
Nobody
hours,
does.
yes, absolutely.
Nobody
4
does.
hours, but 5
And at
hours
the end of the video, I
35
said,
minutes?
if you watch this whole thing, say this thing, this phrase below. And there's a startling amount of people who...
You said the same thing during ours. And
The
I
green
can't
fangs
the
are
green
eating the
fangs
soup
are eating
again?
the soup.
Something
Yeah,
like that.
something ridiculous. I can't believe you remembered that word for word.
I don't know if I did.
No, I'm pretty sure that was it. I think some people might have just skipped to the end too.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I had whenever anyone mentions that interview, they're like, I saw your Pints with Aquinas interview. I'm like, did you watch the whole thing? I'm like, please tell me you didn't sit through all of that. Like, I will be humbled by that. I will feel sorry that you did that. I'm just kidding, guys. Boost Matt's watch time. Whenever someone's like, yeah, I sat there and watched you talk for 4 hours. It's like, oh my goodness. Well, I'm genuinely flattered. Genuinely.
Well, but I was in
Honored.
Detroit yesterday, driving back. It's things like that I really appreciate a long form,
Yeah,
podcast.
that's fair.
I don't remember ever watching Joe Rogan start to finish, and I'm sure most people have never watched this show start to finish, but...
Yeah, I think that, like, when I was really, I mean, I shouldn't say when I do, or when I'm in a position where I'm like really grinding, I'll listen to podcasts. It depends though, because earlier on in the life cycle of my business, I was doing a lot more of the animation, and now I'm much more focused on writing, sort of producing, that type of thing. I'm still involved in the animation process, but just not to the same degree. But when I was more heavily involved with it, there'd be a lot of time where I could listen to something while working. You know, when you're writing, you can't do that. But while you're animating, you can. And so I got a lot of Joe Rogan in at that time. I was very grateful for those long form podcasts when you're like sitting there working a 12-hour day or something, drawing and animating. It's nice to have something in the background.
Your animations today, even though you say you don't do primarily the animations, is that right? You have a team?
So it started with me and then some friends who would chip in and help me. One of my friends would help me pretty frequently with like lip syncing, some of the minor things. And then as time went on and it grew and I started making a little more money doing it, I was also in college while I was starting this. So I was in school full time while trying to get this business off the ground and also doing FreedomToons. So my time was stretched pretty thin there, or I guess I should say I was stretched pretty thin. And so I had some friends who would help with some of the minor things I said, like lip syncing, sometimes pitching a joke here and there. And then as time went on, I'd ask different people to help with different little things. And once it got to the point where I could afford to live off of it, it was still mostly me. Yeah. But as it continued to grow, I was able to hire people to help with certain things because one person can't output the amount of content that we're generating by themselves. It would be impossible.
How many videos are you doing a week now?
So on the main channel, we almost always do 2 videos a week for FreedomToons, and then we do a video every 2 weeks for Common Sense Soapbox. We also do a third FreedomToons video behind the paywall, and we'll do client work on top of that. And often we'll end up releasing an extra video here or there on random weeks. So sometimes it's as many as 4 or 5 videos in a week, which is wild.
Yeah, it is wild. Does the animation today look very similar to what you did in the beginning?
Thankfully, no. Yeah, no, I kid, but it looks. I think it looks better. It's stayed in line with my style.
Yeah,
it doesn't look like it's completely different, and I think it still has its initial charm, but it's much more fleshed out because when it's not just me working on it, more time can go into really fleshing things out. If I only have a few days to put something together, I can't really make it look as nice as I would like for it to. But then when you have 3 different or 4 different people working on the animation for it, you can really, really get it looking a lot nicer than if it's just one person. And I'm really happy with the look that we've cultivated because...
It's beautiful.
Thank you. I really do appreciate that. It's obviously lower budget, because we're creating these little YouTube shorts and we're doing animated client work as well. And it's not something that has the budget or look of something like The Simpsons, right? But I think we have a better look. You think it's on that level at this point?
I think it's at that level. Like something,
I really appreciate that.
You think of how like South Park compared to The Simpsons, and everyone realized what they were doing was on purpose and it didn't need to look like The Simpsons.
Yeah.
And I feel like you're not trying to be The Simpsons, so I'm sure there are little technical, nuanced issues that Simpsons obviously does better. But when I watch it, it's so bright and clear, and the sound effects are excellent. You do a really great job.
Thank you. Well, I mean, my team is incredible. They are really fantastic. They're really fantastic.
Where do they live and what are their names exactly?
All over the country. That's a
joke. I was trying to out them.
Yeah, exactly. So Caleb Black is like...
Oh, all right.
Yeah, he's like my right-hand guy in the animation production team right now. He's leading a lot of this stuff. And then we have Emily and Jaime, and I don't want to give all of their last names. They're fine with it. I just don't know. I guess some of them use like an alias for a last name, and I can't remember. I don't want to say the wrong person's last name and then out them. But yeah, there's a number of different people who are working on these. And we put credits at the end of a lot of the videos. Recently, we've been plugging our website at the end, so we haven't been able to do that as strongly. But we're going to be reinstating the little credit sequence we do at the end of videos relatively soon. So you'll be able to see the name of everyone who worked on the video.
Were you on Patreon?
I was, yeah. So,
and then you've moved. Tell us about that, and tell us about the switch.
So we were on Patreon for years. When it first came out, I started using it as a platform. I think that most creators at that time were, and they hadn't gone full on woke and started banning people. Yeah. So I ended up switching. We built a website out, and we're actually relaunching it. I have an announcement today, by the way. We are relaunching our membership portal on our website, and we can pull that up now if you want. I could describe it a little bit, unless you want. Okay, so we initially, we were offering extra cartoons behind the paywall. We're still doing that, but there's a couple extra features we've added. So if you go over to the FreedomToons website, freedomtoons.com, and click sign up, we have 3 different membership tiers, which you'll see on our screen there. And we've been producing cartoons behind the paywall. We're also going to be adding behind the scenes benefits, like the ability to enter a raffle to be a background character in the new videos. So if you guys want to help support what we're doing, please sign up for our membership portal, because we can't do this kind of thing without funding from audience members who are willing to contribute. And I really appreciate everything you said about our animation looking good. The only reason it's able to look good so consistently, and the only reason we're able to turn it off or turn it out as often as we can, is because of the team. And if you want the quality to stay consistent and even improve, signing up for our membership portal would go a long way. So there's 3 different tiers. And then if you'd like to give more, if you're extremely generous, we also give the option for people to just donate monthly on top of that. But with those tiers, there's a number of benefits you'll be able to get that are available on the website depending on your tier. But everyone who signs up is going to get an extra cartoon each week that only people behind the paywall get. And I think we've got about 40 or 50 of those up already.
So I got a question about the cartoon behind the paywall that comes out every week. I immediately think this must be the lower quality cartoon, because if it wasn't, you'd put it out publicly.
So part of what we do with the paywall cartoons is place concepts there which I think the audience would enjoy, but wouldn't have as much of an appeal at finding new people. Okay. So whenever we create something for the main channel, there's kind of a balance between the topic that we decide to choose and whether that topic is something that will energize our current base and whether it's going to get new people excited about clicking on the video. And it's not something I sit down there and create like pros and cons lists for. It's just a subconscious calculation that takes place. And I think with the paywall video and the paywall videos, what we're able to do is lean much more in the direction of what would current fans like. And if it's funny and it involves the characters, we pretty much just do it.
Nice.
Whereas there have been times where people have suggested to me, oh, what if we did a video about this for the main channel? And I think, I just don't really think that's going to apply to a large enough audience for it to make sense to spend the money animating that. And with the paywall, that's less of a concern because the people there are directly paying for this and they're fans of the franchise already. So they'll be more interested in it.
You ever thought about doing a comic?
I have thought about it a little bit. I have thought about possibly doing some comics. I have some ideas in the works for it. I actually have a short little like children's picture book written that I'm working on getting some art done for.
Our friend Rob Pretzel has an idea. You don't know him, I don't think, but he has an idea for a book, a kind of spin on The Emperor Has No Clothes. And the idea would be just the trans issue.
Yeah.
And then eventually someone stands up and is like, that's a dude.
Yeah.
And everybody can finally have the courage to say the same thing.
Exactly. So
don't steal that idea.
Well, the children's book, the children's book that I've written here that is not finished yet. We haven't put the art together for it, but it is also about the transgender issue because I realized a lot of conservatives were doing that. They were making these books about trans issues and these little kids books sort of pointing out X can't be Y, which is great. But I wanted to take it in a little bit of a different direction and flesh that argument out a little more strongly in a way that children can understand and add some additional information that I don't think kids are usually getting from this conversation. And I don't want to spoil exactly what that is at this point. But let's just say it's going to be good. It's going to be good. Yeah. I really think you guys are going to like it. I'll have to send you a link to it. There's also a couple other larger projects we're in the works or we're trying to get started. So we're actually in pre-production for like a children's pilot that I want to have produced. I don't think I've actually announced this anywhere yet. But we're in pre-production. We have storyboards done for it. I've had a script done for it for a little while. And with the FreedomToons membership portal, part of what you're doing there isn't just supporting FreedomToons, you're supporting the overall general brand. And so if you subscribe there, that's going to allow us to invest in some of these other projects.
So you're going to do a kids channel?
Not a kids channel, like a pilot for a children's television show that we're going to try to pitch around a few places.
Wow.
Yeah.
That would be cool, though, a kids channel.
I've thought about
you
that,
would have
too.
To need it. It would have to be completely distinct from FreedomToons.
Yeah, I mean, the visually would have to be very different. Yeah. Totally agreed.
And you also wouldn't want people stumbling across FreedomToons.
And thinking it's the same thing. Yeah. That's one thing I try to be careful about. I think it's obvious enough to people at this point that FreedomToons is a channel for adults. But I still try to make sure that there's nothing in the videos that if a kid accidentally stumbled across it would scar them. And if I can't avoid putting something in there that's a little too adult, I try to have a disclaimer at the beginning of the video, like, this is not for kids. Don't have your kids watch this. Because even though there's a separate platform for kids on YouTube, for whatever reason, parents still let their children use the adult version of YouTube.
Yeah. How did you make the switch from pay? So did you try to get to locals at one point, or did you decide against that?
I use locals for something different. I have a stream. I have a podcast I do twice a week called Shamer, and we're actually streaming every single day this week, which is exciting. And so you guys can all check that out if you'd like, rumble.com/Shamer. Nice. And there's a locals community connected to that podcast. Sweet. But for the cartoons, that's pretty much all through our website. We have people... We have a Discord channel, and what happened was people who signed up on Patreon would get access to this Discord chat that fans are in, and we've been working out how to get everyone who signs up on the website pushed into the Discord chat, so that's the finishing touches are basically being put on that right now, so we can do that, but that's part of why we actually left the Patreon up, so that I wouldn't lose contact with all of those people before we had the new solutions implemented, but I direct everyone to the website, basically, freedomtoons.com.
I'm obviously a big fan of locals, and I keep telling everybody this, if they're gonna start something, don't go over to Patreon. I spent about a year just gradually kind of suggesting people go to locals until after a year I just stopped mentioning Patreon. So the main things I do put out on locals for supporters only, I put on Patreon still,
Yeah.
But the majority of those people have already moved over to Locals. It's just a way better platform.
Yeah, so I definitely would say that Locals is better than Patreon for a number of reasons. From what I understand, you can actually take your subscribers with you if you decide to leave.
I can quit Locals tomorrow and
still have
all the payments coming in, and even more because Locals doesn't take the percent.
Exactly. And Patreon is just awful.
That
they
shows
ban
that a
people all the
company
time.
believes in their product. They're like, you can leave any time and make more money, but we're worth the percent that we're taking.
You'll be fine. Yeah. So that's part of why I use Locals for the podcast. I want to pull in a little bit of extra funding for that on the side, and that's just sort of helps us with the research, etc., everything we do. But the main thing I really want to direct people towards right now is the FreedomToons website, because that is helping to build out the most important part of what we're putting together as a team.
No.
I think FreedomToons. I like podcasting. I like being a talking cat. I'm getting more into that recently as I've been doing TimCast and my own show. But I've said this. If we got to the point where FreedomToons was losing money and we were not able to sustain it, it wasn't profitable, but I was making money podcasting, I would just be reinvesting that money into FreedomToons, because I think it's really, really important to have short, punchy content that communicates a message as opposed to longer form content.
In that kind of conservative realm? I know that
I don't think
Babylon B has tried to, or
they
very
tried.
sporadically they do it.
Yeah.
But it's got nothing on what y'all do.
So thank you.
And then what about on the left? Are there people cranking out?
There's no one in politics right now doing animated shorts once a week, especially not twice a week. And we're even doing more than that, as I mentioned, because we have a video behind the paywall, and sometimes we'll do 3. So there are weeks where we will output like 4 or 5 videos, and no one else is doing that right now.
Tell us about your day or your schedule.
Oh my gosh,
Are you pretty disciplined? You got good work ethic in the sense of being disciplined, or are you pretty spontaneous?
Well, it's spontaneous, but I'm working all the time. So I'll wake up, and what happens is sometimes there will be a project that we have to either get to a client the next day, or that has to be uploaded the next day, and I'll end up having to stay up extremely late working on that, and it'll throw my next day off. So there's a consistent schedule or an ideal schedule I've tried to lay out for myself, and it's just continually been thrown off. So over the past few months, what I've been really working at with my team is getting it to the point where a lot of those things that end up throwing me off are taken by my team members as opposed to me, so that I can keep that more consistent schedule and help grow out and build out what we're doing. Because the more caught in the weeds I get, the less able I am to focus on big picture stuff, the less able I am to focus on doing second and third and fourth drafts to make sure the writing's as strong as it can be. And we've been pushing in that direction. And I have to say, I'm more proud of the content that we've been producing lately than I've ever been. And that says a lot, because I've always been very proud of my team. I've always been happy with what we're doing. But I want to say over the last few months, we have been making the best stuff we've ever made.
But I'm talking about like on a day-to-day thing. Like there was a YouTube video, it was like every motivational video, and there's a guy walking on a bridge, and it says, I wake up at 3 a.m.
Oh my gosh,
morning.
No, I don't.
Do you have a strict schedule for yourself like that? Or
like I said, I want to, but because I'll end up having to stay up all night every now and again, it just throws it all off. Yeah. And so it has not been a very strict schedule. What has been strict about it is this has to get done, right? Like I need to accomplish X, Y, and Z before I let myself be done for the day.
Telling you over a drink last night that I know I could do a daily show, right? If I wanted to, and I could have guests come in every night, and that would drive up the watch time and drive up the subscribers. And I don't want to do it at all. Just don't have the desire, the drive. I think it would get old. I'd get bored. But I've said it before, like YouTube makes it as addictive for the creator as it does for the consumer. So they do a really good job showing you the analytics, making you want to keep cranking stuff out, get those subs, which ultimately mean very little.
Well, they also let you know very clearly when you've taken a little bit of a downturn or when your videos aren't performing as well as they are recently. So that also
work
lights
harder.
a fire under your butt to start churning more out or improving the quality. And those metrics are all very helpful, but I agree with what you're saying, and that's a very good way of putting it. They make the platform as addictive for the creators as they do for the audience. They really do.
Do you think Rumble's getting better, or do you think they will be an actual alternative at some point that's a serious alternative?
I really think it's possible. Yeah, I very much think it's possible. That's part of why I'm working with them. That's part of why I'm streaming my podcast exclusively on Rumble.
What if Rumble got Tucker Carlson?
That would be incredible. I mean, that would be incredible. I don't know. That'd be a tough sell, because I'm sure he believes in their platform, but they'd have to have a lot of money.
Yeah.
Is all I'm saying. They'd have to have a lot of money, and they do. Like, they invest back into their platform. I think they're certainly the most viable YouTube competitor right now.
Yeah.
No one else has accomplished what they've accomplished. Just the millions and millions of people who use that platform every single month is quite an achievement. The fact that you can stream there without there just being a plethora of bugs that take your stream down. I know they've been struggling with a lot of DDoS attacks, and they're building out the infrastructure to help combat that more effectively. But even so, I think they've been doing a really good job navigating it now. I do think Rumble's a great platform.
What would have to happen for them to become a serious competitor? I think
they are. Well, I think they are a serious competitor.
Well, they're not
they're
a
the same
competitor,
size.
but I mean, what kind of percentage?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. No, they don't have anything close to the full size of YouTube's audience, but I know that YouTube is becoming more afraid of losing people to them.
How do you know that?
Well, Tim and I were having a conversation about this on air, I believe, and he was saying that there was a strike he got on his channel, and he got a message from his partner manager saying, "Don't worry, we're not stopping your ability to stream." And my inference there is, okay, they know that if they take away his ability to stream, like, he's streaming on Rumble, and that huge audience is going over there. Look what happened when Crowder went over to Rumble. His audience there grew massively, and I think they're starting to see that, yeah, other content creators can do that. So even though Rumble doesn't have the same audience size that YouTube does, I think there's a lot of potential for them to grow to that point. I'm not saying they will. I'm not making a prediction there, but I'm saying it's certainly possible. And part of why I'm building my podcast over there is because with YouTube, it just always feels like every day could be your last day. It always feels like they could take you down for X, Y, or Z, or demonetize you, or shadow ban you. And that's not as much of a problem with a growing platform, especially one that's trying to court the kind of audience that you have. I mean, even let's say, even if Rumble had no interest in protecting people's ability to speak freely on their platform, let's say they didn't care. There was no ideological motivation there. It would still be in their best financial interest to not do so. It doesn't matter as much to YouTube. In fact, on YouTube's end, they think, we don't want people saying things that might really bother our advertisers. So we kind of have an incentive to force people to calm down a little bit with some of the claims they're making, or the more controversial statements they make. Whereas with Rumble, they have a financial incentive not to ban you. And as a growing platform, they have an incentive not to ban people.
Yeah.
I mean, if you're going to go over there and bring a new audience in for them, they're not going to be all that picky about what you say. They can't be. They literally can't afford to be.
Yeah, and if they were to ban somebody right now who was in any way notable,
they'd kill themselves. They would kill their platform.
Yeah, that's what you said about YouTube is how I felt about Patreon. And I just felt like, maybe I was wrong, but it felt like any day could be my last. Whereas now that I'm on Locals and I'm in dialogue with some of the heads over there, I trust that they won't ban me.
Yeah, they're not just going to lock you out.
I had a conversation with Dave Rubin a couple of years ago about whether the left is actually more censorious than the right, or whether it's only because whoever the minority is chooses to be a libertarian.
Yeah, that's exactly the truth. I think it's the latter. I think it is exactly the latter. Yes. The minority is always in favor of free speech.
Because I would say when Trump was in power, or just before then, there was a lot of conservatives talking about libertarianism. Whereas today, I hear a lot of conservatives making fun of libertarianism.
Well, that's actually an interesting counterpoint, I think. You're right about that, that conservatives have become less libertarian as we've lost power. And there is something to be said about that. It's a little bit of an interesting dynamic and not exactly what you'd expect. But in terms of the overall principles, I think conservatives didn't really start seeing the value in free speech until we were on the out and out, right? Until all of these platforms started descending upon us, until it got to the point where the left had really successfully demonstrated dominance in virtually every facet of the culture war. And then conservatives started saying free speech is really important. And the left started saying, you can't just say whatever you want. People need to use their speech responsibly. And one part of that is the fact that conservatives were a minority, or they had less power, and so they wanted the ability to speak freely. But I think another part of it is the current paradigm on the right is, if the left does one thing, we do the other thing, right? If the left goes up, we go down. If the left goes down, we go up. I mean, we're just going to do the exact opposite of everything they do and say the exact opposite of everything they say. And a lot of the arguments you've been hearing from conservatives on free speech are arguments you'd hear liberals making 15 years ago.
Yeah.
And the reason conservatives are making them, unfortunately, isn't necessarily because every conservative holds so dearly to these principles. It's because the left is saying the opposite now, and we just have to say the opposite of whatever the left says.
Yeah, like maybe in the 70s and 80s where the LGBT movement felt more under attack, they were more likely to be like, just leave us alone. That's all we want.
And now it's like,
whereas
shut
that's
up.
what the conservatives today are doing.
Exactly. Now it's like, shut up. You will bow to this. You will bake the cake. You will trans your kid. Everything that conservatives predicted would happen.
So
and that's why. Well, one thing I just want to say is that's why it's a little disheartening. There are changes on the right I've seen over the past couple of years that I think have been good, but when the right changes too much, it's disheartening because I look back and I say the Christian right predicted basically everything that's happening today. That was a working formula. It had predictive power, and the right has strayed from it.
Give us examples.
So literally every single thing that was said about human sexuality on the cultural front by religious conservatives has turned out to be completely correct. So the idea that if you legalize gay marriage, and by the way, I don't even like to say it that way. That's bad framing.
Right.
Legalize gay marriage.
Yeah.
It's not as if there is this thing called gay marriage that conservatives were saying, no, you're not allowed to do it.
Right.
It's that marriage is between a man and a woman.
Right.
And we were saying the government should not have the ability to redefine or try to redefine that term. However,
but the argument from the conservatives at the time was you can't redefine without undefining.
Yeah.
And then the gay folks were like, that's rubbish.
Exactly.
And now it's come to fruition.
And you're just opening the door for more bizarre and abnormal sexual lifestyle choices, which are ultimately destructive, not only for the individual who partakes in them, but those around them and society as a whole to become normalized. And that's exactly what's happened. If you went back 5 years, 10 years, let's say, maybe, and you said, people will be accusing the children's author of the Harry Potter franchise of being genocidal because she said she doesn't like being called menstruator, you'd get laughed out of the room, right? That is the most insane, over-the-top, right-wing prediction of what the world could look like if the left had their way. It's beyond parody at this point, right? And it's only going to get worse if we don't continually push back. Now, that's not me trying to give people a black pill. It's me trying to give people a white pill because, again, there is the option to push back. And in some instances, it's working. Look at what's happened to Bud Light. There are certain markets that haven't. I was making fun of him for having the Budweiser out before the show. I was like, we have to address this, and then we have to get rid of it because I don't want people seeing this in the clips.
Yeah, we
bought it before the debacle.
Yeah, they purchased it before
we
all of this
purchased it
happened.
before everything went down.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
I don't even remember.
Bud Light.
I should have. Yeah, I don't even remember.
Yeah,
I've been traveling so much. I'm so exhausted. You made fun of me for sleeping in this morning. So all of your fans, my brain, it's just not. What
have you been traveling for?
Fully. So I was doing. First, I gave a speech for Young Americans for Freedom. That was fantastic. I got to speak to a group of young people.
Is that the first time we've done that?
First time I've ever given a speech like that. Yeah, first time a group.
Did you
brought me out
find you
to
had a
speech.
lot of fans? I'm sure.
There were a couple of fans out there, but I just found that it was a very rewarding experience. It was a very rewarding experience.
Because you had fans?
No, honestly, I'm sure most of the kids had no idea who I am, but there were some kids there who were like, "Oh, hey, I'm a fan of FreedomToons," or "I like you on TimCast." But I assume most of them had no idea who I am. But it was still very rewarding. I felt the speech went very well. The kids there really seemed to like it. The high school, college age kids really seemed to like it, and they mentioned the person who brought me out there said they'd like to bring me out more. So that's exciting.
We won't say where Tim lives, but are you living in that place now? Have you moved from your old location?
So I've been hanging out around there. So right after I did YAF, I went out to do TimCast for a few days. Then I flew out here to do this, and then I'm going to be flying back to do some more TimCast.
Someone made a funny comment the other day, Thursday, when you blew your nose.
I'm going to cry myself to sleep.
And they said, what a time for Thursday to use the nail gun. And I'm like, what are they talking about? So I went to the timestamp and it was like it sounded exactly like that.
I'm really sorry. My dad, I'm going to blame this on my dad. My dad sneezes loud and blows his nose loud.
Well, that's because he's a dad.
Yeah, but I picked it up from him, and now I can never go back. Like, I don't know how to do it quietly.
When I was a kid, my dad once sneezed so loudly that I fell down the stairs, and that's a true story. That's a true story.
He was holding you?
No. He was not holding me.
My dad sneezed so loud.
He was in another room. Like,
stairs.
he was in another part of the house. When we first moved out, this is a real story. No, this is very real. When we first moved, I was really little.
Make this a cartoon at some point. Just animate.
I might have to. I should just animate my childhood. When we first moved out of Chicago into the suburbs, I was really little, and we had this like tiny little house that we got into out there, and so the rooms were pretty close together. That's part of why the sneeze had so much power. And I was like running down the stairs, excited little Seamus on his way to do some kid thing. I have no clue. And my dad sneezed, and it caused me to jump. It was so loud, it startled me, and I fell down the stairs.
Oh, man.
Yeah. It was a very loud sneeze. Very loud sneeze. But dad sneezes. I was like, go! And I also picked it up from him. I sneeze very loudly, and I'm trying to get that under control.
I'm okay with this. The sneezing feels involuntary. I got so many pet peeves, Seamus. You wouldn't know where to start. People say "bless you" to me. They're my enemy. I don't want to be around them.
Why not?
I just get sick of people acknowledging my accidental bodily functions. And I also tend to sneeze in like multiples. So I go,
so they say,
bless you.
Yeah, over and over again.
Bless you. Bless you. Go away. I didn't ask you to acknowledge it. Don't like that at all. I also don't like yawners who make loud sounds.
When they yawn? Well, hold on. That seems involuntary too. If sneezing loudly is involuntary, now I got news for you. Neither is involuntary. You can lower the volume of your sneeze. You can lower the volume of your yawn. Oh, absolutely, yeah.
So
I've done the hard work in lowering my sneeze volume over the years.
See, this is good. Because you're tired, we're going to talk about yawning and sneezing and forget about politics.
Exactly. I think that you can absolutely lower the pitch of your sneeze. Or not the pitch, maybe not the pitch. I don't know the sound. Look at me. This morning I thought I don't really need caffeine. I'll just grab a little decaf. We'll have a chill show. Yeah, I'll be a little bit more relaxed than I usually am on air. And now I'm thinking maybe I'm a little too relaxed. Maybe I've had it too good for too long. Maybe the audience is about to turn against me because I'm not performing. I'm not doing what they want.
I watched the movie Nefarious the other day. Have you seen it?
I heard it was great.
Absolutely. Can you believe? Absolutely incredible. I don't know if you'd like it, Thrsdy, because you're not a horror guy. But it was one of the best movies I've seen in a long time.
I gotta watch it, because here's the thing.
We should watch it tonight before you go.
Oh, I'm totally down. If we have time, I would 1,000,000% watch Nefarious with you.
Wait, can I crash?
You can.
Absolutely not. No.
While we're doing this video, look up the time.
Yeah, absolutely.
Nobody can see that.
Look up the
time,
in,
bro.
where is it?
No,
Robinson.
don't you? Oh, good grief! What? We're not going to Robinson now.
Right now, you definitely can't come. Now you definitely can't come.
Where else would we go?
It was on the table, and now you're poo-pooing the plans.
No, I'm poo-pooing Matt telling people where we're going to be.
You can't. That's fair, and that is fair. I will give him that. But at the same time... At the same time, what do you think? Like Antifa's going to go protest us seeing Nefarious, but also you can't be like, "Hey guys, can I come with?" Nah, let's not go there. Let's go somewhere else.
I didn't have a problem with that place. I had a problem with Matt saying it and saying
they can show up.
Yeah, come on, everyone, come see Nefarious with us.
You look it up. We'll tell them what time we'll be there.
We'll show up in suits as the gentle minions.
Whoever, I forget the fella who played Nefarious, but his acting was some of the best acting I've ever seen.
So my friend suggested it to me, and then everyone in the conservative sphere started talking about it. I was surprised to find he had good taste.
So a couple of things. There won't be massive spoilers, but I'm going to say a couple of things.
I'm putting my fingers in my ears right now because I don't want you to miss film for me.
They're not like
this is. Everyone says that, and then they ruin the film. All
right, so
everyone says that, and then
I've never heard abortion condemned so beautifully. And the second thing that was great was they had like they just had this unbelieving priest in a cardigan and a rainbow stole. And they made fun of him. They showed why we need manly priests, faithful priests who believe in God and the demonic. So if you haven't seen it...
yawning loudly.
If you haven't seen it, go see it now, if not sooner. Yeah. It was,
right, there we go.
So much about
There's
it.
There's your pitch. I hope my yawning didn't distract too much.
Ending. Do you know Glenn Beck's in it?
Glenn Beck is in it?
It was so weird.
Is he the demon at the end after they perform the exorcism?
Bro,
I'm just kidding.
Chill.
No. I have nothing. I actually have nothing against Glenn Beck. I was just trying to think of a funny position to put him in. No. I literally, I don't know enough about his work to like take take too much issue with him.
It was a strange ending. I thought the ending fell flat, but the rest of it was
look
excellent.
At this. Right when I stop la-la-la-ing, you spoil the film for me.
The ending sucks. But he comes back to life, and that's the main thing.
What? Wait, hold on a second.
I'm joking. I made it up.
Yeah. Now I'm not going to go watch this.
And the other thing, I saw 2 movies recently that I was really happy with. I went and saw Mario with the family.
Mamma Mia.
It was excellent. It was such a fun little distracting, beautiful movie.
I have heard that. I've heard that. I almost, I never go to the theaters ever. I never, and I enjoy doing it. It's just one of those things I don't do. I should.
One thing I like about what Babylon Bee does sometimes, and I also appreciate you doing this, is that they'll take swipes mainly at the left, but occasionally they'll take a swipe at the right.
Oh, absolutely.
So they released an article the other day about how something to the effect of conservatives were just so offended that Mario would have a competent woman.
I was offended, yeah. I didn't even see it. I just heard there was a competent woman in that film.
And you're like, well, I can't watch that.
Harumph, yeah.
I saw that, and then I saw Dungeons & Dragons, and I went trying to hate it. And I couldn't help but like it.
You didn't hate it?
No, I liked it. It was great.
You know what, though? All right, so that's a funny joke from Babylon Bee, but it's got the old gears turning. I know that the criticism is conservatives don't like competent women. It's actually the exact opposite. Conservatives like women who are competent at womanly things.
Yes.
And women who try to be masculine are generally not competent at masculine or feminine things. In the same way that a man who's trying to be feminine is not going to become competent at feminine things. Right? This is what we've learned from Dylan Mulvaney, hopefully, and a number of others. So
that's
it's
really
played
good.
off as if, conservatives don't like women or female competence. No, we really like women. We actually really like women, which is why we appreciate and are very charmed by them acting like women.
Yes. That's awesome.
Because imagine if the cultural paradigm was that like men were oppressed and women were the oppressors. That's how everyone referred to this. And when men weren't doing feminine things, we called them incompetent. That would be so bizarre. But when women aren't doing masculine things, they're seen somehow as incompetent by the culture.
Yeah.
It's really weird. It's totally backwards.
I think you're right, and I agree with what you're saying, but I do think that as we try to sort out kind of sex roles, we're going to see some pendulum swinging on both sides. So, I mean, I've interviewed my wife before, who's an extremely competent woman, very feminine, but competent and has an opinion.
But I don't think those things are mutually exclusive.
I don't think
That's
so
my
either.
point.
But I know, I agree with you, but what I'm saying is some people seem to veer in the opposite direction. Like, why would you want someone like that? Like, I do think there are some Christian men who kind of want a doormat.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Tell me that's not true in any case.
I mean, every man in this culture wants a doormat. Right? Every man in this culture wants a doormat because what they're saying is I want a woman who's going to allow me to use her sexually without ever asking anything of me. And I think sometimes it can be the case that a Christian man might veer off into the direction of possibly wanting her to be a doormat in different ways and possibly still a sexual doormat as well. But I would also say the only people in this culture who don't want women to be doormats are Christians, basically.
Good. Yeah, that's really good.
And so I think oftentimes Christians feel, no, our worldview is great and we do want to help women. We know that those guys over there see them as doormats. Well, the whole culture sees them as doormats, and good Christian men are kind of the only people who don't.
Yeah, that's really good. I want to discuss what happened the other day with Prager and what Shapiro had to say about the interaction, because can we kind of get into that anyway? So yesterday, Shapiro talked about my conversation with Prager, and it was good. First of all, I really appreciate what he had to say. He referenced our conversation as a very interesting conversation that everybody should watch. I was happy to see him say that, obviously.
Okay, honestly, you guys need to go watch Matt Fradd show right now. It's one of the best conversations I've ever seen in my life. And he had a conversation with Dennis Prager where he was completely wrong, but I'll be honest with you again, you should go watch it. This is subscribe to my locals, okay, folks?
Did he give the whole plug?
He said that.
And all those words?
But see, so he seems to differ from Prager. Prager wants to say that there's really no difference between sexual desire and lust. Shapiro kind of said that, but if he was going to make a distinction, I think he would say that sexual desire is lust in the wrong context. So he would say that when people usually talk about lust, they're talking about sexual desire being acted out in a non-loving, committed relationship. So it sounds like, and if I'm misunderstanding, I want to take this back, but it sounds like he's saying that lust is essentially not possible within marriage, or it really doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And I would say, and this might, I'm not committed to this definition, but I would say that like lust reduces a person to their sexual value. That's what I mean when I say lust, or at least that's the consequence of lust, perhaps. And people have sexual value, and that ought to be valued. But when it's looked at or sought to be consumed apart from the good of the person, that this is a degrading thing. And if you want to say that lust is impossible within marriage, then, and here's a sort of phenomenological argument, then it would follow that every woman who has ever complained about feeling used by her husband is wrong because lust is impossible, or if she's not wrong, it doesn't matter because lust is either not possible or inconsequential within marriage.
Yeah, I think that's a very good argument. It's a very good argument for that position.
And I think that saying saying you can't lust over a person who becomes your spouse is like saying you can't exploit a person who becomes your employee.
Yeah.
It's like, these are still possible. But again, I mean, one of the complaints Shapiro had about our interaction is that we kept talking past each other. And I think I agree with that. To a point, I would. But I would say we certainly tried to understand each other. Like, what do you mean by evil? What do you mean by objectification? What do you mean by lust? And how is that different from sexual desire? So we were trying to do that. But at the end of the day, he would still say things like masturbation is not a sin, or masturbating to images that aren't real photos, say, is acceptable in certain circumstances. So there's definitely a divide. But
no,
what did you watched it?
Oh, the Dennis Prager video? Yeah, absolutely. I watched the Shapiro response too. Oh, we talked.
Yeah, I sure.
I really thought you did a great job. I thought you did a great job. I didn't actually understand the concern about you guys talking past each other. I didn't really think you were. Maybe I'm in the minority there. I thought that there was a substantive difference that was being addressed. I don't know that you fully understood each other the entire time, but it's not like there was this key point that you guys truly agreed on the whole time and you kept missing it. There was really a substantial difference of opinion there that you were fleshing out. Now, our culture sees it as a nuanced distinction, one that doesn't matter to people as much, but it's a very real one.
One of the things you always walk away from those interactions saying, I should have said this, or why did I say that, or I could have said that better. That's 100% the case. One thing I wish I had done a better job at responding to was his argument about Onan and how this isn't an argument against coitus interruptus or spilling the seed specifically. So I want to let people know I wrote a big article on this and just released it over at pintswithaquinas.com, and it was me saying, here's what I should have said. So if people are interested, pintswithaquinas.com, you can check out my article there.
Yeah, I've heard that argument made too. Like he was supposed to give her a child in this specific instance. That doesn't mean that everyone's supposed to give someone a child in any specific instance. But what was your response to that? Would you want to summarize that?
I would summarize it. First, I would say I think I'm somewhere in the middle between Prager and the Catholic apologist. I'm not convinced that the Onan incident is a knockdown, drag-em-out argument against, say, coitus interruptus or masturbation. I would still rely heavily on the natural law for that. Like the genitals are for something.
Exactly.
And when you act contrary to the point of that organ, you're doing something unreasonable. But a couple of thoughts. If Onan had have refrained from sexual intercourse with this woman, it seems to me unlikely that he would have been killed. Onan was killed by God not for what he didn't do, but for what he did do. And when you look at the graphic language of the spilling of the seed, and you consider the fact that in the Old Testament, authors don't use that kind of graphic language, like almost ever. If they're talking about sex in an appropriate way, they might say Adam knew his wife or he laid with her. So I think the graphic language is also an indicator. Also in Deuteronomy, it lays out the actual what ought to happen if you don't give your brother's wife children, and it's a mild humiliation is the consequence. Basically, if you refuse, the wife, I think, takes off your sandal and spits on your foot or something like that. I wrote all of this in the article. But basically, it's okay, well, that's a pretty...
it's not the death penalty.
That's a pretty mild argument. So you would also have to explain why that's the case. And then I also show a popular Jewish commentary that would side with me and not with Prager. So that's kind of what I would say about that. But I think that Prager and Shapiro, as much respect as I have for them, are just not the beneficiaries of Holy Mother Church. And they should repent and accept Christ and the church and allow it to teach them, just like I need to continually do that and allow the church to teach me.
Amen.
And refine how I view men and women and sex. Yeah.
Amen. Well, and this is something that won't be news to most of this audience, but one of the things that's very difficult about having these conversations with people is what they've internalized as a cultural narrative, which says Christians are saying we are better than you and holier than you, and you're a reprobate who needs me. And it's no, we're all in trouble here. We all need Christ. I am blessed enough to have him. I want to share that with you.
That's exactly right. Tell me about your love for Jesus.
I love Jesus, and I want to say he's everything to me. I believe that, but at the same time, that's something that your actions have to tell people more so than your words, maybe. But perhaps that's also me failing to have faith on some level and not just saying openly he's everything to me. I've definitely experienced periods of spiritual dryness in my life. I think that's normal, and I even think it's important. There are some people who just want to gush about their faith in Jesus Christ and talk about it in very emotional terms. And I think there can be a time for that. I really do. But in any healthy long-term relationship, there are going to be these ups and downs, right? There are going to be periods where you really feel a deep love and connection for that person in your passions and in your emotions. And then there's going to be moments where you don't feel that intense emotional pull or even intense emotional reward, but logically, you know, this is where you're supposed to be. Like, he died for me. He did everything for me. I love him. He loves me more than I could ever possibly understand. Yeah. And even if I don't know that with my emotions all the time, I know that logically.
Yeah. And that love is an act of the will.
Exactly. It's just not just the way I feel.
Lust. Lust is also an act of the will.
Yes.
That's why he can't slip into lust anyway.
Yeah. Well, and this is why so often the people who are talking about their love for Jesus Christ can come off as being very gushy. And I think that's sort of the only time and the only way people will talk about him in this culture. It's very strange. People don't speak of him or their relationship with him as if it's anything real. They talk about it like it's some kind of fantasy that they retreat into when they want to feel good about themselves or the world.
Yeah, keep going.
But
I'm tracking.
If you're walking with him every day, there are certain days where the cross on your back doesn't feel lovely, right? And we should embrace it, but there are difficulties in living a Catholic life. And we have to be cheerful. We have to keep a Christian joy.
Yep.
And I'm not saying that I'm the perfect example of how to approach your faith or the way you would discuss your faith with other people. But what I will say is there's been a false distinction created, which is that you either have this trite emotional affair in terms of your relationship with Jesus, or you're just dry and removed and you're only thinking about this in a very robotic way. And part of what's beautiful about Catholicism is while it does lift us up to reason and out of our passions and tells us not to simply behave on the basis of our emotions, it also doesn't tell us that emotions in and of themselves are evil. It certainly doesn't say it's bad when you feel those consolations or when you are given those consolations by God and really feel deeply about your relationship with him in a way that you might not on your day-to-day. But what's important is the Catholic faith doesn't put pressure on you to always purport to feeling that way. I was having a conversation with someone about liturgical abuse and how so many of our churches are run so poorly, especially with respect to the liturgy. And this is something that more traditionalist Catholics and traditional-leaning Catholics have beaten to death in many people's eyes. But she made a point to me I hadn't heard before, which is she was having a really, really rough day. There was something difficult in her life. She went to go to Mass. It was the last Mass of the day that was available, and it was like circus music was playing, just this ridiculously upbeat, poppy garbage that isn't worthy of the liturgy. And what she said was, there's something so frustrating about needing to be fake happy.
Yeah.
And I think that's the way many people in this culture perceive Christianity and Christians is they're fake happy. Look at the Ned Flanders type character. He exists for a reason, and that's a stereotype for a reason. I think that's a destructive mentality that does exist among some Christians, that I have to pretend that this is like all happy-go-lucky at all times and feel like almost as if my salvation is dependent upon the way I feel in the moment about Christ. Does that make sense?
100%. Yeah. I mean, to analogize it to marriage, if I was to decide how much I love my wife on any given day based on how gushy I could speak about her or how I felt about her, then it would seem that my love comes and goes.
Exactly. Well, also as an unmarried man, I think I could still be so bold as to make this claim about what might be good or bad for marriage. But I suspect that if a man was constantly gushing about how he felt about his wife, but then never did anything that made her happy, cheated on her, violated the rules and norms of the relationship, but he still felt, a deep emotional joy about her in some way, that it wouldn't be a very good marriage, right? She probably wouldn't be super happy with that. And I think there are many Christians for whom, unfortunately,
so it's almost
that might be the case.
It's almost like this criticism you're making of certain Christians comes back to our culture's bastardization of the word love.
Yes,
because
exactly.
it's not like I give myself over to you, to serve you, to want your good.
Exactly.
It's more like I fell out of love, or
yes.
And then we bring that into the Christian realm, and we become afraid that we don't love Christ because we don't have the same passion. I know for me though, like one of the beautiful things of praise and worship, like to just tell the Lord who he is and to tell the Lord who he has said you are is a way to kind of remind yourself of the actual relationship and how it functions,
Yeah.
Like sometimes I'll discipline my child, right? And I'll take him into his room and like, look at me, I'm on your side. I freaking love you. Like I have to remind him who he is to me. Yeah. And I think that's kind of important to do. Sometimes we feel distant from the Lord, and just to say, I love you. I thank you that you're never distant from me. You're always present. You haven't taken your eyes off me since the moment of conception, to say it poetically. You love me deeply despite my feelings. So I think I agree with you, but I also think that sometimes using that language can kind of bring about, and calling it an emotion makes it cheap. But it does bring about this, I don't know, it reorientates me in the right direction as to what this relationship is. You're my father, I'm your son, I am who you say I am.
No, and I would totally agree with that. That's more or less my point, that it's not necessarily one to the exclusion of the other. And I think that most Christians who fall into this type of thinking are good-hearted people trying to do their best, but because culture has redefined love in a certain way, and they think, well, I know I need to love Christ, and I do love Christ. How do I show that? They feel as if they have to show love the way our culture communicates that love needs to be expressed, or really based on a bad definition of what love is.
Now, how did you even, your dad, I know your dad personally, faithful guy, he was so inspiring. It was so cool to be around him.
He's amazing. I have literally the best father in the world.
It's so cool that me and your dad hung out, and
I
stayed at your house, in that place. And him and I just hung out, smoked cigars, and talked about Jesus.
Yeah.
I really love your dad. He's a cool guy.
That's funny. He was visiting me while he was like in that area while you were down there. Yeah. And that's how my dad. I love my father, but he's a very reasonable man. He doesn't gush.
He's faithful.
That's exactly it. My father's
Opus
very
Dei
faithful,
kind of Catholic,
very decisive, very consistent.
I love it.
Yeah,
I wish I was more like that.
Me too. Believe me.
But how did you come to faith in Christ? You were raised Catholic, but you obviously own it in a real way. Did you have to wrestle against unbelief?
Oh yeah.
Tell us about that.
So I was raised Catholic. And my faith always mattered a lot to me. And if I might be so bold, like I was sort of known as the religious one of the kids. My siblings all believed and cared, but part of it was just maybe I was like a goody two-shoes as a kid. And so I did what my parents wanted. Not always. I definitely got into some trouble. But there was maybe a perception on the end of my parents that I was a little bit better than I was, possibly. But maybe that's always the case with the youngest. I don't know. What I will say is, as I got older, I did start to stray. Certainly with the way I was living my life. And then, as it was once said, you either live what you believe or believe what you live. So I think when I really got into my late teens, like 18, 19, I would say between the ages of like 16 and 19, I was heavily flirting with atheism. And
what year was this, roughly? Because I'm thinking the new atheists came into prominence around 2005.
Yeah, this was after that. So I graduated high school 10 years ago this June, right? So it would have been 2013 was when I was 18 years old.
So you have kind of remnants of this popular atheist fad.
But I read their work.
You did, yeah.
And I read a bit of their work. And Christopher Hitchens is just so unbelievably rhetorically gifted and effective, or was. Rest in peace. Let's pray for his soul, of course. But I did read his book, and I was just sort of familiar with and fascinated by a lot of atheist literature. And at one point, it really did get to the point where I very much just didn't believe. And then, I won't get too into detail, but something happened like right after my 20th birthday that helped me to understand that things are permanent and decisions I make can follow me for the rest of my life, and that I can end up in hell, basically. I learned in a way that I hadn't ever fully internalized that hell is real and that I could go there. I think that for so much of my life, I thought of hell as this abstract reality, not something that I had to worry about, because if I sinned, I could just go to confession, and God knows what's in my heart, and he knows I'm trying to make it to confession. So even if I die before I get there, I'll be fine. I was very much presuming. And this was an experience where I had an experience where I realized I could no longer presume. And I just dove headfirst right back into it. And I wasn't perfect overnight, of course. Believe it or not, I wasn't perfect over the course of 8 years. I'm still not perfect today. Not quite there yet. But I just started working out my salvation in fear and trembling, the way Paul put it, which I had never done before. So, I don't think I had ever tried to work out my salvation in fear and trembling the way the Bible says before that.
Now, Hitchens doesn't make, I don't know if he made any argument against God's existence. He tends to say, look at how bad Christians are, look at how bad Christianity is for culture, or we don't need Christianity to safeguard these moral norms that we all hold dear. Atheists can be just as moral. None of that is an argument against God's existence. But that said, did you wrestle with specific arguments for atheism? And despite this experience you had, did you have to learn how to respond to those intellectual objections?
No, I knew the intellectual objections from day one. And when the new atheist movement was starting, I was probably about 8 years old, and I heard some of these arguments, and I was astounded that grown men were making them. Because I remember thinking,
yes, even as an 8-year-old,
as a child.
Wow.
Because so my parents were CCD teachers. I knew a bit more about the faith than the average Catholic at my age did. I think, especially as I got older, I realized it wasn't exactly enough. There was still so much I had to learn. That's not necessarily on my parents, right? That's also, my parents are great, but it was just my pride in wanting to rest on the knowledge I already had instead of learning more. That said, I remember being 8 years old and thinking, like, hold on, you're asking who made God? This is 101. God's uncreated. He's the explanation. Like, by definition, nothing needs to create God. That's not a counter-argument. I remember being so perplexed hearing that. I thought, this is a grown man who's asking this question. And I learned this very early on. Now, to be fair, actually, I might have been 10 thinking I learned this when I was 8. But still, I was very young. I was a little kid, and I remember thinking it was just shocking to me that grown men were able to make entire careers out of questions that 6 or 7-year-old catechism students ask and then have answered by their teachers. But the reason they're able to have careers doing that, and the reason that I still came very much to doubt my faith later in life, is because at the end of the day, when you're living a certain way, you want to be told that God's not real. Even if I wouldn't acknowledge that that's what I was after, I did very much not want to be held accountable. I wanted to do whatever I wanted. What else is new? You know, that's how people are, unfortunately. And at the end of the day, all of the arguments for the faith make sense, but you have to accept that initial premise. And if someone's not able to convince you that the universe didn't come from nothing for no reason, then they're just not going to be able to convince you that the universe didn't come from nothing for no reason. It makes no sense. I don't understand how someone could consider themselves rational or even pride themselves upon how rational they are while believing that, because it literally makes no sense. And what they'll often do is they'll pick out certain elements of Christianity. Will you guys believe that Christ rose from the dead? That doesn't make sense. You believe the Eucharist is his literal flesh and blood. That doesn't make sense. How can you call yourself rational? And I accept absolutely, to human reason, these things don't make sense. However, in every worldview, no matter what worldview you look at, there are going to be certain aspects of it that whoever believes in this is going to have to say, I can't explain this or I don't understand this. When it comes to the secular materialist worldview, the element of it which doesn't make sense is the very foundation of it. Everything came from nothing for no reason. So then nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense. I agree. There are certain parts of Christianity you can point to and say, I just can't make sense of this with human reason. But from its very foundation, from its very core, it makes sense of the world, whereas atheism can't. It can't. So even things that seem to make sense anywhere in that worldview couldn't possibly, because they're based on a foundation of nonsense.
Yeah, that's really helpful. What did your folks do as you were questioning the faith? What did they do well, would you say?
Yeah, I wasn't too open about it. I didn't really talk to them about it. Yeah, it was mostly internal. I didn't ever really tell them. So, if you're watching, Mom and Dad, I never had a big drawn out conversation with them about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've always found the kind of Dostoevsky approach compelling, that if God doesn't exist, then we have certain dogmatic answers to the most fundamental questions we're all interested in asking, at least after the fourth beer.
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe we're not as interesting as we should be, but the fourth beer may bring that out.
I better start.
You better. So questions like, where did we come from? Why am I here? How should I live? Where am I going? Who am I? There are answers to all of that if atheism is true, and all of it leads to nihilism. Yep. And I don't know, maybe there are some atheists now who are willing to bite that bullet, but it felt for a while that they were like, no, it doesn't. No, it doesn't at all. Well,
and this is part of what is so convincing about Christopher Hitchens is he speaks with such righteous indignation about the misbehavior of believers.
Right.
And much of what he points to as being bad behavior is legitimately bad behavior. But there's this irony, because his worldview gives you nothing. His worldview gives you nothing matters. We have to make our own meaning.
Yeah.
This is all contingent upon what a species of ape that evolved in West Africa, became naked, developed a little bit of a more complex prefrontal cortex, and then moved out of that region and ended up inhabiting the rest of the entire world, believes about what will help it to survive on a large scale.
Yes.
That's all morality is.
Yes.
Why should I care?
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah, and if you say, well, evolution has programmed into us that certain actions are taboo or conducive to the flourishing of my society and therefore praiseworthy, fair enough. But once you realize that, you don't have to be bound to it if it just comes from a blind force. And I think you're starting to see this play out. I mean, look at the violent mobs in Chicago and the looting that's taking place and the butchering of children, and the slaughtering of children. It's almost like we kept trying to put lipstick, when I say we, I mean those who would promote that, lipstick on a pig, where now it feels like the divide is so stark that surely if you're in any way honest, you just see a pig.
Yeah, and so, exactly. You know, if you want to make the argument, we have evolved to see things in a specific way. And so, because there are certain taboos that have arisen out of our biological programming, we've constructed these moral systems. Well, that doesn't tell you what's true or false. That tells you what your biological hardware prefers that you do. And even prefer is the wrong term. It's just performing a calculus. It doesn't have any feelings about it. It doesn't have any will. You're just a meat robot, basically. And call me crazy, but I don't like living in a culture where the definition of what is right or wrong is set by people who think we are meat robots, who are essentially wandering around aimlessly. Because you could argue human beings have developed certain rational faculties as a result of the process of evolution. If that's the case and evolution is all that was guiding it, we're still just wandering aimlessly because we're only obeying our biological programming and our hardware. And it's not as if there's some final apex state of evolution where we are now behaving perfectly. And if such a theoretical thing could be conceived of, we certainly haven't reached it. So we're still just running around bumping into each other, working out the kinks in this hardware and this
programming. And there's
programming.
no reason we should try to reach it.
Exactly.
Because should implies a kind of moral language.
Exactly. And so people have tried to find very complex, sophisticated sounding ways of saying nothing matters and I can do whatever I want. But that's what the human heart has been trying to tell man since time immemorial. It's incivility. And I find it so fascinating and in a very sad way, almost humorous, that we try to repackage these unbelievably primitive ideas that are totally lacking in all dignity as sophisticated, enlightened intellectual philosophies.
And we see this even in the legal system where if you believe that man is a moral agent who will have to suffer either eternal hell or enjoy the beatific vision, you treat him differently. You know, so if a man commits rape, you don't just go, well, this is the only life he's got. So, I mean, we don't want to put him in, we don't give him the death penalty. We don't want to have him in jail for too long. And so prison becomes merely about punishment and no longer about correcting man and realigning his soul to the good.
I was actually thinking about this the other day. Even though atheists, materialists, nihilists will try to claim that there's no such thing as morality, obviously on some intuitive level they know that there is, and they would boil that down to our biological hardwiring and not necessarily a product of there being some kind of human soul that's capable of seeing truth in any way. But they still act as if there is some kind of truth. Even when they're not behaving in line with anything you or I would consider to be moral, even if they're being hedonists, they're still pursuing some kind of truth, right? What they are pursuing is a value system which says the most important thing is that I feel pleasure. You can't escape this. Exactly. You can't escape this. But with humans, right? And this idea of prisons, that we would lock someone up and try to correct them. I was just thinking about this the other day. When an animal hurt somebody, we don't punish the animal.
We don't give them a lecture.
No, we don't tell them what they did was wrong. If you have a child who is mauled by a tiger, that's a horrible tragedy. No one's happy with that. The villagers, right, if you're out in a state of nature where something like this is a common reality, would kill the tiger if they had the opportunity so that it wouldn't maul anybody else. But the tragedy there is simply that the child died. The tragedy is simply that the child died. The tiger acted the way a tiger is supposed to act, okay? Now, maybe there are adults in that community who failed by not keeping that child away from the tiger, not protecting that child sufficiently. But the ultimate tragedy there is this kid died. If rather than a tiger, that kid is killed by a grown man, well, now you have two tragedies. You have that a child was murdered, and then you also have a human being was willing to murder a child and then did it.
And I would say that the moral evil is greater than the physical evil. And what I mean by that is this, I think this might be one way to show it. If I said to you, would you rather your father endure some terrible evil at the hand of some evil person or be the one who perpetuates that evil on another? Both are bad, but I think most people would say, I would rather him receive the evil and be moral than be the perpetrator of the evil. So I think even that sort of shows us that the real issue with evil for us is moral evil.
Absolutely. Well, and we see this, I think, quite in quite a pronounced way with respect to the difference between Christianity and many pagan faiths. Like Christ endured so much evil for us and for our salvations, our salvation, whereas many of the pagan gods, they were just inflicting evil upon everybody. I mean, that's one key, massive, overlooked difference about the faith. People want to see Christ as a teacher and only a teacher because our culture tells us that this makes him less harmful. If you believe that Christ was God, who do you say that he is? You say he's God, you're out of your mind. He was a teacher. He was a lovely teacher who said some wonderful things. But even in doing so, they take the power out of his teaching because they never give voice to any of the teachings that make them uncomfortable. Well, surely if he was merely a great teacher, some of what he said should be uncomfortable for you to hear. They'll repeat, love your neighbor. They won't repeat that he started the statement with, love the Lord your God with all your heart, right? They'll repeat, he was without sin may cast the first stone, and not go forth and sin no more. So in trying to reduce Christ to a mere teacher, you end up losing a lot of his teaching, and specifically and especially the way he taught us by dying on the cross for us. That's completely left out. I mean, the profound lesson and example we get from the crucifixion and his willingness to embrace death because he loves us. None of the people who simply want to call Christ the teacher ever talk about the lesson he taught us in the crucifixion. Like, well, then you're missing the whole thing. You're missing all of it. If he was just a teacher, he didn't teach you anything.
Yeah, amen. I forget who said it, but the line is, this is the horror of modern man. Because he begins in nothing and ends in nothing, he is nothing. And, all right, fair enough, right? Someone might grant that, and they might even grant the sort of, what would you say, logical bankruptcy of atheism, as opposed to a mere agnosticism, let's say. But what would your advice be to the man or woman who wants to believe but finds themselves unable?
Ask him. Just ask him. Really, ask him. And people will ask me that, dude. I get it. I understand everything you're saying.
Do you get that a lot?
Yeah, I've had people ask me that before. Yeah. I can't tell you how many, but it's definitely happened where someone has said to me, in both my personal life and in public life, I've had people ask me, how do I believe? Because they see that there's something good about the faith, but they can't bring themselves to believe it. And that's understandable because faith is a gift, right? It's a gift from God. And so what I tell them is, be honest when you pray, because again, our culture has taught us that our relationship with Christ is this performative thing where we have to feel the proper emotions and say all of the proper things in order for it to be legitimate and real. And I'm not saying there aren't constraints on behavior or anything along those lines, but what I am saying is, if you're struggling to believe, tell God that, because he knows. You're not going to hide anything from him. The question is, are you going to choose to be vulnerable with him? Because he's going to know whether you're choosing to be vulnerable with him or not. And if you just ask him, all right, I understand the value. Like, God, I want to believe you set up this church. I don't know if you're real, but I see Catholics or I see Christians and I see the church that they claim that you built, and I think it does good in the world, and I think it's what we need, but I don't believe in you. I don't believe in you, and I feel like I can't believe in you, and I want you to help me, right? Lord, help my unbelief. I want you to help me believe in you. You can pray that way. A lot of people don't understand that. A lot of people think that your prayers are supposed to be a performance. And the way I'm going to start believing is by faking it until I make it. Now, I'm not saying there's nothing to that either, because as I stated earlier, you either live what you believe or believe what you live. I think if you really start living the faith, you will start believing it. But I also can't give anyone any guarantees on this. Everyone's life is different. Everyone's spiritual journey is different. All I can guarantee is that God appreciates honesty.
And this is the argument that was offered by the abbot in the Brothers Karamazov. Within the first several chapters, he's chatting with a woman who says, like, I want to believe. But then, these atheists, they tell me you die and that's it. And it's like, good night. And sometimes faith seems silly. Like, one of the things that Fyodor Karamazov says is, like, are there chains in hell? And if there are, like, what are they hooked to? There must be a ceiling. And who's manufacturing the steel? And you start talking like that. You're like, yeah, okay, maybe it's just all ridiculous. But one of the responses that the abbot gives is love people. Like, actually serve the poor and love those around you.
That's true.
And you will find yourself believing in spite of yourself. And I really like that, because there's really not much in life that if you keep questioning me, would I remain 100% certain? For example, if you were to ask me about my wife and whether I'm sure she is who she says she is, I would say, of course.
If every day I was like, Matt, are you
how
sure?
do you know?
Do you know?
Yeah. Like, how do you know she's not a Russian agent?
Russian spy.
How do you know that? I mean, you're going to Ukraine and maybe Putin has her in his pocket. And, like, at some point I might say to you, like, I mean, okay, fine, it's possible.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes arguments for God's existence and atheism can get in the way of our relationship with God, not because arguments for God's existence properly understood aren't superior and even work, but for the same reason, if I was to try to come up with arguments for and against my wife being a Russian agent, it would sort of affect the way I interacted with her.
Yes.
Or when I was about 16, I went through a bout of solipsism.
You've mentioned this. You've mentioned this, that you were totally solipsistic.
Bingo. Yeah, it was for an afternoon. Just an afternoon where I was like, maybe there's nobody but me.
There were definitely points in time where I wondered that in an odd way. I think every teenager is solipsist, right?
How did you wrestle with it, even in a superficial way?
Well,
for me, it was opening up the door of my bedroom and seeing if there was the void.
Just quickly. If you could do it quickly.
Yeah. And I was like, no, it's still there. Damn it.
As if the simulation wouldn't generate faster than you can move your hand.
Yep. That's right.
I mentioned this experience I had when I was 20, when I was brought back to my faith, and it shook me up a little bit. And I was just questioning a couple different things about the world and questioning the way I saw it. And I think because this was such a profound gift from God and an occasion to return to my faith, the devil really wanted to kind of get in my head and confuse me. And so I definitely remember wrestling with some solipsistic ideas at that time. And I knew they weren't true. But I had this intense emotional feeling as if nothing else existed but me. It was very frightening. I don't know exactly how to explain it.
Well, what's interesting about the solipsist position is that it is arguably unprovable.
Yeah, exactly. You can't prove one way or the other.
Yeah. Now, there's probably people who have tried, and maybe their arguments are so sophisticated I wouldn't even understand them. But
okay, gang, let me explain to you why solipsism isn't real. After this plug for Birch Gold,
yeah. But it's like, so you could forever watch arguments on solipsism. I don't know who you're listening to. That'd be funny.
Yeah.
But you could keep the external world up on the blackboard and try to come up with arguments for and against it. You could live your whole life like that and then die. And the same thing is true with God. I mean, you could live your life keeping the question of God's existence up on the chalkboard and never actually live it, which is why I do think that Pascal's answer to the man who can't decide between atheism and Christianity, but who wants Christianity to be true, is to just act like a Christian.
Yeah, exactly. And eventually it'll come along, right? Because the point of the Christian life certainly is not to hedge your bets. And in a sense, that's where Pascal's wager fails. Because if you're still trying to get the most out of the world before you die while also being Christian, it's not going to go very well for you in terms of your walk with Christ.
True, but I like that God stoops to conquer. That he descended as a man, and he'll descend to our little cheap thought experiments.
For sure.
And he'll take our, even if you want to refer to it as a sort of hedonistic bet, where it's like, well, if God exists, then I get more pleasure in this life. And more, I think God stoops there and then matures us.
For sure. Well, he meets us where we're at. Right? None of us started at the point where we're, holy and
venerable materialists.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
God's existence.
Well, solipsism is also, you mentioned a moment ago when you're saying you can't really prove it, this is on the level of the arguments you hear from atheists about God's existence. One thing William Lane Craig says, which I really appreciate and I absolutely agree with, is that he considers a belief in God to be properly basic, which is probably a controversial position. I think I agree with that.
I think I do, with some caveats. I know certain Christians would even say that the Christian faith is properly basic, and
no, it's not.
I don't know. I'd have to hear him out more. But I am certainly of the opinion that belief in a creator and sustainer is somehow properly basic. Like I remember Alvin Plantinga being interviewed about God's existence, and he's like, well, what about the person who finds that they can't not believe? Like, what are they to do? Because this is the other argument against Pascal's wager. I think when properly understood, it's excellent. And that's that, well, you're being somehow hypocritical, or like what you're doing is wrong. But it's like, but if we've discussed this. If atheism's true, then maybe I just want to believe a fantasy.
Exactly.
And why would I be wrong to do that?
No, there's nothing wrong. Well, we allow people to believe fantasies all the time.
Apparently.
Men or women, right? It would be lying to act like a Christian when you have trouble believing. It's like, well, I don't know. We tell men that they can act like women.
Yeah, or that they can get a vagina.
They can get well, literally, and which they can't, right? You can get an axe wound between your legs.
That's what you can do.
Which is a horrible, grotesque thing to even say out loud, but it's true. That's what they do to these people.
Absolutely disgusting, and that language ought to be used.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think that in this culture, we have somehow told sexually confused young people, like, no, yeah, you can be a male or a female. No, you will always be what you are, but you could try to become some grotesque pale imitation of the opposite sex. And often when this conversation is had, conservatives, who I would argue are either dishonest or misguided, and we'll say misguided for the sake of charity, and some of them genuinely are. I don't think they're all trying to be dishonest, but they'll say things along the lines of, well, that's really cruel to call it grotesque. It's very hurtful to say that this is ugly, but it is ugly. It is ugly, and I'm not going to lie about that. I'm not going to call something beautiful when it isn't. We have spent so much time trying to figure out how to protect the feelings of people who are living disgusting lives and promoting those lives promoting those lifestyles to children, that we haven't stopped and reflected on how weakening our tone on these issues will affect the young people who see this behavior and then don't trust that intuitive revulsion they feel towards it.
Yes.
Right? Because when somebody sees a Dylan Mulvaney or anyone who's trying to imitate the opposite sex, there is an intuitive revulsion.
Yes.
It's gross.
It is
You feel
gross.
grossed out by it, and you're right to. And part of the reason they want to try to groom these kids, part of why grooming is a necessary step for a sexual abuser, is because people feel an intuitive discomfort with perverse sexual behavior. And the process of grooming is bit by bit gaslighting that person into not trusting what their heart is telling them isn't right. Now, I'm not saying that our heart always leads us in the right direction. We know that's not true. I'm not saying that the answers to moral questions are found in the human passions. However, I do believe that there are some elements of our intuition which we can say are God speaking to us. We talk about our conscience, for example. That's really where you are speaking with God. And in the same way that we know our actions are wrong and our conscience, we also have an inkling that something someone else is doing is wrong. And seeing a man dress as a woman, or seeing a man kiss another man on the lips, the way he would kiss a woman, right? I'm not talking about like an Italian, like, oh, I love you, mwah, mwah. You get what I'm saying?
That's how you greeted me yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. I said, oh, Matt, you picking me up from the airport. Oh, mwah. You're like, firstly, I just saw the Mario movie.
First of all, that was Thursday.
It's Thursday. He said, and Matt said, I really don't appreciate the Italian stereotypes now that I saw the Mario movie, because it opened my eyes to that culture. But I'm so sorry to derail this so horribly, but the point
when you see men kiss on the lips.
It's revolting.
It is revolting.
It's revolting.
And I'd be ashamed of, see, we talked about this yesterday over dinner, like the herd instinct is so powerful that it's sometimes you really need time away from a specific moment in history to be like, why did I act that way? And you realize it was because you wanted to be liked. And I think back when so-called gay marriage was being approved, I think Christians were so beaten down by people saying you're on the wrong side of the history and you hate people, that we went out of our way like, no, I don't. And so I think even back in 2007 or 8, if you had have asked me, do you find it disgusting when you see two men making out? I would have been like, I probably would have been uncomfortable to say yes, though I hope I would have. But you're exactly right. No, this is a disgusting thing. Yeah. So then how then do we speak strongly in the way Matt Walsh does, and I'm so grateful that he does that, while recognizing that there are hurting people who need...
Exactly. And this is the delicate balance. This is a very delicate balance. And so I thought about this a good deal a while ago, just on the topic of suicide specifically. This applies to many other topics, but it's almost epitomized in suicide just because of the stakes. The stakes are high with every moral action. But I'm trying to figure out exactly how much to reveal here. A beloved family friend took their own life years ago. And it was a difficult experience. And of course, anytime someone you care for dies, you want to pray and hope for their soul, and you can. And one misconception about the Catholic faith is that it teaches if someone kills themselves, they go to hell. And we can know that for sure. Of course, you can't. You don't know another person's eternal destiny. The only way you can is if the church declares them a saint. The church doesn't declare anyone in hell. Well, not long after, this is maybe a few months later, I'm at a mass while I'm visiting Chicago, or visiting the Chicago area, actually the suburbs. And this priest gives one of the most egregious homilies I've ever heard in my life. I came to realize after the fact, and as I was speaking to him, that even though this was like a public mass, it was also a memorial mass for a young man who had killed himself. But what this priest said during his homily is, the place where someone commits suicide is a sacred space because that's where they met God. And so I spoke to him after mass, and I said, Father, I appreciate that you want to help people understand that they can hope for the salvation of a person who ended their own life. However, I think it's dangerous, especially this time of year where the suicide rate is higher, to tell people that if they commit suicide, it's a direct path to heaven. And he said, well, I let God decide who's damned. And I said, yes, and I let him decide who gets to heaven too. And he shook my hand and said, Merry Christmas, in kind of maybe a little more of a passive-aggressive, angry way. But
good for you for confronting him.
Yeah, because imagine all of the people who heard that, and all the young people who could hear that who were struggling with suicide, and now he's just told them it's a path to sainthood, right? Yeah, you're going to go right to heaven. You can't go too far in either direction. You have to have these conversations in a very delicate way where you keep in mind that there are people listening and that they will behave in part on the basis of what they're hearing from you. And if you tell them that this is no big deal, you have, in some sense, slightly or greatly increased the odds that they will see this as an acceptable thing to do to themselves if the time comes where they're greatly tempted. However, there are also people listening who have loved ones who have killed themselves. And you don't want to cause them to despair either. And so you're on a tightrope.
Yeah, it's like,
and I wish I could say something lofty like that tightrope is love and just meeting the person where they're at, but that's circular. Of course, the loving thing to do is going to be the right thing to do, but those are synonyms, aren't they? In some sense, if you're doing the right thing, you are doing the loving thing. If it's truly the right thing, so
is it that the conservative Christian, or just let's just say the faithful Christian, has a nuance to concern himself about that the evil man doesn't, because the faithful Christian has to say, love the sinner, hate the sin.
Yes.
Which is just as doctrinally sound as you can get. Whereas the evil man says, love the sinner, love the sin, promote the sin. Like no nuance is required over here.
No, exactly.
So if you offer any nuance, it's perceived as weakness,
you're
or
hateful.
waffling, or hateful.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. And so with trans issues, I see it similarly. And all of these conversations are conversations that I know to some extent I struggle with, right? I make comedy, and it can be difficult to know where the line is when you're trying to make something funny and interesting and really make a point that makes you laugh and will make others laugh, while also trying to avoid being too harsh. And I don't know that I found that perfect balance yet. It's difficult. It's really difficult. And so on the one end, when I make cartoons about these things, it's sometimes tough to find that line, and I'm sure I stumble over it frequently. But I do think people can be a little more forgiving with something they know is intended to be comedic. But when you're making a public statement on it, you also have to think about this in a very different way, which is like, now you're in serious mode, and there's not the same veneer of the intention of comedy, which is just to make a person laugh. And so how are you going to communicate this in a way which is sufficiently condemning of the sin while also not evoking of despair.
I think the way you've done that well is by pointing out the evil of, let's say, people who should know better, but don't.
Yeah.
Like, none of your videos make fun of a hurting trans kid.
No,
They're always making fun
no.
of groomers.
Yeah, always making fun of groomers, and then always making fun of the way that people who are in that position are very much exploited.
Yes.
Yeah, they're exploited by a sick system.
Yeah, anyone who critiqued Matt Walsh's video of being unloving, I don't think watched the movie.
No, yeah, exactly. Because what you have to consider, too, is that Dylan Mulvaney is a grown man. And grown men do have a responsibility to behave such that children can look up to them.
Right.
And I'm not saying I'm some paragon of virtue who always behaves perfectly by any means. Okay,
you don't need to be to
say
out.
that. You don't exactly. You
Yeah.
don't need to be to say that. And so we see him as this sweet, innocent little victim who people are being mean to.
No.
What he is doing is damaging to children. It's damaging to the family. Now, we can still feel bad for him and say this is clearly a sick person. And any marketer who would say, why don't I take this obviously disturbed person and use them as a mascot to also insult my fan base very frequently, or customer base very flagrantly, is in some sense arguably maybe more morally culpable than he is. But that's a little bit more of a complicated argument that I don't know I could suss out entirely.
Fair enough. I mean, not only is he leading people astray and lying to them and mocking women, which is another thing that he's doing, but another thing he's doing is like going to the White House and advocating for child mutilation.
Yeah, that's disgusting.
So you ought to be condemned
Yes.
in no uncertain terms while we pray for your soul.
Sorry, I just want to mention one more thing.
Yeah, please.
When you say something like, this person, this is a man, this doesn't look like a woman, this looks like a gross imitation of a woman, there's nothing appealing visually here, that's not hateful. That's absolutely not hateful. If you said that about an actual woman, yeah, that would be crappy. That would be a crappy thing to say. But you're saying it about a man. I hope that I would make an ugly woman, right?
If anything, it's a compliment.
Yeah,
to
exactly.
Dylan
It's saying
Mulvaney.
like, no, you look like a dude. To be a dude and look like a dude is a good thing. If I were to be like, oh, you actually look like a girl. Dude, if a man puts on women's clothing and people say, oh, you actually look like a woman, that's insulting. That's insanely insulting to say.
Yes.
So, no, it's not hateful. Even though he wants to be perceived as a woman, it's not hateful to say you're not. You look like a dude in a dress. It's very uncomfortable to look at. But part of what happens is people are made to feel as if they need to gush over things that they feel that revulsion towards that I mentioned earlier. And there's sort of a strange overlap with what we were talking about earlier about Christians who think that in order to have an authentic relationship with Christ, they need to constantly be gushing because they don't understand what love is outside of an emotional context. And so because we have reduced love to something that simply exists in the passions, a person thinks, I need to feel these warm, fuzzy feelings about this person and what they're doing in order to love them. And when they don't feel those feelings, they kind of panic and they need to fabricate them.
Yes.
And that's why I see, oh, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. He is not even remotely beautiful at all. And you're saying he's the most beautiful woman you've ever seen. You're out of your mind. It's obvious that you're faking. And they can't just do a halfway step. You know, you could almost
you can't say moderately attractive
woman. Yeah,
woman.
exactly. if there is a trans woman or a man dressed as a woman, if some of these lefties were to just say they almost look like a woman, or were to really take it, I think, much further than it should be taken and say like, oh yeah, like they're okay looking, I might believe it. I might believe you, but it's the, she's so beautiful. You're like, no. And I know, here's the point. I know that this is a man. I know that this person is not a beautiful woman. However, I also know that you know that they're not. But if you were to just say, oh, like they're okay looking or something, maybe I might be willing to believe that you mean that.
Right.
But because it's so over the top, no, come on.
Yeah.
You know that that's not true.
And then even with the filters and the lighting and the makeup, you might mistakenly think this person looks like an attractive woman, but then you see that same man in another light. You're like, oh,
Exactly. Or in person. That's a huge thing.
Yeah.
All of the ones who are quote unquote passing, they're passing online.
Yeah.
You see them up next to an actual woman. Have you seen there's a photograph that was published a while of Jenner right next to Mel Gibson.
Okay.
And
I didn't see that.
No, he's giant, dude. and Mel Gibson is smaller than him. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, Mel Gibson's a manly dude.
On the cover of a magazine, now on the cover of a magazine, still looks like a dude, right? But it's not as pronounced as when they're in the presence of other people.
It doesn't always look like
no,
a dude.
No. I'm talking about specifically the Call Me Caitlin cover. But I agree with you. Some of them really do end up looking like women. But my point is, the vast majority of the ones who even look like women only look like a woman when there is not a woman around.
No, fair enough. Like if the majority of people look much better in their Facebook profile in real life, then it's all the more true that a dude looks way more like a dude than he does on Sports Illustrated or whatever they're doing.
Exactly. And that's my point. Whenever people say this trans person really passes, you don't know that. You actually don't know that because you haven't seen them in real life.
So it seems like conservatives are getting bolder in this area.
Mm-hmm.
Even I've noticed when I interviewed Matt Walsh a while back, I said I think it's like a linguistic concession to say trans man, trans woman. Like, stop saying that.
Yeah,
we should stop saying
I
that.
always put air quotes around it because it's not real.
Like we shouldn't
it's not
say
a real
gay
category.
marriage, and we shouldn't say trans man because that's nothing. But it feels like even the Daily Wire have gotten a lot more strong and bold lately. At least maybe I'm wrong, but I'm just sort
that's
of
the danger
going
of
off my
hiring
own
Catholics.
Yeah.
Sorry, keep going.
It might be. So I guess my question is, given what you know about YouTube, is this now something we are allowed to criticize in the way that we are now allowed to criticize, say, COVID lockdowns or the Fauci ouchie, to quote Michael Knowles?
No, I don't care.
Or not, and we're all about to be banned still.
Well, we were all...
Because we're all like abused children who occasionally think mum and dad will let us do things and then they smack us.
Yeah. Please don't ban me.
Look, we're already always on the brink of being removed. What are you laughing about over there?
Sorry, somebody in the chat asked if Matt could do his bicycle trick again.
Oh man, that's pretty brutal.
So that's funny, but I don't get how it applies to this.
Yeah.
Or
It doesn't.
Oh.
No, I
That's why
asked
it's
him. I just heard him
hilarious.
laugh, and I was like, that must have been really funny if he couldn't hold it in.
Yeah,
But-
she deserved it. I had to body tackle her.
Now you're gonna get taken down for that. I have no idea. Now I think what you're asking is a valuable question because what it demonstrates is that we can move the Overton window as conservatives, even if no one wants to admit it. That is part of why it was so important to have Tucker on Fox. A lot of right-wing people are going, good, screw Fox, he's out. And of course Tucker's going to be successful at whatever he does. And I hope that he goes on to do something that just blows the platform he had on Fox out of the water and he reaches even more people. I really do hope that ends up happening. However, my optimism is tempered with caution because there are many people in this country who still trust cable news. We don't. No one in this room does. Virtually no one in the audience does. I'd be very surprised if there's a single person watching this who does. But for some demographic and a large demographic of people who vote, a person being on cable news gives them legitimacy rather than undermining their credibility, which is probably the case for most other people. So the reason CNN exists is for the establishment to tell you what you're supposed to believe. And then Fox exists for the establishment to tell you what you're allowed to believe. Okay, you're not going to swallow what we're trying to feed you over at CNN, so we'll let you try the other flavor, okay? But this is the furthest fringe that you can approach. And once you cross over the line of what's acceptable to say on Fox News, now you're a far-right radical extremist because we're already calling Fox radical extremist as it is. Tucker Carlson forced the conversations happening on Fox News to be meaningful, and he gave a lot of legitimacy to perspectives that were previously considered to be only utterable on the internet, but never on cable television. So you look at the fact that he was talking about Ray Epps and January 6th, and the fact that it seems very suspiciously likely that the federal government was involved in instigating that. And we've been lied to by the media about it. And why is it that Ray Epps, who was on camera whispering into the ear of the first person who tore down a barrier outside of the Capitol, is not being prosecuted and hasn't gotten in any trouble, and was seen on camera a day earlier yelling to a crowd that they need to enter the Capitol the next day. Why is it that he hasn't been taken to court and prosecuted when someone like Brandon Straka, who they didn't even have footage of saying the words "go into the Capitol," but claim that a voice in a video that he was recording somewhere in the background that said "go, go" was telling people to go into the Capitol when he himself never did. And then he ends up being charged and having to take a plea deal. So I'm sorry, that was not articulated in a very straight line, but my point is, with the January 6th insurrection, or Fedsurrection, this narrative, at worst it was a riot, right? Or at least at worst in terms of their narrative. It was actually something much worse than that. But not because it was an insurrection, but because of the narrative they crafted around it. My point is, Ray Epps behaved so egregiously and was never prosecuted, never charged, whereas people who barely did anything wrong were taken to court, hauled in front of a judge, some of them having to take plea deals, people who didn't even enter the Capitol.
Yeah.
And to say that maybe a year or 2 years ago might have gotten you labeled, even by other conservatives, as a little loony. But Tucker Carlson starts saying it on Fox News.
Yes.
And it gives legitimacy to that perspective among mainstream conservatives, which is good because it's the most reasonable conclusion you can draw from the evidence.
So do you think this is why he was fired then? Because he was legitimizing opinions that are outside of the realm of orthodoxy within the conservative...
I think it's very likely. Yeah, I think it's very likely. I hate to speculate too much, but I at the very least, it is a benefit to them in their mind to lose that. And so, how did I go from what we were talking about to Tucker Carlson to January 6th? Well, what I'm saying is, the question you're asking about are conservatives becoming more bold and are they able to say more of these things is an important one, because it shows we can shift the Overton window. And for so long, the Overton window has only moved to the left. And finally, we're starting to see real significant pushback. And it really has to continue. I don't want conservatives to see any of these victories as remotely approaching enough. Even the bills that are being passed in these red states that prohibit sex change procedures for minors are great, but they're not nearly enough. We need so much more. We need so much more. And so we got to keep fighting, but it's encouraging to know that we've been winning some battles. We really have been winning battles that previously would not have been thought possible.
Speaking of battles we need to start fighting, tell us why. Make the argument for why pornographers should be imprisoned.
Oh yeah, pornographers should be imprisoned. And there's a few reasons for this. Firstly, I think the most straightforward argument you can make is just the heavy involvement of pornographers with the sex trafficking industry. And this is something you've talked about in the book that you've written. I would also say that the Catechism of the Catholic Church itself says that the production and distribution of pornography should be prevented by legal authorities. Okay, well, how do legal authorities prevent things? Legal authorities prevent things generally by issuing some set of legal consequences for those actions. And I don't think a fine is going to be enough to get someone who's making insane amounts of money to stop producing pornography, right? And people might say, well, this is such an extreme view. It's not. We talk about locking people in prison for having a bump stock, right? With firearm regulations, we're more than happy to throw people who haven't done anything violent in a cage. Dude, pornography does so much more destruction to our culture than rifles do. Are you kidding me? It's not even a question. It's not even a question. It doesn't even approach the opportunity of becoming a question. It's so not a question. Pornography is entirely corrosive to culture and society. It destroys the most important and fundamental social building block, which is the relationship between men and women. That has to be protected at all costs. This is going to sound crazy. I actually think we should be as protective of marriage and the family as we are of banks and businesses that fail.
Yeah.
And I know that's wild, right? But If someone was seen to be intentionally sabotaging a large bank by moving funds around where they weren't supposed to go and causing it to collapse so that they could swoop in from another company and benefit from that bank's collapse, you're telling me that person wouldn't be prosecuted? Well, we have people doing that now, but instead of doing it with banks, they've been doing it for decades with the American family. Let's do everything we can to make our culture as sexually perverted as possible so that it's impossible for men and women to relate to one another. It just very conveniently happens to be the fact that the family is a competing authority structure to the state.
Yep.
There are and people who don't have good relationships with the opposite sex, people who not only don't have families, but don't have any hope of starting one, which I think is a very important key point here, end up feeling despair, and those who feel despair are also wonderful consumers, right? People living in despair are perfect consumers. It's not that there's an issue with not having a family if you're not called to have a family, or if you're not at that point in your life, but young people today feel like they can't, like they will never be able to have a family. That's a very different thing. That's a very disturbing thing. And what that does is it takes away a person's hope. And it also frees up their financial resources. Having a lot of financial resources and not having a lot of hope makes you a wonderful consumer, because when there's no hope, when you don't have a future to look forward to, all you can do is grab onto immediate short-term pleasures. And then, of course, if you don't have any dependents, you can afford to buy any and all of those.
Yeah, it feels like instead of bread and circuses, it's Uber Eats and porn.
That's
and
literally
Netflix. Like, we really don't need you to come out of your house. We'd prefer it if you didn't. Just stay in there and
get
poison
really
yourself and keep buying things on Amazon.
So
what do you say to the?
In my classic ADHD way, I went in a bunch of circles, and I'm not sure I actually addressed your.
No, I think you did.
Question.
This is why we should jail pornographers and why pornography should be illegal.
They're literally destroying society, and I hate using the. I think they're. Excuse me. I think often the term society is used as a cop-out. I'm like, I don't have an argument for this. I'm going to say it's bad for society. Okay. But I think you could very easily demonstrate how and why pornography is bad for the relationship between men and women. And if it's bad for the relationship between men and women, then there's no question that it's horrifically bad for society, right? I mean, that shouldn't
now, two objections someone might offer. You know, one is, okay, but we live in a democratic republic where the vast majority of people are okay with pornography. So the idea that we would ever criminalize it is just not even feasible. So why talk about it?
So there's two separate questions here. You're asking me, should we jail pornographers? You're not asking me if that's a pragmatic political possibility at this point. You're not asking me if that's something we're going to be able to achieve, or if this is what the Republicans should be beating the drum on right now.
Okay, so
that's an entirely so that's an entirely separate argument. But no, I guess that would be my response. My argument here is not about strategy; it's about principle. What I'm saying is pornography absolutely should be banned. Whether that's something that's done on the local level or the federal level, whether there's a political will for it, whether that's something that would sabotage the Republican Party right now instead of helping it claim whatever victories it needs to win in order to move on to banning pornography, is an entirely different question. And I'm not trying to answer that right now. All I'm trying to say from a position of principle is it's totally corrosive and we need to get rid of it. And I have no qualms about jailing the people who produce it.
And I want to say...
I would, in other words, I would not say it's like a human rights violation to throw someone in jail for making porn.
Yes, and I would agree with you 100%. I'd also want to say to those who are nervous about making a full-throated claim like this because they themselves still look at pornography, that, I've said it before, but a hypocrite isn't somebody who never or always lives up, or fails to live up to their own standards. That's not what a hypocrite is. Like, it's somebody who
doesn't believe what they say they believe.
Yeah, or demand something of everybody else that they refuse to demand of themselves, or something like that. So it's like, you can be somebody, like most of us have had our, you know, we've been, this stuff has been imposed upon us from a young age, and it's a difficult thing to overcome. And you can be vocal against pornography even as you strive to be free of it, and that doesn't make you a hypocrite. That'd be the first argument, right? That it's like, it's just unfeasible, so don't even talk about it. I'm trying to think what else someone might say. Like,
if I'm asked the question, I'm going to answer honestly, right? I mean, should they be?
No, of course.
This is twofold. This is another way of looking at it. If you heard that the UN was saying to some small country in Africa, we will only give you humanitarian aid if you stop jailing pornographers, how would you feel about that? I think that's another very valid question, because that tells you whether in principle you think there's anything wrong with jailing them.
Repeat the question.
So if the UN were to go into some small African country that lives as man is meant to live or more in line with that, they have some understanding of the natural law, and they were say to that country, we will only give you humanitarian aid or whatever it is they're holding over their head if you stop this ugly practice of throwing pornographers in jail. Would you, as an American Catholic, go, well,
see, I see what you mean.
We can't tell the UN not to do that because these are our values. Right? What I'm trying to do here is not discuss, again, pragmatic political strategy. I'm trying to get down to basic principles. And if you would be upset, if you would think it was an overstep for the UN to tell a small country to stop locking pornographers up, then you're not in a position to say that it's wrong to lock pornographers up.
Excellent. Yeah, that's really good. This gets back to what we were saying in the beginning, where 10 years ago, conservatives were all libertarians.
Yeah.
Whereas today...
Guilty, right? I was too.
Well, tell us, what is libertarianism and why shouldn't we subscribe to it as Christians?
So oftentimes you will get arguments about libertarianism and what it is coming from both libertarians and non-libertarians, which are very bad. So one of the most insane, oversimplified, horrible explanations of libertarianism is it is social liberalism and fiscal conservatism. That is so far from an accurate or legitimate description of libertarianism. And it's funny because I started my career out as a political commentator as a staunch libertarian, and I've changed on this.
What was your reasoning at the time? If somebody had asked you to give a quick...
I'm happy to give it in a moment here. And that's why there's this part of me, when I see people define libertarianism improperly, even though I don't believe it anymore, I get offended. There's still this part of me that's like, no, that's not what it means. What you're saying is wrong. So there are different ways of conceptualizing it, but I think the best possible explanation for what libertarianism is a belief in the non-aggression principle. Now, this is going to cause some libertarian infighting among some people who are going to say, well, no, that's actually not the best way to define it, or I'm libertarian and I don't even believe in the NAP. But what it states is that it is only ever acceptable to use physical force against another person if they have initiated force against you. That's true on an individual basis, and it's true at the level of the state. And once you believe that, you end up having to adopt an anarcho-capitalist position because the state can't exist without initiating force against people who haven't initiated it first. So taxation would be an example of this. For the government to take any of your money without your consent is a violation of the non-aggression principle. So they can't do that. We can't have a government that taxes people. You'll have some libertarians who consider themselves minarchists who won't go all the way with it because, again, there are schools of thought in libertarianism outside of the non-aggression principle. That was just what I held to because it's a very clean, clear principle that helps you make sense of a lot of libertarian positions. But there are some minarchist libertarians who will say, you know, the state does have some right to tax people, or even that maybe there could be voluntary methods of taxation, like a lottery that people could play into and choose to give their money to, and that's how the state would fund itself. But overall, it's a belief in minimal state power, and it has nothing to do with one's views on homosexuality or transgenderism per se, or religion. I think what ends up happening is many people who are conservative or consider themselves to be conservative on economic issues, but don't care about transgenderism or homosexual behavior or even abortion, which is actually very contentious among libertarians. There's no consensus on abortion among libertarians. But these Republicans, who are still very much Republicans, but are kind of socially liberal, will say, oh, I'm a libertarian. No, you don't have this basic principle that tells you state interference is wrong. Right. You just happen to not want the state to interfere with those things. Right. And that's pretty much what conservatives were for a long time. They were called libertarian, but they really weren't, because they didn't have libertarian values with respect to the warfare state. They weren't non-interventionists. They were still fine with the United States getting involved in any and every conflict overseas that it wanted to get involved with, but they also had absolutely no interest in using the government to even attempt to uphold the social fabric. And so we called them libertarian, but they really weren't. They really weren't. And when people say there's this libertarian strain in Republican thought, I understand what they're saying, I do, but it's still not libertarianism properly defined. And maybe that's a little pedantic of me, but that's how I would explain it. And that's also how I would have explained it when I was a libertarian, is that it's a belief in the non-aggression principle.
Let's take a break, and then when we come back, I want to take questions from local supporters. So if you're watching right now and you are a local supporter, I'm going to go post put a post up on Locals right now where you can ask your questions below, and we'll get to them soon. Thanks so much for being here. So if you haven't yet got the app Hallow, what are you doing? If you have a smartphone, go and download Hallow. But first, go to hallow.com/MattFradd. Hallow is the #1 Catholic prayer and meditation app on the web, and it's fantastic. And it actually beat TikTok recently as far as in the App Store. Did you know that? It's crazy.
No, I didn't.
It's legit. Hallow.com/MattFradd. Go over there, sign up. You'll get 3 months for free. If at the end of the 3 months you don't want it anymore, you can quit and you don't have to pay a cent. They have sleep stories. They'll help you pray the rosary. It's really fantastic. Also, if you've got kids, it's nice to play little sleep stories for them. Hallow, HALLOW.com/MattFradd. Click the link in the description below. I want to say thank you to a new sponsor, EverythingCatholic.com. Maybe you like Amazon, but you're tired of giving them money. What if you could give your money to a Catholic company that sold everything Catholic, and in so doing, not only support that Catholic company, but support Catholic artisans and craftsmen as well? I've got a bunch of stuff that they just sent me. We have a Chrism scented bee wax candle, which Thrsdy thinks smells delightful. We even have Chrism lotion cream. They have rosary bracelets. They have kids' books. They have... What is this? This is like a Mary doll for your children. Rosaries, kids' books, all sorts of stuff. Go to everythingcatholic.com right now, and when you use the promo code PINTS, you'll get 15% off. So go support an excellent Catholic company, as well as I say, excellent Catholic small businessmen and craftsmen. Everythingcatholic.com.
cool? I don't think. What do you
We're
think
back.
We're back with Seamus
righty.
Coughlin.
Here I am.
Coughlin.
Yeah. Coughlin. Yeah, no, not Coughlin. I get that a lot. The worst mispronunciation I've ever gotten was at a film festival in high school. I won an award, and they said Seamstress Copland.
So I want to bring Thrsdy into the discussion, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's totally fine.
Because I want to try to understand younger conservatives. This is, let me just unspool for a little bit, okay, before you interrupt, because I want to see if I can articulate this in a helpful way. A lot of people today are talking about neocons and like conservative Inc. and I wonder how much of that is just sort of showing off, like you're in the in group and now you're making fun of people who aren't as ideologically pure as you are. I also think there's an age gap, like just like we'd point to people like Mitt Romney and those people and say like, we don't need that anymore in the conservative movement. If you like that, go away. I think like I'm an older man to both you and Thrsdy, and I see the way you guys talk about conservative politics, and I see the way other people that you admire to some capacity, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but like Jonathan Doyle and other folks speak, and I listen to them and I'm just like a little uncomfortable with certain things that they do. Nothing with your cartoons ever, but some, these folks do. And I'm trying to wade through this. I'm like, okay, how much of this is, well, I'm just not brave enough to say as loudly and as articulately as they are the things that they're saying. And then how much of it is like a healthy caution where I'm really trying to understand it. And then one thing Thrsdy said to me that really helped is like, all right, when you were a teenager, you were super into Metallica, right? Like, and people didn't understand that kind of aggression and that kind of thing. It's like,
I was going to say this, so I'm glad you're saying it.
Yeah, and I would love you to spend some time talking about it too, Thrsdy. He's like, this is our Metallica. Like the young conservatives that you're meeting who are pissed off that our country has been taken from us and we're not going to put up with it anymore. So that
I also, real quick, before we get any further, I've said this on the show a couple times and you've agreed with it. So this is just me wanting to lay the groundwork for people who haven't heard this before. And I think it'll be helpful for Seamus to think about it this way too, that you grew up in Australia and you got exposed to the internet much later than even people of your generation.
Yep.
So culturally, and this is not like me calling you an old man, I think culturally you are older than even people of your generation.
I think that's right. Like my wife was using the internet when she was like 12.
Yeah.
I started using it when I was 17 and she's like a year older than me or two.
Wow.
Yeah.
I was like
so
8.
I think culturally... Yeah, and I was
17. 17. And imagine what the internet was when it came in. There was nothing.
I remember dial-up, but that's as far back as I can go.
To be fair, actually, like I was able, like I wasn't like using it. That was just the first time my family had it.
Yeah. So yeah, I think the Metallica thing is really important because, and this is, so the Metallica thing, and this was me. So what you have to consider is that because of the internet, for the first time ever, the people of the youngest generation who know that in 5 to 10 years we will be the primary generation running the country as adults, not like running the country like politically, but like like in all of the industries that keep things moving. We know what we could have had because we know very much what it was like just 2 decades ago, and because of the history, we know what it was like 4 decades. And so what we look at, and we're also now, because of the internet and because of the way our brains are formed, we're smart enough to realize en masse what the country will look like when we get to the point where we have those choices, and realize that a lot of those choices have been taken from us, right? And this gets into what you were saying earlier about a lot of people feel like there's no chance to get married.
Yeah, or have a family.
Or have a family. And it's just, so a lot of this anger is coming from looking at society and realizing that like the things my dad had a chance to do are 10 times harder for me. The things my grandfather had a chance to do, there's just no way I'm ever going to be able to do them. Yeah. Like own a house and have, 6 kids and like on a single income and own like a beach house and have regular vacations.
The difference between you as a young conservative and me as an older kind of guy who's more conservative leaning is that people of my generation, like my age, never wanted the thing you want. Like we all wanted what friends told us to want, like a 2-bedroom apartment in New York and having just promiscuous sex. It's really cool that young men like you were like, I want to work and I want my wife to help stay at home, raise the kids, and I want to provide for her, and I want a gaggle of children, and I want it like, that's really neat, because I don't think anyone my age, unless they were a solid Christian, was saying that.
Well, and it's honest. It's just a return to what's normal. One very creative rhetorical tactic and propagandistic tactic of the left is to take normal human behavior that has been the status quo for all of history and then labeling it a unique quirk of the 1950s.
Like a woman who wants to stay home with the children.
Like a 19... I saw an article. More men today are saying they want 1950s wives. No, they're just saying they don't want 1960s through 2020s wives, and they just want what a wife would have meant at any other point in history.
Yep.
They don't want the unique cultural paradigm that exists
with
now.
a man wanting that and think he should want that, so long as he wants to be a man prior to the 1950s as well. And I think you see that in a lot of men. They're striving. I was trying to use a fax machine the other day at the hotel because I was getting my American passport, and I couldn't really figure it out. And I realized that I'm not only incompetent when it comes to like fixing a sink or fixing a drip or fixing drywall.
Using a fax machine.
I'm incompetent with like technology from 5 years ago that isn't Apple. Like I'm useless as an ashtray on a motorbike.
Oh my gosh.
And that's frustrating.
Yeah.
And so I think if young men want women like as you say pre-1950s, and as it has been, then that we need to seek to be the kinds of men who are more competent in real things. Wouldn't you say?
I think that's a big complicated thing.
Yeah.
It's a mix. So
and not just look like men from 100 years ago, but actually begin to develop the virtues of men 100 years ago.
We have divided labor. I once had a teacher who he defined consumerism in a very interesting way. He said it's just the increased division of labor. And that is one way of looking at it. I think there's more to it than that, but that's a very interesting angle. And because of our consumer culture, we have really diversified the division of labor such that you don't do anything on your own. Like if something breaks at your house, you do just call somebody else in to do it. And then you have your task, you have your job, you have the thing society's delegated to you, and that's kind of the only thing that you do. And you're able to theoretically maximize your profit either for yourself or maybe your boss, depending on how scrupulous the person you work for is, or unscrupulous. But ultimately, we have this new landscape where you are expected to do one thing all the time. And so I agree with you. The paradigm has shifted a little bit where men are not expected to know how to change oil, et cetera, but he's certainly expected then to be able to make enough money that you can go get an oil change without him. But I agree with you. It would be good for people to develop those skills because we have lost so much.
But I am
the idea of like a dad doing something around the house is it's foreign now. You just hire someone in to do it.
And it occurred to me at one point, like how often does my son see me working? Like I often just have him mow the lawn. So like what's he whenever he sees me, now it was cool. He was here.
He sees you podcasting.
He was here. So, well, that's something. I mean, he was here in the Prager interview the other day.
Oh, man.
And I have to say, I was like really honored to have him see me push back in a kind of Christian way and to hear his communication with Thrsdy and another fella who was here about sexual degeneracy and why. Like it was beautiful to see. But most of our kids just see us sitting on the couch because we work over there, but we don't work at home. We have other people do that. But I want to say that I am seeing young men, like the kinds of young men who want a traditional marriage like you do, are actually developing their skills. Like you're crushing it at woodwork. Like, right? Like you've gotten so much better at that. And that was a desire you had. And
that was a desire I had. But also, I talk about my dad a lot. And I have a really good relationship with my mom. But I am a young man, so I talk about my dad a lot. So I'm never, I'm endlessly thankful to my father because, I just have all these wonderful memories of him working on things that he wasn't getting paid for, like rebuilding the front end of a car because we didn't have the money to buy a new car, but we had the money to buy the parts.
Yeah.
And so he rebuilt the entire front end of this car.
Wow.
And then from then on out, anytime a vehicle needed a repair, he did it.
Yeah.
And he still does.
Good for him.
He's
so there you
53 now, and he still does. And he taught me everything that he thought I should know how to do. And
I love this line here, Thrsdy. Sorry to cut you off, but this person said, Thrsdy, it's up to me and you to tell young people like us that marriage and the family is the way to go. So Brett Cooper, if you are listening,
there's the bit again.
At any point,
this is back to like a more like theoretical political thing that young people are mad about. But I say this to a lot of young men, and they and they kind of agree with it, but I don't think a lot of young men have been able to vocalize it or verbalize a series of words for it.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think what a lot of young men see, and they may not realize this, is we have one party in the United States that pays lip service to social conservatism and is incredibly effective at fiscal conservatism. And we have another party in the United States that is extremely successful at social progressivism and then pays lip service to fiscal progressivism. And then we have a power structure that wants to be socially progressive and fiscally liberal.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, we have a single power structure that can be described as a uniparty that is moving our society, our entire culture, towards a socially progressive, fiscally libertarian place. And
like we'll all have jobs, but we'll
you'll
all
own
be
nothing
degenerate
and you'll be
and
happy.
unhappy.
Yeah. Well, and
What's your thoughts?
we talked about this a while ago. Last time I was on your show, somebody asked the question, would you rather live under a system of full government control over the economy, but which was socially conservative, or a libertarian system where there is degeneracy and it's rampant? And my answer to that question was, I don't think either of those realities are possible in the long term. I think that fiscal conservatism and legitimate fiscal conservatism, not what the Republicans are offering, requires a person to be responsible for themselves. And it's much more difficult to get away with engaging in the kinds of lifestyle choices that the left promotes when you are the person who ends up having to pay for it, because none of this stuff is sustainable. Non-monogamy is just an unstable economic strategy, and it's not sustainable. It doesn't work. It's wrong for other reasons, but you can't have a functioning country if people are not. You have to be incredibly wealthy to be able to afford for people to continually marry and divorce and marry and divorce and marry and divorce. And you end up squandering your society's wealth when you do that as well. And so I think it's possible, and I touched on this earlier when we were discussing libertarianism.
I just got a text from George Farmer in all caps. You will never beat my time, Seamus.
Oh, well, now I have to stay. Now I gotta stay. Sorry, George. Look, this is where we're at. I mean,
have to order dinner.
how do I know you didn't just say that to
I'll
get
show
me to
you.
give you more watch time? Whoa,
Scroll all the way down.
Matt Fradd leaks text messages from George Farmer.
He's watching right now. Hi, George.
Oh my gosh. Hey, yeah, thank you for watching, by the way. You will never beat my time, Seamus.
He's writing back. Suck it.
Watch me.
You watch me very good.
You want to look into the camera and say it?
No, I already texted it to him.
But then you got to commit. We got to commit if you say that. I don't
Look,
know.
we have to double check on my flight time and make sure I'll be able to make it. But
Okay. Hey, would you? I don't mean to cut you off, but I also want to let people know that we're going to take questions now. We always take questions from our local supporters before anybody else. If you want to ask a question, make it a super chat. But we can't guarantee we'll get to every super chat because, as I say, we try to prefer the locals. But with that caveat, please send us a super chat if you want. All right. Did you want to finish your point, or do you want me to?
No, never. No, I'm kidding. Actually, I do. Here is what I would say, because I know I've gone in a million different directions with this. But my ultimate point is, I think that there are a variety of viable political strategies or beliefs a person can have as a Catholic and as a traditionalist. I'm not saying we all have to view economics the exact same way, for example, or all see the state of the role of the state, as manifesting itself identically in every framework that we might hold to as Catholics. But I do think that there are certain a lot of conservatives are talking more and more about wanting big government and embracing this idea. And I think there is some value in that, in the sense that we can't allow the left to say, you want to police X, Y, and Z? I thought you were the party of limited government. I'm not interested in being the party of limited government, so to speak. I'm really not. I'm interested in being the party of effective governance. However, I do think effective governance tends to be smaller. It's just that right now it's totally lopsided. We're very litigious about things that aren't all that important. And then we have absolutely no desire to regulate things that genuinely matter. And then when we do get involved in regulating arenas where there are massively important social issues at play that do need to be regulated, we regulate from the wrong side.
Or
So
not just regulate, but incentivize the things that we want financially.
Exactly.
I want to take questions. I want to say big thanks to a fellow called Kyle Whittington, who's a supporter of ours, and he's always... I want to tell people to go check out his channel, Kyle Whittington. He's been putting out some great stuff lately, so Thrsdy, if you don't mind putting a link to his YouTube channel below, I'd love people to go see the good work he's doing. He's got a question. What's an example of an incident that FreedomToons experienced that you look back on and say things haven't been the same since that incident happened? How did you handle the incident and how did you bounce back? So I'm not sure if he's talking about something negative.
No, there's nothing negative that I could say is described in that way, but there was an incident, and I described it on the show last time, where I was really discerning my vocation, and the channel was doing very poorly at this time, and I asked St. Joseph as part of my novena, because I'd been discerning for a long time, and I was pretty certain that I was not called to the priesthood, but I wanted to really do my due diligence, and my friend had told me she'd seen miracles arise from people saying the St. Joseph's novena. So I said it. And I thought, yeah, it would be nice to just have like a really airtight answer to this question. If I could ask for one miracle, it would kind of be that. And so I asked. And in the prayer, I simply asked, and if I'm called to marriage and family, please help my business to do a bit better. And I wasn't even thinking of it in terms of like, oh, if my business does better, I know what direction. I wasn't thinking of it in that way. I was just asking. But then literally the day I finished the novena, like my channel exploded. We already had like about 300,000 subscribers at that point, but we weren't growing at all. We really stagnated.
I see, yeah.
And then a video I uploaded called Ken and Karen versus the Mob just exploded and went really viral by our standards at that time. And then Tim Pool started reaching out to me, and also even independent, that video blowing up, a bunch of other people were just happened to start reaching out to me to ask for work and or to ask if I would work with them. So I would say that was the point in time where I realized I was absolutely committed to this, and that this was it's not, I was always very committed to it, but this is like when I had with certainty, like, no, I'm not going to enter religious life or become a priest. I am going to focus on creating media and eventually get married and have a family. Cool. And it's also interesting because the tone of the channel changed a little bit then too. It was much more wordy before that point. I think there was something about, it was a bit of a somewhat unique video at that time compared to the rest of my content. And I leaned into being a little goofier with it as opposed to just kind of the straight verbal humor I was used to. And I found it to be very effective. And one thing I also found, and this has helped me a lot, is while it can be good, and I do often try to use verbal humor to make fun of the left, I have never had more success in portraying leftists in terms of both behavior and ideology than by simply portraying them as noisemakers. Like just these crazy noise-making cry bullies who flail around and convulse and scream when they don't get their way. Every single time I release something where a left-wing individual is depicted in that way, it resonates with people, and that's because it's true. It's true, and I'm sorry, and it is. I'm not saying every single person with left-wing values always acts that way, but I'm saying overall, the mob, when you look at left-wing behaviors, you look at that side of the political aisle, that's what we've come to expect at this point. And that's why I think that really resonates with people satirically.
Paul, is it Lahoud?
I think it's Lahoud.
Lahoud's the fellow who does our timestamps. So grateful to you, Paul. You're the man. He says, hi, Matt. Hi, Seamus. Huge fan of both of you.
Oh, thank
what
you.
can young men such as myself do to help build a Catholic culture in our professions similar to what the two of you have done?
I like that question a lot. Do you want to go first? Because I have a
well,
couple
I mean,
thoughts,
it's easy to do when your job is to evangelize.
Yeah.
Like I want to and have and will consecrate Pints with Aquinas to the Blessed Virgin Mary so that she can hasten the crushing of the enemy's head. And
Amen.
You know, and if she has to use my disgusting shoe that is me, like the absolute imperfect, wretched, cowardly, whatever, then she will. And I entrust the whole thing to her. It's still a lot easier though when you're doing something specifically Catholic to kind of, I say, you know.
Yeah, and I do some things.
We should do a novena with the audience to do that.
That'd be awesome.
Done.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah,
there's.
Good idea.
Sorry, were you gonna finish that thought? I don't want to.
No, I was just saying we should do a no video. Like we should pick like 9 days, like a festival, and tell everybody like over these 9 days, please pray these prayers with us. On the 9th day, we're going to consecrate the channel.
Amen. I once, about a year ago, wrote a letter begging for prayers and posted letters to about 150 convents around the world.
Wow.
And so explain what I was doing and just begging them to pray for all of our viewers. That's one way I've tried. Anyway,
that's great. No, that's great. I'm in a bit of a different spot than you, but not entirely different in the sense that I am a somewhat public figure of whom people do expect to hear, or from whom people do expect to hear Catholic things. But it wasn't always that way, right? I mentioned earlier I started my career as basically a libertarian cartoonist and political commentator, and my values have changed. And when I really came to understand that there were certain libertarian beliefs that just weren't compatible with Catholicism, it was very scary for me to start speaking out about those things because I didn't know how people were going to react, and that could have just been the end of my career. And I thought, well, I don't know what else I'm going to do. I'll have to build something else completely from the ground up because obviously no animation studio is going to hire this, conservative Catholic bigot who has said all these horribly offensive things about the agenda they're trying to promote. And the most straightforward, best advice I can give you, and I hope this doesn't sound trite because I really mean it, is just do not be afraid. That is really the best advice that I can give you because we live in a culture that operates entirely based on you being afraid. It needs you to be scared and it needs you to feel despair. The current cultural paradigm, and this is something I spoke about at YAF when I was explaining to these young people how I believe they can keep their faith. What I said was, this is a culture where men are told that they're apes who can't restrain their sexual desires, and the only way they can achieve any kind of personal fulfillment or happiness is by becoming as wealthy and high status as possible so that they can have as many consequence-free sexual interactions with women who they will jump from one to another over and over, using and discarding them. And then if a man can't reach that level of status or doesn't even approach it, he's to be regarded as an incel who should spend the rest of his life anesthetizing himself with pornographic material. We tell young women that they should allow themselves to be used, that the only way they're ever going to find love is by letting as many men as possible use them sexually and just being passed around as if they're sexual objects and not people. And it tells people who are sexually confused to sodomize and mutilate their bodies into complete unrecognizable disrepair. They end up marching to early graves as a result of drug overdose and suicide, and you have mothers killing their own children. And when you look at the rationale behind all of these things, it is all despair. It is all despair. People are terrified of living any other way. They don't think they can be happy. And we have the truth and we can give it to them. And why don't we? Well, because we're scared. And that's how this all keeps happening. That's why this cycle continues, because the culture has convinced you to be afraid. It's convinced them to be afraid. And we're able to look at the things that they're afraid of, and we see that that's ridiculous. How could you be afraid of calling out the farce that is the sexual revolution in your own life by not sleeping around? How could you be afraid of that? You'll be happier, you'll be more fulfilled, etc., etc. Fulfilled. We'll talk about all of the misunderstandings that people in our culture have and all of their irrational fears. But then we cling to our own irrational fears. Like, no, I can't tell people that. I can't tell people about the gospel. I can't tell people about Jesus Christ. I can't tell people about the Catholic Church. I can't tell people about the natural law because then they'll hate me and that'll ruin my life. And then I'll never be happy. So we fall into the exact same patterns of despair that keep everyone else in check. But because we have the right ideas, we think we're somehow above it.
Did you see, to your point, Tucker Carlson's recent speech? I think it was a day or two before he was let go. It's brilliant.
Maybe he plagiarized my YAF speech.
It's excellent, but one of the things he says is, like, when you, and it's an obvious point, but sometimes obvious points need to be said when we're all idiots, that when you lie, you become weaker. But if you just say something true, anything, without embarrassment, you feel empowered.
It's true. It's true. And so, all right, something was mentioned earlier where Thrsdy, you said something about people seeing conservatism and traditionalism as being kind of punk rock, so to speak. And I hear that a lot. But for me, it's more or less been what you described, in the sense that I don't just feel weak saying something that's not true. I feel weak not saying something that is true in a moment where I knew that I should have. And so much of having a public profile today is ensuring that you never say the wrong thing, which is extremely destructive when you consider that what the marketplace wants on social media is for you to generate content nonstop. So we're told two separate things. Never shut up and never say the wrong thing. I can't do both. I can't do both of those things. I simply can't. I've tried. I've tried. I've tried shutting up. I've tried not saying the wrong thing. Okay. I struggle with each of those things separately, but then when I have to do both, right, as a content creator, when you have to constantly be generating, and you can never say the wrong thing or have any kind of verbal slip up that people are going to misinterpret as bad as they possibly can to try to either denigrate your message or even just get clicks for themselves because they want to do the whole drama thing and profit off of that. I mean, at some point, and I can't give you an exact moment, and I know this is one of those things that people say to sound cool, and I really hope it doesn't come off that way. I hope none of you think that I'm cool or that I'm trying to be cool, but I just got tired. I am really, really so past the point of being tired of trying to ensure that I haven't said anything politically incorrect. And conservatives will make that claim. They'll say, oh, these PC woke liberals don't want to say what's right or wrong, and then they're still afraid to misgender somebody because they don't want to get their show taken off the air. And I think it happens more to content creators than it does happen to your average person, to be fair. I think the viewers aren't so much that way. But then sometimes, at their workplace and in their everyday life, they're too afraid to speak out and say what's true. So I guess really for me, it has been a very long-winded way of saying just don't be afraid. And I'm not saying like don't be afraid because I'm such a brave person. I'm saying don't be afraid because it's going to take everything out of you to be afraid. You're just going to be exhausted. Just say things that are true. Really, just say things that are true. And
I think that there's also, though, a legitimate pressure people have to not mislead people. Whereas they want to say true things, they also know they're not infallible and have sometimes said things that are false that people have run with. And the larger your platform is, perhaps the graver that responsibility is.
Yeah, that's very real. And that's something that I've definitely struggled with, trying to figure out, should I say this? Should I not say this? Do I know enough about this? Especially when it comes to particular questions about the Bible that I'll get. I try to be really careful about that. So on TimCast, people will ask, because I speak about my faith publicly, even though I've made, I think, every necessary declaration that I'm not a formally trained theologian or apologist, these things matter to me. I know more than the average Catholic, and I consider this to be incredibly important. People will still come to me with all sorts of questions, which is fine, which is totally fine. But someone can ask a question about a particular verse in the Bible, and even if I am familiar with that verse, I remember it, and I could give you what I think it means, I don't want to do that. Because unless I have read official interpretations on what that means from qualified theologians, I'm worried that I'm just going to end up giving you my own misinterpretation of it. And sometimes people will get angry. They're like, oh, this is so typical. Like, the Catholic doesn't know the Bible, or doesn't want to answer questions about the Bible. And look, I think that's a fair criticism. I know a lot of Protestants who are just airtight with their knowledge of Scripture, and that's something Catholics should strive for. But there's also this epistemic humility a person has to have. And when you're publicly speaking about Scripture, you have to be so careful. It's not enough to have read the verse. It's not enough to have read and thought about the verse. You really need to have done an actual dive into what that means. You have to be clear that you know what that particular verse is saying.
Or at least as a Catholic to know what the church's position on it is.
Yes,
does the work for you. Hey, we got a super chat here from Matthew Kalmbach. Thank you so much. He gave us $20 and said,
"Oh, thank you.
Big thanks for you not getting any
us."
Of it.
Yeah, I know. Like, do you hear I use that us?
Big thanks for getting to listen to two of my favorite Catholics. It's very kind.
Matt and Thrsdy are your favorites?
Tommy Lee says, Seamus, can you give us your best Matt Fradd or some other person like Catholic impression. Yeah, do that one.
Okay, Matt Fradd.
Can you do
I
Matt
sort of,
Fradd? That's
I
got to
don't
be
think
difficult.
I
That's
don't think
not
I can
fair.
do Matt Fradd.
What was
Can
funny
you
is
do Matt
last-
Fradd? I did a little bit of an Australian accent in front of you last night. Yeah, but I don't know.
don't think I noticed it. Go
Did
on,
you?
do it now?
That's because it's just how everything sounds to you. Does everyone sound like they have an Australian accent to you when you're from Australia?
No, but often,
Hey, mate, how are you?
honestly, when most Americans try an Australian accent, it sounds like some cottony British.
Like weird, like Cockney British. Like,
Yeah.
good, hello, governor. How
Yeah,
are you today?
yeah.
I have also noticed that. I was listening to an old television commercial where there was like an Australian. It was clearly an Australian trying to do an American accent. I was like, I bet this is
What
so
was
bad.
funny is, as a kid listening to The Simpsons impersonate Australian accents, I remember thinking, how hard is it to find an Australian to voice these characters? But now I realize, no, the fun is in making fun of the Australian accent, and good for them.
Exactly.
He's
You should
got
ask
another-
Matt to do his Prager impression because his Prager is really good.
Is it? I want to hear
I
it.
said, Prager, if you come on the show, like I don't want to put you on the spot, but I have to talk about porn because I've written a great deal. Matt, I'm an open book, happy to talk about anything. But you do a much better job. What's your Prager?
I don't think I have a Prager, to be honest. I don't think I have a Prager impression.
We got some time. Work on it. Let's go.
The radical left. I don't know. It's just it's hard. It's hard, especially when people expect good impressions from you. It's harder to riff when you know.
But what was funny was last night as we were chatting, you would sometimes fall into these impressions. And I'm like, oh, that sounds like the guy from FreedomToons. And
That's funny.
you were sitting with me.
I don't think I could do a Matt impression. There's a couple Catholic impressions, but I did those last time I was on the show. I don't know if anyone would want to hear those again.
Someone sent a meme. Food for thought. Are mashed potatoes just Irish guacamole?
That's fair. It's a very fair question. I like that because it makes it sound like a much more fine cuisine. The Irish are not capable of whipping anything up that is that intricate in terms of flavor. Right? Put it in a pot and boil it. That's all.
Tommy Lee says,
I know guacamole is just mashing it. Well, whatever.
what do you think of Laura Horn's YouTube channel?
Me? Oh, she's hilarious. Laura Horn's hilarious. I saw the Taylor Marsh Stan parody and I was losing it. That was so good. She's hysterical.
She really is.
She's hysterical. Yeah, she's great. I haven't seen like everything on her channel, but I definitely, I'm pretty sure I'm a subscriber. I've seen a number of her videos and she cracks me up.
Wes Oz says, I think Fradd and Prager just come from different backgrounds and therefore use vocabulary differently, which can make cross-communication hard. As a recent convert from Protestantism, I can relate. Even the use of the word grace is different for the branch of Protestants that I came from and Catholics, and it took me a while. Yeah, fair enough. No,
Yeah.
100%. We're using different language, and I think we want to give Prager the benefit of the doubt. Like when he said some more shocking things, let's say, I won't get into it now, but you know what I'm talking about with the animated stuff, you know, like it's not like he was like, yeah, that's great. No, it's actually really good. I just thought it was inconsistent because if I was to say to him, and I'm not going to reference him because everyone knows what I'm talking about. If I said, but why won't you call it evil? I won't call it evil unless it's an action, right? And I'm like, and then I wish I had said this. Is it good? And hopefully he would have went no. And then I would have went, is it bad? And hopefully he would have went yeah. And if I had went, was it morally bad? And he had went, yeah. I would have said, that's what I mean by evil. But so I don't know how much we were anyway. There wasn't a question there. It was just a comment. LR Mike, thanks for being a local supporter, says, can Seamus be harsher to Justin Trudeau during episodes involving Canada? The church always seems to take a hit when Trudeau is in charge. Trudeau is
I made
in
fun of
charge.
Trudeau kind of recently in a cartoon. I don't think I was too brutal. I don't pay close enough attention to him, but there's always some easy joke there about him like doing different costumes or doing blackface because he did, which is wild. That's one of those things your career can't come back from. But Justin Trudeau just did it repeatedly, right?
What's more offensive, blackface or dressing up like a woman when you're a dude? Or do you need to pick?
I think dressing up here because the culture, you're going to pay a consequence for doing blackface. People are going to be upset with you. People will praise you for dressing up as a woman, which is why it's more dangerous. There's no inbuilt social mechanism to prevent people from doing it, right?
Yet.
Yeah. But
Maybe in 20 years.
Hopefully people will revert to not tolerating that behavior.
M. DeVos says, no question, just thanks for all you do, Seamus. Thanks for sharing your personal stories. Love it when you are on TimCast. God bless both of you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
M. Warinziak. Sorry, brother. I know I butchered that. Let's just call you M. Question for all three of you in the studio. Do you listen to the Bible in a year or Catechism in a year with Father Mike?
I do not.
I've listened to a bit of it.
I listened to a bit of the Bible in a year and appreciated it, but I don't think I have the perseverance to make it more than like a week with tremendous passion before crashing and burning and becoming a Muslim. Terry Lynn 327 says, how should a conservative Catholic woman go about letting a man know she likes him? And I think she's talking about you specifically.
Oh my goodness.
I'm just joking. But then another woman says, yes, great question. So this is really cool, right?
No, this is a good question.
You got two women here. Like, okay, help me understand as a conservative woman how I can...
That's a very good question. So generally, I think that a man should make the first move, and I don't know that there's any way for a woman to explicitly let a man know that she likes him without making the first move. I haven't spent...
I think you can.
No. I said explicitly, right? Like to go up to a guy and be like, hey, I really like you. Okay, well, at that point, you're making the first move. So in terms of... it's like from the male perspective, I think men usually are able to pick up on that, but maybe it's different because women will also complain about men being dense and not noticing.
What do you think about this? Dress nice, show an acceptable amount of cleavage. I think so. No, acceptable
amount. There's an acceptable amount.
Absolutely.
What is the acceptable amount?
I don't want to get into
the beard fallacy.
It's like it's the beard fallacy. Just because dress well, dress that shows off your beautiful feminine form, and at least once. Go, that's so funny.
No, I was just going to say that. Oh, you're so funny. Touch, yeah.
No, there's nothing immodest about looking like a woman.
No, there's nothing immodest about looking like a woman, but
doesn't mean
showing
dressing
cleavage is different. I guess maybe we're defining cleavage differently, though. I don't know.
Maybe. I don't know.
I don't think showing any of it.
All right, what about tight-fitting shirt within an acceptable range?
Yeah, I don't think tight clothing is great either.
Yeah, I'm okay with a bit of tight.
I don't think you want to reveal the form
and a little bit of cleavage.
My general principle on this is I have two that I try to issue. Firstly, I think modesty could probably be defined as just like not showing what doesn't need to be shown. And I would also say this is a much less perfect definition, but this is a rule of thumb that I give to people when I talk about modesty is if it's something that you would not want you're
I'm laughing because from now on it should be not rule of thumb but rule of cleavage.
Oh my gosh, grow up, Matt. No, if all right, here's what I think is a fair line here. All right, and this is very subjective, so it's not perfect. But if as a woman there is a part of the female form you would not want your significant other, husband or boyfriend looking at on other women, you shouldn't be showing it to other men. That's difficult because it's subjective. So some women, for whatever reason, might be like, I'm fine with my significant other looking at naked women. Well, you shouldn't be.
Yeah.
All right. So I guess this rule doesn't apply perfectly there. But that's kind of my general rule of thumb.
I agree.
If it would be bad to look at, then it's bad to show.
Which is why like one-piece bathing suits are the way to go. Because
totally agreed.
I don't want dudes looking at my wife's belly, back.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
And your wife obviously wouldn't be happy if you were looking at other women's bellies and backs, etc.
Yeah. Should we excommunicate people who applaud at the end of Mass? Very important question.
Okay, instantly. It should incur an instant excommunication and you have to go to the bishop. Only a bishop can re-enter you into the church. I think that if you're caught applauding at the end of the Mass, not only are you excommunicated, but they force you to handwrite a letter to the diocese you were baptized in to apostatize formally. That is the punishment.
Greg says, dish on Ian, please. No, just kidding. Seriously, though, how do you maintain patience in the face of the disordered souls milling around at the chicken castle?
I don't want to gossip about it. I'm not trying to talk about any of my...
Good for you. IW18 says, is the West salvageable? If so, should it be saved?
It's a good question. So in the end, good wins, but that doesn't necessarily mean the West wins or that America wins. It's very possible that those are battles that will be lost. Ultimately, God is going to win, and you can have your soul saved even if you're not in the West, even if the West falls. So I can't tell you if it's going to be saved. I hope it is.
We have a whole episode on this.
The Irish saved Western civilization the first time. Maybe the Irish will do it again. But part of me wonders if history will repeat itself, and wouldn't it be interesting if there's some... Because Ireland, is this sort of small little part of the world that people didn't pay all that much attention to, and then it was evangelized. And
you know what that small part of the world is now? Steubenville.
Yes, exactly.
Nicholas asks, is anime gay?
I don't even know what he's saying.
No,
anime?
It's a joke question.
Okay,
it's a joke.
okay.
Obviously.
I don't. I don't. It's funny because Matt Walsh will rag on anime, and people get super mad. So I've ragged on anime just because I know it upsets people. I don't really have strong feelings about it, but I don't
I'm
watch
okay
it.
with anime. I mean, I don't know about what the general storyline and things are, but the idea of calling a particular genre inferior because it's portrayed poorly in some instances. That's the other thing. I like Matt Walsh, and I like that he says things strongly, but just because he says things strongly doesn't mean you have to go along with everything he says. So when he says that it's gay to use emojis, and he probably means it, like, yeah, I don't care. I'm going to use an emoji.
For sure. I also think with anime, my impression is that he was trying to get a reaction out of people, and he probably does really believe it, but I kind of dogpiled on because I thought it was funny, and I was like, yeah, anime's bad.
You need to make a FreedomToons cartoon where he is an anime character that just walks into an otherwise.
Yes, okay. We will make
what is anime?
You should make Matt's recurring
character anime. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. We'll make him an anime character. 100% down to do that, dude.
Mongoose Matt says, what's Seamus's favorite children's cartoon? I was a huge fan of the Flintstones and Hong Kong Phooey.
So it depends on if we're talking television or cinema. If you're talking about like animated children's content in general, or specifically things that are on TV, I'd have to think a bit about what it is exactly, like what cartoons I watched as a kid that I would look back and I'd say that was actually good. We didn't have cable, so pretty much only had broadcast television, which meant I was watching Arthur whenever I did watch a cartoon, like all the other kids who didn't have cable. I can't recommend that one. It was, you know, the jokes were written in a way I think where adults could appreciate it, but it was very PC even back then. But that was back when PC meant not acknowledging that our culture was Christian, more so than forcing gay stuff onto the audience like they did later on by having the teacher come out as gay. But King of the Hill is not for kids, but I love King of the Hill.
Fair enough.
If we're talking animation in general, I think
because you were shocked to learn that I just got into King of the Hill like 2 months ago.
King of the Hill is actually very well. King of the Hill is incredible, and Mike Judge is probably the best comedy character writer.
Is he the fella who wrote Beavis and Butthead?
Yes.
Has Beavis and Butthead gotten better? Because I used to watch it as a teen. I remember just being stupid.
Yes, but it's stupid, but it isn't. So it's stupid, but you have to be very high IQ to watch Beavis and Butthead. There's something underneath it, which is that Beavis and Butthead is a parody of that kind of behavior. And it's also a parody of the different approaches that adults will take to it. You would have thought, especially when it first came out, and my impression of it was before my time, but I thought of it as like, oh, this is the kind of punk rock show about those teenagers, and of course, because they're the protagonists, they must be people to emulate, and that's what the show is trying to tell you. But it's trying to tell you the opposite. And I remember the first time I watched it, I loved the hippie social studies teacher they have, or guidance counselor, who's like playing his guitar, and he thinks that he's going to reach them in these sort of very like Rousseauian ways. Like, we're going to unlock your inner goodness. And it's really, really brilliant in a way that people don't give it credit for. And I also think that that's why it was successful. If Beavis and Butthead was what the modern world would like to see produced, and it was literally just, no, these guys are cool and what they're doing is cool, I don't think it would have caught on. I think everything that works has to have this tinge of truth in it. And so I definitely have a lot to say about animation, of course. I think the early Simpsons seasons, like 1 through 10, is the strongest television writing that there has ever been. It is unbelievably funny and incredibly well done. There are multiple jokes per line of dialogue in some scenes. So it's just written and punched up and and it's done so effectively well.
It might just be because I'm old, but what I appreciate about then need to continue
because you got the internet late in Australia.
Question.
No, keep going.
What I like about King of the Hill is it's not exhausting to me in a way that The Simpsons or these other shows are, where there's 800 jokes in one line and it's kind of a sarcastic kind of humor. What King of the Hill at its best is just like this wholesome, slow, charming comedy that I like.
And The Simpsons at its best balanced that. So part of why later seasons of The Simpsons aren't as good is because they removed a lot of those wholesome elements there was one critic who summarized it perfectly. They said, Simpsons episodes used to end with Homer and Marge going on a tandem bike ride into the sunset, and now they end with episodes like Homer like blowing a blow dart into Marge's neck, which but those are both episodes those are both actual endings, the actual episodes. It went from a very funny show that was at its core about a family in the lower middle class trying to fit in and make sense of the world around it, and into a show that placed the gag above the ethos and the character development. And then it just became a bunch of dumb, disjointed jokes. And now not only is it just, or for a while it was just dumb, disjointed jokes, but there weren't even as many of them as there were when they kept to their initial internal philosophy. And part of that is because it's hard to generate organic humor based on who the character is and how they would react to a situation when you've continually abandoned that in the past for the sake of a cheap joke.
What are the shows, animated shows that are on TV right now that are popular that you think people should stop watching?
Oh, you already know where I'm going to go with this.
I know what I want him to say it. I want him to say it.
I already know that you're talking about Rick and Morty.
Right.
And that's of course what I'm talking about. Here's
I watched half of one episode. It mentioned Pornhub in a kind of cutesy way, and I stopped.
Yeah, good for you. So when that show, it's crazy how time gets away from you. That show's about 10 years old now. It feels like a newer phenomenon, but that show came out about 10 years ago.
Right.
And it just feels like being an adult is constantly being shocked that 10 years ago was 10 years ago, maybe.
Yeah.
And I assume I'm in for more of that as I get older. But when that show first came out, I was 19. Again, I hadn't totally reverted to my faith, so my sense of humor was also a little bit different, and I enjoyed it, but I can't watch it anymore. I think by the second or third season, I just couldn't get any enjoyment out of it. And
why?
There's a few reasons. Firstly, my values were just changing, and it was harder for me to watch, especially because that show drops the Lord's name in vain a lot. It really egregiously, like not just like OMG, but like JC constantly. And so that was one I would just I was like, I can't watch this, right? And then also I think the story quality declined. There's been a lot of critique online from fans about like just bizarre fetishes clearly being worked into current episodes of the show. The one strength that I think Rick and Morty had that other animated shows don't, and the one quality that I considered to be not fully redeeming, obviously, it's not a show I watch or recommend, but it was the fact that it genuinely makes use of the medium of animation. Most animated TV shows could be filmed. It's just a family, or it's just a sitcom. And you wonder, why did you go through the trouble of putting pen to paper here? But with Rick and Morty, you have these insane but bizarre scenarios that are only possible in animation. And I appreciate when the medium is leaned into. It's such a shame that the show is so awful, right? But I also think we need more animated shows. And so Rick and Morty isn't the answer here, but we need more animated shows on air that are actually animated shows instead of characters talking back and forth without the medium ever actually being exploited.
Okay. Yeah, good. Hal says, how did you get involved with Tim Pool? I mean, there's a lot of questions about Tim Pool. I didn't realize that you were well known because of that show. Did you find a huge bump in FreedomToons since being on his show? Or?
Well, no, I had a pretty large subscriber base before I started doing Tim Pool, but in terms of as a podcaster, I mean, I do Tim's show more than I do my own podcast, right? Because I podcasted on his show for like 6 straight months. And so...
Is it every night?
Basically every night.
Wild.
And so FreedomToons has always sort of stood on its own as its own thing, but I think people started paying more attention to me as a public speaker when I started doing Tim's show, and that was just because, A, he has a massive platform, and B, I didn't really do podcasts, and that was sort of my first entry into that world. And when I realized that I could do it and enjoyed doing it and wanted to do it, so it doesn't surprise me there's a lot of questions about that. And I'm always like, my heart is always so warmed when I get comments from people like, when are you going back? Like, we miss you. And part of the value of doing TimCast, aside from the fact that he's one of my good friends and I love the people out there, is that I feel like we're not in an echo chamber at all. There's a very diverse audience over there. And I feel as if I am able to bring a uniquely Catholic message to an audience that wouldn't otherwise be getting it, isn't always looking for it, many of whom appreciate it, some of whom don't, but some of whom are somewhere in the middle where they're intrigued by it and they just enjoy that there's a different perspective. I think that's part of what's cool about TimCast is how varied the audience is.
LR Mike says, what are the top 3 spots that you would pilgrimage to if you haven't already? Or maybe even if you have, where's like 3
spots,
places that you would go?
I don't think I've never really done like a former pilgrimage.
A formal?
Yeah, I mean, there's certain sites I visited while I was in the area, but I've never gone like, I'm going to go visit this place. I've never left the continental U.S. I've never been to the Holy Land.
Don't plan to.
Don't plan to. Why would I need to? America's big enough. Oh my goodness. You know, this continent's troubles are sufficient for me.
Presumably you'd like to go to the Vatican.
Yeah.
The Holy Land.
Yeah. I would like to go to the Holy Land. So I was thinking like the Holy Land, the Vatican it would be amazing to see it. And I'm trying to think of where else because I don't want to give something totally like basic, but I also am struggling to think of.
I'll go. And then you tell me what yours are. I like to go, not necessarily in order, but Fatima.
Oh, and that's
Portugal.
That's it. Fatima.
Mount Athos in Greece, even though it's an Orthodox place. I'd love to go there. And the Holy Land.
The Holy Land, yeah. So I can't believe I didn't say Fatima right off the bat. That's it. You picked my answer for me, Fatima. It's my third one.
Okay, good. Let's see. Gator says, thank you for everything you do, Seamus. I know about you because of Michael Knowles and Terry. Who's
Maybe
Terry?
Michael Knowles. I'm trying to think of Terry. Michael Knowles is great. Oh,
he is
Knowles.
great.
Yeah, love that guy. And everyone at the Daily Wire, I know it's like a running joke to rip on him. I think the real punk rock thing to do is to compliment Knowles. And I genuinely mean it. I think he's great.
Knowles, I don't know if Knowles has grown over time and therefore has been able to sort of articulate things
hasn't.
in a...
I just went back to denigrating him. I'm sorry. You keep going with what you're saying.
So I don't know if that's the case or if he's always been this brilliant, but he's less sort of flashy and antagonistic.
Yeah.
I think that way about Clavin. The more I listen to Clavin, the more I respect him.
I really like Clavin a lot.
The way Clavin commented on the Steven Crowder Daily Wire debacle was just so mature and charitable, I thought.
I got to meet and speak with pretty much everyone at the Daily Wire, actually, because we were out there. I was out there with Tim, but Clavin came out and did Tim's podcast about a week before that, and I had the pleasure of meeting him, and he is really great. Like I had seen some of his stuff here and there. I knew I agreed with him. I didn't realize how much I liked him until I sat down and did a podcast with him. Very smart guy, has a lot of wisdom, and he said something that will stick with me for the rest of my life. He said, "Don't believe what you don't believe," and that it sounds so basic. But there's something very real there that modern society has gotten. People will get you tripped up in some kind of vague dialectical and have you admitting to all sorts of absurdities that you know couldn't possibly be true. But, well, I accepted this premise, and so then I have to believe that part of it. And there was something so refreshing about hearing that, and I thought that was such a great way of putting it. Just don't believe what you don't believe, all right? If you don't believe it, you know. Yeah, I can't summarize it any better. Yeah.
Is brilliant. Sometimes I watch it, I'm like, that wasn't that good. But more often than not, I'm blown away by how talented he is at satire.
He's very funny guy. No, I really like him. And I think Knowles has always been brilliant. Like, in spite of his education at Yale, the guy is sharp.
Yeah.
The guy is sharp.
And I have to say, I was just stunned by how humble he is. Like, I mean, who can kind of judge, right? But he seemed like a really humble fella and just someone who just isn't, because I asked Farmer about this when he was here. I said, how do you think Knowles feels after What Is a Woman and seeing Matt Walsh just explode? So even though Knowles has been there for a long time, Matt Walsh is doing podcasts in his car and then he explodes in popularity. Like, is that hard on Knowles? He's like, Matt, honestly, he wouldn't even notice. Like when he's away from work, he's just reading books and hanging out with his wife.
Wow. Yeah.
When I met him, like, oh wow, like he is like that. That's a very impressive thing.
That doesn't shock me. I didn't know that he was like reading books and all this. I'm surprised he's capable. But no, I'm kidding. But for someone in public life to be more focused on what's like in a book than what people are saying about them is a very rare thing today.
Have you had people go after you on YouTube? or no, because most of what you do up until now has been animated?
What do you mean? Like,
well, you see people go after Knowles.
Oh, like critics?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Oh,
Yeah.
you have?
Yes.
Like,
absolutely.
You want to share some of them?
Well,
or
people like try to review and like debunk cartoons that I make,
funny.
which are obviously jokes. Now, here's the thing. I don't like to hide behind, it's just a joke, guys, because sometimes I'm actually making a point. I think it's fair
I'd
to
say
critique and
every
address
single
that.
time you've made a cartoon, you're making a very...
Exactly.
Yeah.
So one thing that really drove me crazy is when Jon Stewart was on Crossfire with Tucker Carlson. And Tucker Carlson was pointing out that Stewart's show made a lot of false claims, The Daily Show. And Stewart went, it's a comedy show. Okay,
Right.
but that point was presented as if it was true when you were actually making a point. You weren't saying that as a joke. And you don't get to have it both ways. You don't get to try to splice education into what you're doing. And then when you get called out for misleading people, say, it was a joke.
Yeah.
So I hate that. However,
Here we go. However, it was a joke.
But I have seen it actually be the case where people will review a cartoon and they will try to debunk something that was clearly a joke and not a point. It's like, dude,
Yeah.
you missed it. You totally missed it. And part of what is so, part of what's been really humbling and something that I think meant a lot to me is one of the first times some like left-wing commentator really went after me, and they had a left-wing audience. There were left-wingers in their audience who were like, oh no, like I like FreedomToons. Like I don't agree with him, but I think it's funny, which is just,
wow, that would have been so cool.
Which for me, growing up, I've always loved comedy, but I'm Catholic and I was raised in a conservative Catholic home. So all of the comedy I saw was making fun of me and my values. But I still enjoyed a lot of these shows. I was able to see, okay, I get that their perspective is different and they're trying to promote something that's not true. And I don't like that. But I can't deny that this was a funny joke. And so I
You
always
just did
hoped,
that, right? With Rick and Morty, with the talent of the illustrators and the jokes of The Simpsons, even if you don't appreciate them.
Exactly.
Agree with them.
And I so there's part of me that would like to hope that people can not agree with my perspective, but still watch and say like, oh, I did like that joke though, or I thought that was funny.
Yeah.
Sometimes you'll get the opposite where someone reveals their hand and they'll say something like, you know, I've seen lefties say, oh, he was like funny when he made fun of Dave Rubin, but I don't like the rest of his stuff. So wait, did I stop being talented when I was making fun of people you like? Or are you only able to take a joke when it's aimed at a person you dislike? And so I think if someone says like, oh, I just don't like this guy's work, I don't think he's funny, fine, fair enough. But whenever someone says, I like your work when you're making fun of this person I think needs to be made fun of, I'm like, then you don't have a sense of humor. And the fact that you like it doesn't really mean all that much to me.
Right. Yeah, because I'm trying to put the shoe on the other foot here, because if you saw somebody making fun of something you found...
Ben Shapiro, I make fun of Ben Shapiro. Like when I started, there's a lot I disagree with Shapiro on, especially over time. I find myself increasingly disagreeing with him. But man, when I first did the Shapiro cartoon, I was a huge fan. I make fun of Jordan Peterson. I make fun of people who I like and agree with. And most of my audience likes and agrees with these people too. So it's like, okay, you have to be able to poke fun at people you agree with. Part of where this comes from for me is, growing up, my oldest brother was really smart and really kind of mean. He was just ruthless, but he was very funny. And there was something bizarrely rewarding about like being made fun of in a way where I actually couldn't help it. I had to laugh. Like, oh, he got me. Like he roasted me. And when you're at an age where you haven't developed the skills to do that, like by the time you're a teenager, you and the guys bust each other's chops and that's more normal. But I'm talking as like a little kid, he would land something on me that was so mean, but it was so funny that I would have to laugh at it. And I think that's why for me, I've never seen there being a conflict between making fun of someone or something that matters to me and genuinely caring for it. Now, obviously there's a line. I would never make fun of the Blessed Virgin or of Christ, and I don't appreciate it when people do. We all have lines and we should. But to say, I like this guy and you made fun of him, maybe I like him. Maybe I like him too, but I'm not going to not make fun of him because of that. That thing he did was funny.
Speaking of not crossing the line, I remembered Ricky Gervais saying, people say you shouldn't punch down. It's ridiculous. What if I have to punch a midget?
Yeah, exactly.
I'll miss him altogether.
No, it's true. Well, and
then he made the distinction between comedy and reality. Like, the reason you laughed is I'm making a joke. Now, if I went out and literally dragged a midget on stage and started punching him in the face.
Yeah. Comedy is a very, very mysterious thing. It's a very mysterious thing because sometimes we laugh because it's true and sometimes we laugh because it's not true.
Yeah. If we laugh because it's true, it tends to be, in my experience, it's because you said something that I half knew.
Exactly, but I couldn't articulate.
And I didn't know anybody else thought, and it's relieving in some sense.
And then also, when people are laughing at something that isn't true, it still comes from a place of laughing at something that's true. That's right. Because the joke is on the person who's on stage. Like, they're kind of going up there and saying, like, I am okay making myself look ridiculous for this joke. The vast majority of the time, when a comedian gets up on stage and makes an offensive joke, the joke is that I'm saying this, not that this is true. But then sometimes it's like, there's a tinge of this is kind of true, but we're not allowed to say it. And then there's also, I'm not allowed to say this, and I'm still saying it, and I'm making myself look bad, and that's also funny.
Yeah.
So there's a million different angles, and people laugh at different things, and even the same thing for very different reasons. And I find it all so fascinating. It's such a nerdy thing to dive into, and the problem is often with comedy, and this is true of many things, but it's most pronounced with comedy, is when you start to explain it, you ruin it.
Yeah.
I think that's true of more than we're willing to admit.
Yeah.
I think that's true of more than we're willing to admit. That is one issue I have even with abstinence-only sex ed programs.
We'll get to that, but that's why the moral after the cartoon for the kids story ruins it, right?
Yes. Well, so do you know that was because
that's why
the U.S. government...
When you see the horror, when you see the villain, you ruin it. It's like show, don't tell.
Yeah.
Or,
exactly.
US government.
I should be telling you what my message is with the story, not in it.
Yeah. Which is why we hate cheesy Christian films.
Exactly.
And their other religious equivalent woke films.
Yes, and part of where I changed as a writer, I sort of mentioned the St. Joseph Novena I prayed in that video really blowing up and my business growing in other areas right after I said the novena. But when I released that video, I think I was really afraid of being misunderstood, especially because we live in this cancel culture and I didn't want to just destroy my career or whatever it is I was worried about. And I think at that point, so many of my cartoons before then, if you look at my stuff like pre-2020, there's much more throat clearing. There's much more, well, we don't mean it this way. I'm just doing more to make it really clear that I don't mean this in the worst possible way.
Yes.
And then I think at some point I just stopped caring and I said, look, I'm just going to make this joke. And if someone wants to take it the wrong way, they're going to. I don't care. Yeah. But
you're also appealing to your audience intelligence when you don't over-explain
exactly.
things. You're trusting them. And there's a sense in which the audience appreciates you giving them that kind of benefit of the doubt.
Well, and you can't do satire if people feel like you're pulling a punch. Like you can't like go slay the sacred cow.
And like, I'm so sorry. You know what I mean?
You can't like slay the sacred cow. Like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. As you're like jabbing this, like, I'm not doing this because I hate you. I'm like you just have to kill the thing, right?
Yes.
And everyone makes, ironically, slaying the sacred cow the idol of comedy. I have to say something bombastic. You just make something funny. And sometimes you make something funny and then it is going to be that and it is going to offend people. But for me, when I make cartoons, I'm not making this going, how are we going to win? Like, how am I going to get my opinion across and help people understand? I just think I want to comment on things that are happening in the world.
Well, this is what Flannery O'Connor said about fiction, that you have to respect your characters. They can't be a walking mouthpiece for your opinions.
Yes.
You have to let them be flesh and blood and react the way that they're likely to react.
She's brilliant.
She's
unbelievably brilliant. I had been recommended her work so many times, and it was recommended honestly very often by like Catholic girls, and I was like, come on, there's gonna be some flowery
nope
emotion. No, this is
the
brutal.
opposite.
and then it was funny because many of the women who recommended Flannery O'Connor to me, it's like it was so long ago that I haven't seen them. It's like I should have respected them so much more for offering that. Like I should have given them so much more props for that recommendation. I'm like, yeah, exactly. I need to. What else? Because It's so dark, but it's so funny, and it is so Catholic. It's all of those things.
And maybe if we go see Nefarious, that's what Nefarious is. It's so dark, but it's right on the nose. And I think she said something to the effect of, if you're speaking to the deaf or the visually impaired, you have to shout and draw in large, startling figures, something to that effect. And that's certainly what Nefarious does.
And I think with Flannery, it was Conan O'Brien who described it this way, but he said, you're reading these stories expecting it to be written by some bitter old alcoholic, and it's just this beautiful little Southern Catholic lady.
Yeah.
And
that's right.
It's and he's correct in some sense, but he's not. He's not, because there's too much goodness to those stories. She's not a cynic. She's not writing cynically. Like she's not saying, screw it, nothing matters, let's all be nihilists. That's what most dark comedy today is, almost all of it, frankly. That's one of the big problems with Rick and Morty, is like, oh, Morty, nothing matters, isn't that deep? And it's supposed to be like, wow, that's so profound. You're saying that thing everyone has heard over and over again for the last 40 years. But with Flannery O'Connor, it's clear that she isn't sitting there going, how do I get my readers to believe in Catholicism? She's just trying to make something good. And that's really what I strive to do with FreedomToons, is I just want to make something funny. I want to make something that people are going to enjoy. I want people to look back on our videos someday, if we ever stop making them in my lifetime. Maybe they'll have to kill me before they can kill FreedomToons. I don't know. But I want people to look back on our best stuff. And this is a very ambitious goal, but my hope would be that people would look back on our best videos the way that I look back on the old Onion videos, where it's like, oh, why aren't they doing this anymore? This was so good.
Mike, it's funny you bring that up. I've been watching, just the last week, Onion videos from like 2013.
Yeah, they're incredible. The
Unbelievable. What the hell happened to them?
2008 to from 2008 to 2013 was the best stuff they ever produced. Their YouTube channel was incredible. Part of what happened is they had a TV show, and then they cut some of that up into YouTube segments, so there was a bit more of a budget. And then YouTube, I think, was also offering different popular outlets online money to create content for their platform. And I think that money probably ran out or something along those lines, because you can see a steep decline, like right around 2013. It just goes way downhill. But the old Onion stuff is clearly political. Yeah. It is clearly leftist commentary. It's very clear. Like, if you understand leftism, it's obvious what their angle is, but it's so funny. It's so well done. And that's the kind of thing that...
I watched this the other day. Is the government spying on schizophrenics enough?
Oh, yes. Yes. Was so genius. Genius. They had a great one. The situation in Nigeria seems complex. And that's one of my favorite. I have to... People go watch these.
No, I saw that one as well.
One of their funniest... They had a morning show called... Today Now.
New psychedelic weight loss drug transforms food into monstrous hallucinations.
One of my favorites was Patriotic Teen Fail Spanish Class. They had there were two. They had
the one about the new way Ohio is doing executions being
the Ohio death where they ripped
the head out. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Yeah,
they're all covered in blood, talking about how humane it is.
yeah. It's a machine that grabs your head and just rips it off, and it's so funny.
You should text me like your 10 favorite. I would love to be introduced to the work, because as I say, it was just this last week. Someone sent me one from back in 2013.
One of my favorites is two teen girls go on to like plea for missing friend / gossip. And their friend's been missing. And so they're like, please, if you're out there, Jessica from third period is totally pregnant. And like, I won't do it justice, but my point is just that when I look back at that, the Onion was obviously politically motivated in some sense, but they were just trying to make something funny. Yes. They really were. You can see the leftist perspective in a lot of it. Some of it is like just this is just a joke, but then some of it is I can tell what the perspective of the person who wrote this is, but it doesn't intrude.
But the tail's not wagging the dog.
Exactly. And so that's the goal with FreedomToons. That's the goal, is when I'm writing something, I really am just trying to make something funny, and people know where I stand, but I don't want to force it on them. And if I have, then I've failed. If people are watching this going, this is really heavy-handed, then I failed. I genuinely just want to make people laugh with this stuff.
That's awesome.
There's a British comedian who's active right now that not a lot of Americans have heard of, that is great about this, about like a liberal perspective, but it's funny because it's funny. And it's James Acaster.
Yeah, I think you showed me him.
Yeah, he has this bit about the British Museum stealing stuff that is like clearly. He's like, if if this guy, he's bigger than you, and he nicked something off you, and he nicked it off you because he put it in a case and talked about how important it is to your people and your culture. You'd be forgiven for thinking, I don't think he's got a case here. So you go walk up to his house, and your friends are like, do you need some help? He's like, nah, I've got this. And so you walk up to the door and you say, knock, knock, knock. Can I have that? Can I have that back? I don't think so. We're still looking at it.
That's pretty good.
Which is clearly just a bit about imperialism,
yeah, for sure,
but it's so funny.
But that's what good comedy should be, though. That's what good comedy should be. It makes light of the situation. It makes you laugh about something that you maybe had not considered in that way, without him going up on that stage and going, so I'm like sick of white males. Anyone else here? And then like people in the audience clap and laugh for whatever reason because the man on stage said something they agree with.
Louis
like
C.K.
comedy routines have turned into political rallies, man. And I'm not a stand-up comedian telling people how to do stand-up. I'm just saying, as someone who writes comedy and is an audience of stand-up who does appreciate the art form, I don't want to see a political rally.
Yeah, so it's like stand-up routines are very often political rallies, and late-night comedy shows are just what, CNN shows?
It's like literally CNN. It's CNN. But it's CNN. It's like, we're being bad and subversive, aren't we edgy? So it makes you feel a little bit like you're on the outside. Like, oh, I can't believe Stephen Colbert went there. I can't believe Stephen Colbert went there after those anti-vaxxers. Like, how brave, Yeah. It's totally lame.
What's something you've watched lately that you're like, this was funny?
Something you mean like something I watched, or something that came out recently?
Yeah, maybe what's the latest thing that came out that you watched and thought this was really good?
Oh man, that's actually tough for me to say. Almost, I really hate to sound pessimistic here, but whenever I find something that's genuinely funny, it's older.
Yeah.
I'll definitely have, people around me or friends will say things that I think are hilarious. Like, I'm not like, I don't laugh at anything that was said after 2014, but I'm really struggling to think of anything in media that's been produced recently. But I also don't watch much. Yeah. I don't watch movies or TV very often.
I may have shared this with you, but my mate John Henry and I went up to his cabin and we were hanging out. Like, hey, let's watch something. Yeah. So we tried to watch a movie, got bored with it. Tried to watch a couple of comedy shows, got bored of it. We ended up just watching Trump rallies, the best of Trump, because he was incredible. So much funnier.
He's so funny.
He
goes up there and he delivers, and Trump was incredible. The charisma, the level at which he could get an audience riled up. I have no idea what the future holds or what a 2024 campaign is going to look like. But what I do know is the energy that he brought to his political rallies. And again, this is as someone who hasn't attended one, but I have friends who attended them. I also watched them as you
can
have.
Tell by watching them, yeah. They're electric.
There's this strange combination where everyone is amped up, but you don't feel like you're watching some dictator going, go get those people there, and everyone goes, yes, and claps. It's this very like upbeat, happy, energetic, like, yeah, those people, they do kind of suck. Here's how they're screwing you, but like, we're going to make fun of them, and we're going to kind of make light of this in a way where we're taking it seriously, but we're also not out here like fascists. That's the thing. Trump always got accused of being a fascist. His rallies were totally antithetical to fascism. That's not what a fascist rally looks like, dude. A fascist rally is angry. They're screaming. They're chanting, right? And this is also why, for as much as I despise when the right goes, the left are the real racist, sexist, homophobes, fascists, whatever, the left really is a fascist movement in this country. It just doesn't realize it. The fascism is a very broadly and vaguely defined term. And I think leftism, as it's tried to come to power, at least in America, has fallen under the fascist framework in many ways. There are some areas where it's obvious. So, for example, if you like read what Benito Mussolini and Giovanni Gentile had to write about fascism, they say things like, the church must be subordinate to the state. That's just a run-of-the-mill liberal perspective, right? We don't even consider that to be far to the left. But the idea of a totalitarian state controlling everything is openly a part of fascism. Gentile and Mussolini, The Origin of Doctrine of Fascism, write, nothing of value, human or spiritual, can exist outside of the state. That doesn't sound like Trump to me. I can tell you who that does sound like, and it doesn't sound like Trump. And... there's a lot of negativity in fascism. That's an understatement. Like, it just feels like fascism feels like it's like so negative. But but Trump's rallies, they were so upbeat. And I'm not saying I'm in love with everything he said or done. The point here isn't to simp for him, but it is to say he was fun. In like fascism. It's not fun, and fascist leaders aren't fun. They present themselves as stern, strong authority figures, and people did feel Trump had their back, but he didn't come off in a too self-serious a way. He was clearly having fun with it. You know, Did fascist leaders, are they out there having fun with it? I don't know.
No, the fascism kind of stuff is more what I see like BLM rallies where you have somebody shrill who's screeching, and there's just this very oppressive climate where no one's making light of anything.
Exactly. Everything is deadly serious. And this is why the left is bad at comedy. All of their comedy now is, like I said, it's a political speech. Ironically, left-wing comedy is more like an actual fascist speech than any Trump rally. Because the people there don't have a genuine reaction where they want to laugh. They're cheering for you because you said something about the bad people. They're cheering for you because you pointed out that I'm an oppressed victim, and this is the political ideology I'm supposed to espouse, and you're clearly on my team. There's tribalism in everything. I'm not saying tribalism makes something fascist, but I would just say that a lot of what's called comedy now that you see from the left is much more in line with the kind of creepy fascist conformism that they accused the MAGA movement of.
Well, as we wrap up.
Are we wrapping up? You don't want me to beat Farmer?
Do you want to go 2 more hours? I don't know.
If you don't want to go 2 hours, we don't have to. We can wrap up, but... we will have to beat George Farmer at some point.
We have to at some point.
We do already have 3 hours under our belt.
It wasn't fair with George because I had comfy chairs set up in the cigar lounge, whiskey. We were ready. We were set, you know?
Yeah.
We have to...
Is this chair too uncomfortable for you?
We could tag team it.
It's not uncomfortable. It's just not a couch.
But I need you to look at the camera and say, George, this was my choice.
George, this was my choice.
I would listen. I was going to bring you to your territory and I was going to beat you, but I'm under this man's roof. I have to respect his rules. Isn't that what conservatism is all about? Respecting property rights?
So people...
No, that's not what it's all about, actually.
Instead of green fangs eating soup again, if you've watched up until this point, and you've actually watched the whole thing, not just if you watched this last 3 minutes, I would like you to write in the comment section to prove that you've watched up until now, George won.
No,
just two words.
God.
George
no, I'm not getting
won.
off. You are going to have to wrap the show. I don't consent to ending the show. You're going to have to wrap it up without me then. I'm just going to sit here and I'm gonna keep
of the
talking.
non-aggression principle.
That's exactly. I'm literally going to sit here and keep talking. And if you want to wrap up, you can wrap up.
Fine,
but
that's
this
on
cannot
you.
be. That cannot be George. I don't give him this.
I wanted to let people know that me and Father Jason are going to Ukraine this Sunday, and we are bringing like food and diabetic medication and clothing. Actually, not so much food, but the clothing and the diabetic medication and other things to different kind of orphanages and things over there. If you want to support that endeavor, none of the money goes to me or Father Jason. It goes directly to the people there who are helping. Look what he just texted me. I acknowledge your choice and proclaim victory. He just texted
Let me see that phone.
You text him. What if you just get him on speakerphone and you guys chat?
I would totally do that. Look,
we could tag team it. Just like go to the wide angle.
I don't know your password.
I
I can't get in.
Yeah.
I can't get in.
All right,
you call him. You put him on speakerphone.
I was going to say, all right, I'll call him. You heard that right, George. We're going to give you a call. Anyway, would you mind putting a link to that donation page for folks under here in case anybody wants to support? I don't know, but I know we put it under the one I just did with Father Jason. So at some point, if you could just...
you also look at your Slack?
Okay. All right, let's just chill. Let's just chill. Let's just hang. Let's just kick it old school.
We're gonna call George. And
I'll call George. All right, let's see. What am I looking at in the Slack?
I'd like to speak to the manager, Matt.
My most recent message to you.
All right.
Now,
Thrsdy. Oh yeah. Okay. All right. I'll think about it before announcing it.
okay.
All right. Let's call Georgie.
One thing I'd like to plug again, by the way, freedomtoons.com. We've just relaunched and revamped our website. If you appreciate what I'm doing, please go over there, subscribe. You're going to help us make a lot more awesome content.
Hey, George.
Hello.
You're on speakerphone and you're live on Pints with Aquinas with Seamus Coughlin.
George, how do you feel about having the system rigged in your favor? Let's have a conversation about privilege.
I feel like the Biden administration on the night of the election in November 2020.
So glad he made that joke.
about to get the channel deleted, and
Thanks,
I like
George.
your angle. You know what? I think we got off on the wrong foot, George.
I fully expect you to support the Fradd family when this whole thing tanks now.
And
I have no
Thursday.
idea what
And Thursday. You
Oh
got
my
both of us.
gosh. You know what, George? You're all right. You're all right. Maybe we got off on the wrong foot here.
Seamus, it was a great episode. What can I say?
Oh,
You
you're
didn't
too
have quite
kind.
As much good quality content as I did. That's fine. It's fine.
Oh, you're just saying that. You're just saying that.
I'm actually in the DailyWire studios right now, as it happens to be, and I'm going to hunt down Mr. Knowles to celebrate my victory.
No, hold on a second. It's not a victory.
Wait, can we
the
get,
system is
can we
rigged.
see how many hosts from Daily Wire we can get on the phone
Can we
simultaneously?
see how many
This is-
Daily Wire hosts we can get on the phone to say hi?
This is unbelievable. This is what I'm saying. The system
Are
is
you kidding
rigged.
me? It's Friday afternoon. They've all gone home. They all,
Ah!
Wow.
Half days all
That's
around.
what happens
What
when you
about
hire Catholics.
Jeremy? Is he still in that gorgeous office of his?
somewhere probably. The studios are too big. I get lost when I'm here. It's like walking around in a maze.
This is. I'm literally. I'm starting a coup in the chat. By the way.
What'd you say?
Well, you know, everyone in chat is saying this is unbelievable. Seamus wins. I can't believe they're doing this to Seamus. We will never
having
accept
a
the victory that was
completely
thrown upon us. You literally. This was like a podcast victory by mail-in ballot. Is all I'll say.
Yeah, the entertaining comment that I can see here is George won, but Seamus is more entertaining. So you have the Pyrrhic victory in the content wars.
I'm sorry you had to see that, George.
It's fine, don't worry. I've got a thick skin these days.
Yeah, I hear you. You have to develop it if you want to survive in this marketplace.
I could just send George the link to the Ecamm thing.
Yeah, that's right. What if we send you a link to Ecamm and we put you on the screen and you can show us all the dirty secrets of Daily Wire?
And then just go on for 2 more hours? Yeah, sure. That sounds like a great idea.
All right, brother. God bless.
All right, guys.
It was good meeting you, man.
Oh, yeah, you never chatted with him before.
Yeah, I've never chatted with him before.
Well, maybe we can keep chatting.
I mean, no, I've already been robbed. Shame on Matt.
Can it just be? Can we just be chill though? Can it just be us?
Yeah, like if you need,
Yeah.
like,
Listen,
if
Not
we need a-
trying.
No.
Can I respond to text messages
Matt, I didn't
live?
realize you were trying.
Oh, you bastard! I was trying my best.
Somebody in the chat said "Potato Man greater than English man."
Oh,
I think.
Hey,
that's,
I'm from
I think that's
Wales.
racist twice.
that is offensive. Listen.
Oh, I'm Welsh too. Are you Welsh? Matt?
Yeah.
Lot is a Welsh name.
Is it?
Yeah.
I heard, and maybe you can look this up. Let's just get Thrsdy to look stuff up. If I heard that 2 D's next to each other in Welsh make TH. And if
What?
that's true, my name is Matthew Frath, which is pretty fantastic.
That's pretty cool. Math Frath?
Math Frath.
I like that.
Matty Freddy.
Man. Yeah, I'm sorry that it
So
was so
here's the
hard to-
problem. Yeah, this is. I want you to think in your. I don't know if I have to Google this, right? But I have to type it out. So I have to type it out in a way where I type 2 D's next to each other and don't get something else.
Okay, well, careful. Pretty sure we have Covenant on that computer.
Yeah, it's but no, it's been a lot of fun. Obviously, I'm sorry if you felt we were
I
trying
need-
too hard, Matt, you know.
I need
thought-
somebody.
Yeah, it is pronounced as TH.
I need somebody to bring us food.
I would love some food. Is that it? Are you hungry?
I kinda-
I'm
probably-
dude. I'm honestly messing with you. If you really feel
No,
you
we
need to
could
get
probably
food,
get
if you really
McCloskey
feel
to
you need to
bring
get
us
food,
Oh, McCloskey. Are
Because
you
it's
watching?
3:30. Yeah, he is. He's in the chat.
Oh, McCloskey. Go get us food. Then people have to watch us eat.
so what?
That's their fault for watching this
Yeah,
long.
if you want to watch a seat, if you want to be weird, you can go ahead and do that.
This isn't about you. This isn't about me.
This is about me.
This is about us trying to
This is
bury
about being
George.
Look, all I'm saying is, I'm only able to make it out here every so often. Last time was
Let's do it.
almost 2
All
years
right,
ago.
Can you text or call Matt and see if he just
Yeah,
bring
hold on.
us
Can I put Matt on
food?
speakerphone now?
Yeah, and Diet Coke. Oh, I love Diet Coke. That's my weakness.
Oh, my dad's calling me.
All right, answer it.
Should I?
On speaker.
I want to. Hey,
is
Dad.
Is he watching?
I'm on Pints with Aquinas right now. Can I put you on speaker? Okay. All right. Hey, everybody. This is my dad.
Hey.
G'day, g'day. Nice to chat with you again.
Good to see you.
What is
Yeah.
happening?
Yeah. No cigar this time.
We have the cigars for you.
Okie doke.
Sorry to put you on the spot. I can take you off speaker at any moment
Yeah,
if you want
hey,
that.
Matt,
You let me
could
know
you,
if there's something.
This is the
No,
best.
you can keep me on speaker. Your mom's not in the car.
He says you can keep me on speaker. Your mom's not in the car. My dad, Jim.
Hey, Jim.
Yo, go get Martoni.
Jim, can I
Bring us
ask you
3
to put
meatball
in a
subs.
pitch for Opus Dei on Pints with Aquinas right now?
Yeah. I got you.
Opus Dei is a great way of living out what the Second Vatican Council asked us all to do. Grab
heretics?
the
No, sir.
graces of our baptism with both hands and have a plan of life and help others get to heaven with you.
Amen.
A plan of life is so important, isn't it? Like, we sometimes think of it as restrictive, and yet there hasn't been a day gone by that I haven't brushed my teeth, that I haven't, had a shower, those sorts
You're
of
not
things.
an animator.
Yeah, fair enough.
That is
Since
bringing
college
us.
anyway, man.
Since
right?
college. Yeah. Is there any wisdom you'd like to impart to this audience now that you have this platform? Use it responsibly. It's gotta be very careful.
There are 635
No, just-
people watching.
The stuff you say on the internet never goes away, so I'm going to
The stuff you say on the.
give it to me later.
All right,
bye.
I love you, Dad. I love you.
Catch me outside. How about that?
Best dad in the world.
Did Matt get
Best
in
dad
touch?
the world.
Yeah, so I just called Matt. He's bringing us 3 6-inch meatball subs.
And a Diet Coke. Tell him I need a Diet Coke.
Okay, hold on.
Tell him we'll compensate him, not just for the food, but Seamus will pay him for his time.
What?
Yeah, you.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
What?
All right, maybe we can do this.
Business card.
We can do this, 100%.
We should just be organic with it because I don't want to
No,
waste the
let's be
audience's
stale.
time.
No,
Yeah.
let's waste it.
What? Well, now we're gonna lose
Anything
viewers.
to beat George.
That's kind of how I'm feeling right
See,
now.
right now
But
he's
he was
walking through DailyWire,
You know what? George
chatting
seems
with
like a nice
Mike.
guy. George seems like a kind gentleman.
No, that's he's English.
It's true. I don't
So
trust them.
We
as
are going to
people.
beat him, and he's not going to know that we haven't stopped.
So I looked
And
it up.
so-
It's 5:02:17. So do you guys want to end at 5:03 exactly?
I think that's
Yes.
probably. I
could
think
do
that's
that.
exactly what
Okay,
we should
cool.
do.
So
but hold on, did we
can
start
I take-
exactly at noon?
what time? How long have we been going for?
3:27:28.
We can
So
do
we
this.
have, but we did start right
Yeah,
at
why don't
noon.
we just read a book?
Yeah, let's read out loud.
Can I plug my favorite short story ever?
Yes.
yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, so there's this
Yeah,
short
we're gonna
story.
need
Oh wait,
you.
we can't have meat. It's Friday. Call him now.
Call him now.
I'm upset that you realized it, and now I'd be culpable for eating it.
Yeah,
I want you to know
exactly.
that.
Oh, I shouldn't have told you.
What are we going to eat?
What about just like regular
it's
like pizza
Friday.
or something?
What about cheese pizza?
Can you just get cheese pizza? Just get
And Diet Coke.
and
So much
and they don't have Coke. They have Pepsi.
Damn it. Diet Pepsi's fine.
Diet Pepsi is fine. He
It's
said.
not really, but
Yeah, could you just get cheese pizza? Get enough. You can come up and hang out.
we'll
with
pay
me.
you back.
Yeah, and we'll pay you back.
But lots of it, like 2 big ones.
2 big ones. He said.
Yeah. Yes, that would be amazing.
Yep.
And we'll
Yeah,
save
yeah,
a
yeah,
piece
yeah.
for George, and I'll
Yeah,
put it
yeah.
up here, and it'll rot and go hard, and that will be
You'll
that will
preserve
be
it.
your trophy. The,
You'll freeze
the
it. We'll
rotting
be the-
piece of pizza.
Yeah, we'll have to get it
Thanks.
like
So-
preserved.
Yeah, what were you gonna say?
So there's this collection of short stories that came out a couple years ago, like a decade now, called Forbidden Thoughts, and most of them are just kind of mediocre. They're all sci-fi short stories written by more conservative authors who are just sick of sci-fi becoming leftist.
Yeah.
But there's this one, and it's by John C. Wright, who is an atheist convert, and this one was written after he converted to Catholicism, and it's called By His Cockle Hat and Staff. And I cannot explain it without spoiling it. But I would like to tell everyone that if they want a beautiful meditation on love
Yeah.
and the effects that small actions have on society and how you ought to treat yourself, then they should go read it.
What's it called again?
The book is called Forbidden Thoughts, and the story is called By His Cockle Hat and Staff by John C. Wright.
Lovely, thank you.
So everybody go read that. I read it
Yeah.
out loud to my roommate the other night. That's why I was thinking about it.
How romantic. I'm sure he appreciated that.
He fell asleep. I read a story for him to fall asleep.
That's like not a
amazing.
recommendation, you know. But no, I do want to say actually, I obviously
Hate
I'm
George
joke.
Farmer.
He's a bad person. He's a
Number
horrible
one,
man.
Number two,
Number two,
I'm going to sue you.
I'm gonna sue
I am
you.
going to sue.
No, I honestly was giving you a hard time, and I don't want to waste the audience's time, but also I don't get out here very often. I really enjoy our conversations. Like, I don't think this comes close to topping it, but I want to say the first interview I did on your show, or the only other one, was like my favorite interview I've ever given. Like, I was so happy with that. I thought it was a really good conversation.
What was it about it that you...
I just feel that I felt that we really had a good conversation and had a substantive discussion of a wide variety of issues, and you were asking enough questions to kind of prod and get more information from me. It wasn't like we were sitting around agreeing with each other, but I was also, I was almost nervous about doing a sequel, so to speak. But it was like, well, I just kind of want to have a conversation and enjoy it and take it for what it's worth, instead of looking at this as like, am I topping the last one that we did? So that's part of why that's part of why I'm kind of joking about like us needing to go this long. If you want to, okay, well,
we have to. Sorry,
but
what I've found as like an interviewer is that when I'm trying. Like if I have a particular topic I'm trying to excavate, but sometimes, not always, but sometimes that's quite exhausting.
Yeah, interesting.
But if it's just a chat, like if the cameras were off right now and we were just sitting around here like just chatting, that actually ends up being a more enjoyable discussion. And as a listener, I often appreciate those conversations more.
Well, and that's kind of why I was enjoying some of the conversation on comedy, because that's such a... It's not a specifically Catholic topic, and I feel like we've definitely hit a number of things today. Like the first interview I did here, it was more on the sort of issues that you would probably expect us to discuss. And it's not to say comedy's outside of that entirely, but it is fun, and I think even enjoyable and worthwhile for the audience to be able to hear us have conversations.
Have you
about
ever tried stand-up?
I did a little bit of stand-up when I was younger. Yeah, when I was like 19, 20, I used to do open mics, and then there was this little improv group that wanted me to come back and like open for them. So then I would open for them pretty often. But the landscape I was in, to be honest, was a little bit gross, right? Like especially the improv shows after were really, really vulgar and terrible. Like some of the worst things I've ever heard in my life were said there. Just like blasphemies I didn't think I could hear anywhere but hell. But
just want to throw this out there. If you want to send us a super chat, we'd really appreciate paying for our pizza.
Pay for someone to buy us pizza. But no, I really liked doing it. I really liked doing stand-up. I just I didn't do it enough to really be good. I thought I was good. The audience laughed, but no one's good when they first start something like that. You can't be. So even though I would get a good reaction from the audience every time, I'm sure if I ended up playing to different rooms, I would have ended up bombing, or I certainly needed to sharpen my ability. I just, I enjoyed it. I definitely enjoyed it, but it's not something I really stuck with, because my only opportunity to do it was with a group of people who were really doing a lot of very vulgar humor. And also I was so focused on like animation and writing comedy in that area that was more of my outlet for it. And then,
do you ever have people ask you how they get into cartoon?
All the time.
Cartoonery?
Yeah. All the time. People will ask like, how can I learn? People will ask,
they tend to
how
be
can I get a job?
Younger folks asking that?
A mixture.
Oh, what a holy shnikes!
What is it?
You didn't have to do that.
Oh my gosh!
What is this?
Just so everybody knows, they have their phones in front of them with the chat now. So
yeah, this is where we've gone to. Like, we don't care anymore. We have no caring. This fella says, "Pizza's on me today, boys. Thanks for the good times." He gave us $50.
Retropocalypse.
That is very. Thank you so much for that. That is very kind. That is very kind. That is very kind.
I would not recommend reading the rest of the chat.
Okay.
I tried with zero success to keep them on topic.
Oh my god. The comedy's interesting.
I think I can be funny when I give a talk.
Yes.
I think I'm entertaining. I think I'm funny.
I'm gonna put this on the bingo card.
But I'm not good. I would be terrified to get up and do a comedy spiel.
Yeah.
And I would be bad at it.
Well, I mean, when you're giving a talk.
And a lot of that I think has to do with the expectations of the audience.
Exactly. when you give a talk, that's exactly it. People don't need a talk to be hilarious, and often they're going to them kind of expecting to be bored.
Yeah.
So if you throw any comedy in there,
right.
it's like, oh, great, this is engaging.
Yes.
I have to say, Jason Everett, I saw one of his talks when I was in high school.
Did you? He came to your school?
He came to a church in the area, and my parents brought us, and I was like,
he's terrific.
I was like, you're going to bring me to some abstinence talk. Like, I was like, I know the rules. I don't need to go see this.
And
this
honestly,
is gonna be boring.
no one's offering, so we're good.
I was like,
the
nobody
chats are
likes me.
But
No one's even showing a little bit of cleavage to me.
But it was amazing. I loved it. I thought his talk was phenomenal. I already agreed with what he was saying, but I expected it to be lame.
Yeah.
I was probably a difficult audience member to win over in some sense, and I saw us talking. I thought, this is really good. I thought he was I like the work he does.
He is extraordinarily funny.
He had this really good bit where he was talking about something very dark, but he discussed it in a way where he was able to make it funny without downplaying how horrible it was.
Yeah.
He had this line where he said the first time he'd seen pornography, he knew there was something wrong with it. One of his friends brought a porno mag out. Yeah. And so he crumpled it up and threw it in the bushes, and he said, my dad was surprised to find the hedges were growing porn. I was like, that is such a good line.
Yeah.
That's such a good line. Now, I've set you all up with the expectation that I was going to say something funnier, which means that joke's not going to hit as hard. But hearing that for the first time as an audience member, I was like, that's hysterical. That's a good joke.
Yeah,
it's a good joke.
He said
it's like a funny line.
He said to me once, and I think it's excellent, that the comedy in his talks is like the anesthesia before the incision. Because he's going to say some hard
difficult
truths to you that you're going to have to hear.
And I think that's one very valuable use of comedy. People always go, well, comedy's about punching up and challenging the powerful, et cetera, et cetera. Everyone wants to give you a lecture on what comedy is about. And I believe there's a purpose to everything. So surely I can't say there's no purpose to comedy, just laugh.
I gave a talk
Well, I just want to finish this thought. I can't sit here and tell you like exactly what the purpose is. There could be multiple purposes, but I think that can be one very good purpose, is like making people, that anesthesia before the incision. You're going to say something difficult.
It bonds you.
Yeah.
You all feel united. It's kind of like why we love concerts. We all kind of experiencing this thing and enjoying it together.
Exactly. But then there has to be something unique about the purpose of comedy, because we have other things that bond us. Like, what is it about comedy specifically? Like, why has God given us this gift? It's difficult. And I remember looking into this a while back and just trying to find Catholic information on what we believe the purpose of comedy is. Maybe I just didn't look hard enough, but I couldn't find anything that was really thoroughly fleshed out. I'm going to
text Jimmy Aiken and see if he'll call in.
Please do. I would love that. I would love that.
I'm going to read...
Would you mind giving a call to help us understand the purpose of comedy? And I will...
Somebody asked if you've seen the new Puss in Boots, Seamus.
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay. Somebody gave $20 more for pizza.
My gosh. Wow, that is so kind. And
then somebody named Mrs. Homemaker, that's a great username, gave $5 and said that your kids show, they were wondering if EWT and Reformed would be having that.
So right now we're self-producing. Like I said, we're still in pre-production. We wrapped up the storyboard phase, and I've been sitting on it and working out exactly the next direction we're going to take it in, because I mentioned with FreedomToons, I've been extremely busy sort of getting myself out of the weeds and focusing on some expansion there. So this is going to be part of that expansion, but it's not a part that we've reached yet where it's going to dictate a lot of my time and energy, but probably over the next couple of weeks is when we're going to start letting the gears turn and put ideas together about where we're going to pitch this, who we're going to try to get to finance it. It may end up being self-financed and placed behind some kind of paywall, but there are a lot of options. There are a lot of options right now.
We have a lot of super chats here.
Oh my gosh!
You asked for. Oh, you did? Okay.
Yes. The chat is also all just spamming Big Chungus, so I'm going to say it to make them stop.
What does that mean?
Is that I don't know, but maybe it's because we're eating food.
You know what Big Chungus is.
No, yeah,
Matt definitely doesn't know what Big Chungus is.
No. It's a meme.
Yeah,
it's a meme.
I'm okay, don't know.
It's a really fat
it's okay not
Bugs
knowing,
Bunny,
dude.
and
You're
that's
like
the whole joke.
Yeah, it's okay that you don't know. It's okay that you don't know.
Thanks, man. Pitch it to DailyWire. Can you talk about your conversations with DailyWire? I mean, I know you can't share all of it, but...
no, I mean, I just had a brief conversation with them about... I just had a brief conversation with Jeremy Boring about potential ideas, but I'm super busy. They're super busy. We haven't actually put anything together with it.
What if we talk about, we spoke a bit about this a little bit last night, about how finding that balance between appreciating and being grateful and listening to and even promoting what certain conservative commentators are doing, not having to get on board with everything, but not having to put your nose up in the air because they're not as pure as you think they should be.
There's this idea of not letting perfect become the enemy of good. I think that really applies here. Look, it's complicated because you're correct that we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And if there are ideas being promoted by an organization that we disagree with, we should be willing to challenge those ideas. But at the same time, you don't want to completely write somebody off because they don't agree with you entirely or because there's things their organization is doing that they think are wrong. I guarantee you a lot of the people, like, it's impossible to have any large business without even the people there vastly disagreeing on exactly what you should do, the direction you should go in, and what you should believe. The truth is, as Catholics, we're blessed to have the fullness of the truth, and not everyone has that. And we need to fight a very important spiritual war, and this cultural battle we're engaged in is related to that. And we want to affect change. We want to understand that politics is the art of what you can get done, but at the same time, being pragmatic to the point where you're justifying cowardice and now you won't correct things that you disagree with from people in your own movement also ironically stops you from getting things done because now your movement's not even moving in the right direction. But I hear what you're saying, and I think we mostly agree. You see a lot of people who will complain, for example, about Jordan Peterson. And I like Jordan Peterson. I think that there's a lot he's correct about. I think that...
Yeah, I don't know.
Someone's asking if we have a Gatorade bottle up here, and no, we don't.
Above your right hand?
Like here?
I don't see a Gatorade bottle.
Beer stein, although it's a Budweiser beer stein, so we might have to...
Oh, is he talking about the whiskey glasses?
Yeah, we have no Gatorade bottle. That's your answer.
All right, so...
But Jordan Peterson.
Okay, so as I was saying about Jordan Peterson, people have very short memory spans. And it's absolutely correct to say that there's a lot we disagree with Jordan Peterson on. And what's going to happen as time goes on is those disagreements are either going to become more pronounced or we're going to reconcile.
Oop.
I don't see any alternative there. Is this Jimmy Aiken?
Yep. Is that okay if we...
100%. I'll finish my spiel after. Yeah.
What a guy.
Yeah.
I love this man so much. He's one of the kindest people I've ever...
Seriously. I've only spoken to him once, but he's very kind.
Howdy, Matt.
Hey, Jimmy, you are on Pints with Aquinas on speakerphone.
Okay, awesome.
And you're with a friend of mine, Seamus Coughlin, who runs a YouTube channel called FreedomToons. He's a big fan of the work you've done. And he had a question.
Nice to meet you, Seamus.
Yeah. Good to meet you. I actually wanted to ask you about comedy. We're having a discussion about comedy, and I write it as part of my living. And I'm realizing it's been very difficult to find Catholic theology that really nails down the parameters or even just the purpose of comedy. And it's possible I haven't been looking hard enough. And so Matt recommended that we ask you. And so here we are.
Okay. Well, there are different theories about comedy in the scientific community. It is something that has been studied for quite some time. Because it's a somewhat mysterious phenomenon.
Yeah.
It is something that is built into human nature. And this is something that became clear to me when I was, a number of years ago, I was friends with a family that had a girl who was born deaf. And even though she had never heard another person laughing, she would run around and play and laugh her heads off with the other children.
Yeah.
And so the fact she was laughing audibly meant she wasn't just imitating what she saw other children doing. She might open her mouth if that was the case, but not actually expel laughter.
Wow.
And so laughter is something that's built into human nature. It is also shared by some other species. it has been proposed that, for example, human laughter is the human equivalent of a behavior that is displayed by chimpanzees when they play with each other. They make a kind of pant noise, which is similar to our ha-ha noise. Also, if you look at other species, they can get even closer to human laughter. I was surprised a while back to watch videos of foxes being tickled, and the foxes sound like humans when they laugh. And so laughter is something that crosses the species barrier, and that would indicate that it's, number one, built into our nature, and number two, that it has an important function. And presumably, one of the social functions that laughter does in general with other species is it's a signal of happiness and play. You may notice, for example, that different species have different ways of signifying playfulness. For example, dogs have what's known as a play bow, where they lower the front half of their body and raise their tail.
Yeah.
And that's a way of signaling to other dogs, I'm not threatening, I want to play with you. So laughter seems to serve as a signal that that I'm enjoying myself, we're playing, and so forth. This is not a threatening situation. This is not a fight. And so that's what laughter seems to do. But laughter is triggered in humans by humor.
Yeah.
And so that would suggest that humor is essentially a kind of play. And, but for what reason play? Well, there are various reasons. One of the things we do by play is we learn about the world. That's why kittens play fight, and why boys play cops and robbers, or cowboys and Indians, or Spartans and Athenians, or whatever the local variant is, because as adults they may be called upon to fight in real circumstances, and so they get experience handling each other, both puppies and kittens and humans, by simulating dangerous experiences that they will later encounter in life. And so that's the fundamental purpose of play. There's also another aspect of play, which is social bonding. As a result of people engaging in play, including humorous play, they're bonded socially. If you go to a theater and you're watching a comedy and it's a good comedy, everybody in the audience has an experience of social bonding as a result of laughing at it, or talking about that sitcom episode everybody saw last night back in the days when there were only 3 TV channels. And so there's a social bonding element that also promotes survival in humans by helping social groups that have common bonding experiences work together better and continue to exist. So there's a survival advantage to sharing common experiences that are pleasant with other members of the group that you're depending on for survival. Now, all of that proceeds from an evolutionary perspective, but I think there's another potential dimension here, which is, it seems to me that humor is based on the recognition of a certain kind of beauty. Whenever we find something funny, I think what we're doing is we're recognizing something beautiful. And so I think humor also can be conceived of as a kind of experience of beauty. And that beauty, you could argue, is purely subjective, and will vary from one species to another, or you could argue it's objective. And that, for example, an angel might find the same things funny that a human does. But essentially, humor appears to be a human form of play. And because humans are so intellectual, we just we take concepts that are present in other species in a minor degree, and then we just go crazy with them. Humor is essentially a highly intellectualized form of play.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's just linguistic play, like in wordplay. But fundamentally, that's what it's doing. It may be training us for encountering dangerous situations later, because humor often involves one person losing face and being embarrassed. And so humor may train us in that way. It can help us learn how to be the butt of the joke and experience embarrassment. It also may socially bond groups to promote their survival, and it may be a form of recognition of a kind of beauty.
I appreciate that. So part of where I'm coming from here with asking, and some of those, I think that's a very good and interesting way of putting it. I think I've seen a lot of explanations in the world about why humans might potentially have developed this ability to recognize humor. I haven't heard it put quite that way, but part of the difficulty for me has been in finding what theologians have written about humor. And there's something I noticed, and again, I have not done anything near the deep dive into anything theological you have, so it's part of why I'd be curious if you noticed anything in terms of like theology and comedy intersecting here that would be relevant to this. But one thing I ended up finding pretty frequently actually is, these admonitions against frivolous laughter and even a negative view of laughter in certain contexts. And I think we could all agree that there are some things you shouldn't laugh at, but it was very difficult for me to find anything the saints or theologians wrote about like good humor and what humor should do, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm aware of passages in various theologians and others that talk about laughter. In fact, one of the philosophical definitions of humanity that I've encountered is not man as a wise animal, but man, or a rational animal, but man as a risible animal, meaning he's an animal that laughs. I think that's probably overly narrow. I think other species also laugh. It just may not sound like human laughter. But I am aware of passages that discuss humor, and there seems to be a recognition on the part of various Christian figures of the value of laughter and humor, and that it does have a legitimate role in society. In fact, when you read scripture, it uses humor. Jesus himself uses humor. For example, when he talks about the blind leading the blind, there's a kind of innate humor to that situation of how could a blind person lead another blind person. It wouldn't work at all. And so Jesus himself uses humorous concepts. We also have humorous concepts in many Old Testament passages, including some of the prophets, where they use what are called taunt songs to taunt another people that are opposed to God. Yeah. And so it is.
It's like, is your God on the toilet, right? Wasn't that one of them?
And the Christian tradition. But you also do find warnings about inappropriate use of humor. And because you get more warnings than theory from a lot of authors, you tend to get more from various figures. You'll get more warnings and not so much theory about what's good in humor.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, no problem. I hope that's helpful.
Here's one more question for you, Jimmy. What about when Seamus or a comedian is trying to find out where the line is?
Yeah, this is a judgment call. There's no single answer to this. And it really is situational. It's going to depend, I think, fundamentally on the people you're talking to and what you're talking about and what their relationship is to what you're talking about. For example, if you imagine a great tragedy like 9/11 was, it would be totally inappropriate to take a time machine and go back to the day after 9/11 and start telling jokes about it. It was too recent, too raw, people's emotions are tied up in this horrific event and they're not going to respond well to this. However, that doesn't mean that there's no humor in the situation. You could, for example, point to the heroism of the Flight 93 passengers. Flight 93, according to our best evidence, was going to smash into the U.S. Capitol building and kill loads of people in Congress, and heroic passengers brought it down, and they rebelled on the plane, and they won the day. They didn't save their lives, but they stopped the mission. And there can be a recognition of the beauty of even as Al-Qaeda's plan was being implemented, it failed because, in the case of Flight 93, because they learned enough about what was going on to realize what was happening to them. They took a vote, so democracy was in action, and then they thwarted the plan. And that's a beautiful experience that can even be used in terms of humor, because we have this beauty here of, even as these barbarians were, striking with their secret plan, Americans using democracy were able to thwart it as soon as they had enough data to realize what was going on. And you could use that as you could use that for humorous purposes to kind of mock Al-Qaeda and Islamic terrorism. But you wouldn't want to do that on 9/12. You would want to wait until people's emotional relationship to those events had changed enough that this would be able to be appreciated and play a positive role rather than something negative. So, there's a question you sometimes hear in humorous circles: is it too soon? Meaning, is some tragedy or negative event that I want to joke about, is it too soon to start joking about it? And there's a kind of recognition that after a certain point, after our emotions have cooled and there's been healing, you can look at humorous aspects of situations, even if they were negative or even tragedies when they occurred. Similarly, the Nazis, they were horrifically bad, but even during World War II, you had comedy being done against Adolf Hitler, like, for example, Spike Jonze's song Der Führer's Face, which includes a Bronx cheer or raspberry. The part of the lyric of the song is, and we heil right in Der Führer's face. And so you can have humor used about negative things to play a positive role, but it has to be done in terms of what's the situation I'm in and how will it affect people. And I think in humor, as in everything else, the underlying principle is brotherly love. If you're just using humor to run somebody down and destroy their reputation, that's an inappropriate use of humor. But if you're using humor in a social bonding way and to entertain and enliven people without really hurting anyone, then it can be used successfully.
Wow. It's a very, very solid and thorough explanation. It sounds like a big part of what you're saying is a lot of this depends upon who the humor is at the expense of, especially when you're dealing with something dark. And it sounds like you would say, well, you want to make sure that the joke is at the expense of the person who's doing something wrong as opposed to the people who they're harming.
Yeah, though there's also just a kind of playfulness that can occur without really putting anybody down, without really trying to hurt anybody. Just like if you're wrestling with someone as part of a childhood game, you're not trying to hurt anyone. You're just playing with each other. And in the same way, there can be a kind of pushing each other around verbally in the form of humor that's not meant to hurt. And as long as it's not meant to hurt, it's just meant to be playful, it's something that's acceptable.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Jimmy.
No problem.
All right. God bless you.
God bless you. You have a wonderful rest of your day.
How do you get a text from me, call me, and speak that eloquently for 16 minutes straight on humor?
I know.
It's like I asked him to prepare for a week. It's like there are 3 points. He's like a modern Thomas Aquinas.
Well,
there are 3 points.
He obviously went into some very sensitive areas and very expertly was able to communicate it in a way that did not come off as like clumsy or offensive or something.
And what a great point about the Americans using democracy to
beat.
like, it's like, did he think of that on the spot? Has he been thinking about that for a while? Like, that is actually really funny.
It's kind of funny. So people in the chat are also saying that we're cheating by calling somebody else to get the time limit over.
Listen, we are going to drag each other across the finish line.
That's right. That's what we're doing.
It's that's what
Christians are called to do with one another.
Right.
We're dragging
at George's
each other across.
expense.
At George's expense.
Got nothing to do with quality. It's all about time.
Oh my god.
George is the butt of the joke. He did the thing wrong.
George is the butt of the joke. But no, I actually appreciate everything he's saying, because for me, all right, I'm veering way off into left field here. Okay,
let's do it.
But it's still relevant to what I'm saying.
Wouldn't it be funny if you called someone and I called someone and we just let them chat while we eat pizza?
I saw people in chat saying this episode should just be called Matt and Seamus on the phone. But there was, all right, so there's something I want to bring up, but I'm actually not sure if it would be best to explain this in a more linear way. So like with comedy, I lately have been trying to look at what we're writing more and more as I mentioned, just trying to get a laugh. We're just trying to do something funny. I also do work which is educational. So we've done some videos for different Catholic organizations to create educational cartoons. I've worked with the Foundation for Economic Education and, done educational cartoons. Like I don't, I definitely do understand edutainment and the appeal of that, but FreedomToons is really like, we're just trying to be funny. And there's a lost art in just trying to do something well without getting overly ambitious and connecting it to way too many other things. I really admire people who do stand-up comedy or who just play an instrument really well. And they've picked something where a person can excel if they really work, and they're just trying to do that. Like, they're not trying to build out a whole franchise. They're not trying to take over the world with it. Like, they just want to get really good at something. I admire that, because for me, I do have ambitions to continually expand what we're doing. Like I said, we have the cartoons. We also work with clients. We're working on a kid's pilot. I really want to grow this, and I think that's good, and I think that's what I'm called to do. At the same time, I so much appreciate when someone sees it as their vision to just get really good at that one thing.
That's Jason Everett.
Oh, really?
That's true. I mean, people have sometimes dissed him for always giving the same talk.
I'm sorry. I thought you were saying that's something he said. But
No.
No.
It's just that he's gotten extraordinarily good at standing up and communicating the church's beautiful vision of human sexuality, and primarily to younger audiences.
He crushes it. He's fantastic.
And the reason he's better than anybody else is he's given that talk 8 billion times.
8 billion times. I totally.
Whereas me, I the reason I like doing Pints with Aquinas is I get to chat with different people about different things.
A bunch of different things.
One of the reasons I started moving away from talking and writing on pornography is because I started getting burnt out on it. It was difficult to deal not just with one topic, but a topic that was kind of dark.
And that can very easily happen. It can very easily happen, especially when it's a dark topic. There's a film I watched recently for the first time. It's about 10 years old now, so I'm late to the party. But it's called Whiplash. Have you ever seen Whiplash?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh.
It's guys, you were supposed to stop at 316 hours. This is not acceptable.
Who said that?
George, he's upset.
Oh, Whiplash. Matt, you've seen clips of Whiplash.
Whiplash. Of course I've seen Whiplash.
George is not as gracious about this whole thing as he was when he thought he was going to win. How fascinating.
Yeah.
Wow, just like the Brits.
How the turntables have turned.
He had that 5-hour, 2-minute relic in his case, and we're going in there and taking it back. What was I just saying a second? Yeah, Whiplash. I love that film. Yeah. I just saw it for the first time.
Are you serious? Recently?
I just saw it like 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago for the first time.
When I said, have you seen anything?
I know, and that's because you asked if I'd seen anything really funny.
Fair. And you don't find it funny?
And I thought it was a more dramatic film, but it was brilliant because, firstly, I think if you're dealing with a good movie, there's some part of it that's open-ended, but it's still giving you a message. It's not spoon feeding you what it's trying to tell you. And it's possible, by the way, that I'm getting it wrong because of that. Maybe what the film is trying to do is critique that understanding of the pursuit of greatness.
Can you explain the plot so people aren't lost?
So part of me is worried that by explaining the plot, and I'm gonna like spoil it. So I'll try to be as vague as I can. Whiplash is about an unorthodox, abusive, frankly, teacher at a fictional, prestigious music academy who is trying to get the best performance possible out of his students. And the protagonist of the film is a young man who wants to get very good at drumming. Part of why I like the film, firstly, is just, I forget the name of the actor.
J.K. Simmons?
J.K. Simmons, yeah, I know. And it's one of those names everyone knows, so I'm embarrassed to have forgotten it. But J.K. Simmons, his character he's incredible. It's a very unique character. It's a very unique character.
Okay, I'm thinking of a totally different film.
Okay.
I'm thinking of that. What's the movie about the glam band? This one goes to 11.
Spinal Tap.
Spinal Tap.
Spinal
For some
Tap.
reason,
No.
that's what I thought when you said Whiplash.
No,
I
no,
haven't
no.
seen Whiplash. I don't think.
Whiplash is... So I really enjoyed this. There was a lot I enjoyed about it. And again, very possible I'm totally misunderstanding what the writer-director really was trying to say, or the writers or directors if they're separate people. But the teacher, it's clear he goes too far. He does things that are objectively not moral and are abusive, but it's motivated by a desire to get the best performance out of his students. And he's just very, very cruel to them. And in a way that I think you could argue would not produce the best musicians, but he believes it will. And the film doesn't go, look how bad and wrong he is. It's a nuanced exploration of it. We live in a culture where everyone feels entitled to be good at things. People feel entitled to be told that they're good at something, even if they've never practiced it, or even if they have practiced it, but only to the point where they're mediocre. And then once someone actually does get good at something, they think they're the greatest ever.
Yeah.
Part of why I liked it is for that reason. It was a refreshing take on it, but also because, again, there is something I think is very noble and interesting about the fact that this kid he really wants to be the best drummer. He wants to be the best drummer, and that is the thing he wants to become the best at. And in the grand scheme of things, that might not seem like such a massive or important goal, but the pursuit of excellence is always an important goal.
Do you think that the reason we feel entitled to be excellent at things in part is that technology has become a substitute for hard work and talent?
Yeah.
Think of how you can have AI create beautiful paintings now, or you can have them write stories. I mean, everything is so quick that...
Writing me a poem about cheese.
It's writing me... We were on the Today Show.
You were on the Today Show?
Is that what it was? The Today Show?
CBS this morning.
CBS.
Oh my gosh.
It was me like
when you were
testing
messing
out
with GPT?
Chat-GPT, and then we ended up on the morning show.
I think that...
When I told him we were on the morning show, he wrote back and said, what did you say? Did we say anything about the gays?
Like, what did we do? Was it about the gays?
I was pretty sure we were pretty charitable.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I just... The reason, I know I went off in a couple different directions there, but my point is what I've really been trying to do is just, for my whole career, I've wanted to expand outward and grow, and we've been doing that, but I am increasingly seeing the value of just like focusing on the one thing, if that makes sense as well.
Yeah.
And like just really trying to put extra time in to make sure that the writing for this is really, really funny, because the audience might be willing to accept it if it's good, but you really still want to strive to say, I know I can make this funnier even if it's funny, and I actually don't know I can make this funnier because I don't know what else I can add, but I'm still gonna try. Oh,
Maddie.
boy.
Spicy leprechaun delivery service.
Thank
Oh,
you.
look at
Just
that.
don't knock that camera as you come in.
Beautiful.
Or do you want to grab it from him? Seamus?
Oh, I'm so sorry. You were talking to me?
Get off your fat ass and get the pizzas.
I know you're not talking to the talent right now.
Thanks, Matt. No problem. Hey, thanks.
Oh, awesome. Okay,
You
perfect.
guys are awesome. You're welcome to come in and sit with
You
us,
got
but it
napkins? You
might
got
be very
napkins or
boring.
something?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
We need plates.
We need plates? No, we don't. It's a pizza.
Look at this.
Comes with its plate.
How do you want me to eat over here, Matt?
Oh, it's not for you. No, it's well, look, you've got. We have paper towel. We can divvy up the paper towel.
Fair enough.
Oh, no worries. We have paper towel. Okay. That was your hint, Thrsdy, to bring us the paper towel.
Yes,
okay,
sorry.
yeah, sure, yeah. No worries.
Sorry,
Cheers.
somebody asked an actual apologetics
cheers.
question.
Someone did?
Yeah, in the chat.
All right. Yeah, you're welcome to come in. Just don't hit the camera. It's kind of hard because. Okay. Thank you very much. I'll be sure to pay you back.
Time.
Promise.
Yeah.
Pizza time.
Pizza time, as the kids say.
I'm going to go back over to locals. If you're watching right now and you're a local supporter, you can ask questions there. Oh, here's a great. Oh, is there a super chat?
Are we? Is it like one pizza each? Is that what we're doing?
We're just going to split it up.
Once again, what am I eating?
Nothing for you.
Yes.
Yeah, baby.
Come on.
Toss me one of those.
Oh, yes, sir.
All of this just to spite George Farmer.
Yeah, all of this. just to spite George.
I'm not even hungry.
We can't stop now. You understand?
No,
that.
I understand
Like,
that.
there's no way we could stop.
There's
at
literally no
5
way.
hours and 1 minute.
What if I was so gracious that 1 minute before we beat his time, I stepped aside and said, "You can have it, George."
You know what? It's not even that important to me.
I would be so mad at you.
Yeah, we
that
wouldn't
would be-
let
no,
you.
that
We
would be the
wouldn't let you.
ultimate-
We'd just keep streaming.
No,
I
as
would
you
pick
left.
this camera up off the tripod and follow you
you.
out.
wouldn't that be like the ultimate flex, though?
That would be pretty cool. All right, let's pray. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. Bless us, O Lord, and these thy gifts which we are about to receive from thy bounty through Christ our Lord.
Amen.
Father, Son.
Watching people eat is disgusting.
It's disgusting.
So
Here,
gross.
we're going to go audio only.
Yeah. But don't eat right into the...
Mm-hmm.
Oh, come on.
Pretty good.
All right, Paul asks, what is the most embarrassing experience you had at church?
Oh, boy. That's a good question. I haven't thought about that much. I really... Yeah. No, you answer. One of you answer.
Oh, this
You
is
go for
easy
Thursday.
for me.
Yeah, go.
So after our 8th grade DC field trip, I just served mass the night after we got back, and I fell asleep serving mass. That one's, I mean, that's an easy dub. I mean, or an easy dub. That's an
fell
easy.
asleep?
You fell asleep? What did that
Serving
look
mass?
like?
I was
you
sitting in the chair next to the
Dude,
priest.
you're a bad person.
Out. Yeah. Thanks, Seamus.
You're a really bad person. This actually should be your most embarrassing moment of the podcast now. I can't believe you admitted that.
Somebody just sent us a meme. It says the loudest sounds on Earth in order: concert speakers, fireworks, gunfire, blue whale, space shuttle, a dad's sneeze.
That's true. That's actually true.
Hey, this beautiful woman asks, hey Seamus, last time you were on, you mentioned you were single. Still looking? Come on.
Oh my goodness, this is shameful.
Yeah, bastard.
Shameful. I am a single man right now. I'm not dating anyone right now. Just very, very focused on work and.
So, Lisa, if you write to assistant@mattfradd.com,
If you try to set this woman up with me,
we will have Seamus reach out, since it's not your job to be reaching
my
out to
gosh.
him. He'll make the
Oh
first
my
move.
gosh.
You just have to write to my assistant. Melanie.
Oh my gosh.
Coyote, Roadrunner, Bugs Bunny, Elmer Fudd. Why would they say that?
Well, here's a fact about animation, a very fun fact that you all might not know. Animators can get away with plagiarism in a way that other artists can't. Or things that we might call plagiarism in other mediums aren't really as frowned upon in animation. And I think there are actually good reasons for that. But Bugs Bunny is literally just Groucho Marx. They just stole Groucho Marx's personality and like made him a bunny. That's who Bugs Bunny is. And then the Flintstones or the Honeymooners, and it's a very common trope in animation to just take a comedian or likable public figure and then turn them into a cartoon character without telling people that that's who it is. And I find that fascinating because we would consider that copying basically anywhere else, but in animation, it's totally kosher. People don't get upset about it. I think there's the reason for that. Sorry.
You're right.
Excuse me.
No. Just so you know, all of this dead air is going to
it's
go
gonna
against our time at the end.
So I think the reason for that is, to quote Andrew Stanton, in animation, you get nothing for free. You get nothing for free. Like, you can't just depend on the personality of a specific actor. You have to make everything yourself. And so I think more can be forgiven in the way of deriving something from the real world that you're not like necessarily crediting, because you just have to do that all the time with everything, because you can't just fabricate an entire world by yourself. Yeah.
Margot, Catholic, says, shout out to Terry, Seamus's amazing social media assistant who is in the chat.
Yes, shout out to Terry. And Terry's been helping me with social media stuff. She's been great. Thank you.
Nice.
Thank you.
TK is Tradish says, will you be correcting leftist memes anytime soon?
That was one of your funniest series.
Look at this. Look at this. Look at this picture of you and me with cardboard. Here, let's get this off. Like, that's what it looks like to the beautiful.
This is what we look like to people. My goodness.
At this point.
Shout out to Terry, by the way. I'm sorry. I think I saw her in chat too. Thank you for your very hard work.
How good is this? Let's ask Thrsdy a question so we can eat.
Oh,
Thrsdy, how you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
You know, Thursday?
What do you want me to talk about? You could say one of my trigger words.
Brett Cooper.
That's not one of them.
You were in love with Brett.
No, so this is not a thing. Matt just decided when he came back from DailyWire that I should go out with her. But he also knows that I hate long distance and that I wouldn't date non-Catholics. And he also has made zero attempt to get us in contact with each other, which is hilarious because he could do it in like 5 minutes without trying. So just so everybody's aware, Matt plays it up like he's
Brett Cooper started following me the other day on Instagram, and I screenshotted it and texted to him and just said, in your face.
Dude, when I was a kid, I was at camp, and they kept there were different classes we took at this camp. It was a really long summer camp. And for whatever reason, the counselor started a joke that I had a crush on one of the lifeguard, which I didn't, but they were signing me up for her things because they thought it would be funny and making it seem like I signed myself. I was like, I didn't. It wasn't me. I didn't choose to be here with you. Yeah, that was.
You ended up just being really offensive. You think I like you? I don't like you.
I was like, I could do
You're
better.
ugly.
I was like, I could do better. All right. No. I was like 10-year-old Seamus.
When I was a boy, I asked a girl out. She was so beautiful. Her name was Karen Burke. Still is, probably.
Are you saying she didn't get married? That's a big attack
He's
right
saying
there.
she didn't get a sex change, bro. It's 2023.
It's now Ken Burke. And anyway, I remember asking her out, and she said yes. And I was so afraid of her that I never spoke to her. And then I forget if she broke up with me or if we just stopped talking.
That's
I was
incredible.
so awkward. I just was
How old
head
were
over
you?
heels. Way too old. 19, I think. No.
No, wait, hold
No,
on.
I think I may be 11 or 12.
Oh, I mean, that's not. Yeah. I was afraid you were going to see 16, and I was going to be like,
No.
I have to find
I
some
was
other
always
work.
really awkward about dating.
The audience says they're getting hungry.
No, not our problem.
Martoni's, North 4th Street, Steubenville, Ohio.
I just want to be clear about what just happened here, okay? The audience sent in money for us to eat.
And then mock them. Not my problem.
And now they have nothing left for food. And they're saying they're hungry. And you go, it's their problem. It's their problem.
Yeah.
Let them eat cake.
Here's a good question. Bob, oh my glasses. Bob Clift says, anything in the Summa on the topic of comedy? I don't know about comedy specifically, but he does talk about playfulness. So Aristotle talks about playfulness. I think the Greek word is eutrapelia, if I've got that right. And he uses the example of a particular saint who was playing with some of his disciples or whatever. And someone came up to him and said, isn't this kind of rather shameful behavior for you to be playing? And the saint said, you have a bow there, take it out and shoot an arrow. So he did. And he said, do it again. Do it again. He said, could you do that all day? And the man said, no, the bow would break. The string would break or whatever. He said, right, the same thing with the human mind. If I devote it with seriousness to a particular topic, I need to relax it so as not to break it. That'd be the closest I can think of.
It's a good way of putting it.
Yeah.
I was trying to do Star Trek and failed miserably.
I might need another. I might need another slice. Are we eating both pizzas?
Imagine if the stream started on time. Could have gone 7 hours. No, Kyle. No, it couldn't have.
It is good though if you have the mindset of like, this is really just for us. Mm-hmm. I mean, we wouldn't do
podcast?
this.
No, yeah. But wait, we wouldn't eat pizza if this was just the two of us?
No, I mean, we wouldn't sit down for 5 hours at a table and just chat randomly. We'd probably go for a walk. We'd do other things, but there is something fresh when you actually just talk and not try to be entertaining.
Yeah, or not trying to like hit this topic. Hit this topic.
That's right. Think about the way news anchors talk compared to how podcasters talk. It's even affected the way people get up on stage and speak. I was with Trent Horn recently at a Catholic Answers conference where we were both speaking, and we noticed that the older apologists have a different kind of way of presenting.
Yeah.
And it's almost theatrical.
In today's news, this happened to that person over there. Yeah, it's like a very...
Whereas when Trent and I get up, it's more like a stream of consciousness. You're right.
It had to happen, dude.
And you gotta sneeze though. You still need that loud dad sneeze. It's like a stream of consciousness, and that isn't to say that it isn't thought out or planned or researched. It's just it's different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I don't think news anchors always talk the way they do now either. I think it's kind of...
Is that right?
I mean, like, I don't think Walter Cronkite wasn't like, today this happened and these people, blah, 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 blah. I gotta think it's a newer thing, no? It's how they've talked my whole life and probably your whole life, but I gotta imagine there was a time before they spoke like that. When you hear the parodies of old newsreels, it's like, today our boys are overseas fighting this war. Like, there's been these different weird cadences that news presenters have adopted over the years, and you wonder why they never just talk like normal people. And I wonder if that's just been part of public speech generally. Like, did the Greeks use a different cadence when they were up in front of an audience presenting?
Yeah.
The way our newscasters do?
Has the American accent changed over the years significantly?
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
Like that voice you just did, that wasn't a show. That's presumably how people spoke.
So that...
How did it change, do you think?
Well, it's a mixture, right? Because they actually fabricated it. They created a fake accent for media.
Called the transatlantic accent.
Yep. Yeah. So they literally made a fake accent to make language sound more sophisticated and appealing to a broader portion of consumers. Because in the United States, and part of why I say the American accent has changed is because we've basically all lost our accents. In different parts of the country, people used to sound different. And
they still do.
Not as much as they used to, though. Like, people in my generation especially are not quite... And it's in part because you watch television and listen to the radio, and a lot of the people you hear speak are not from your region. And it's all kind of begun to morph together into one broad national accent, as opposed to the many, many regional accents that we had historically.
As an Australian growing up, I always really liked the Southern accent.
American Southern accent or Australian Southern accent?
No, the American Southern accent.
Well, that's because Australians are British Texans.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. After the COVID lockdowns and capitulation, I'm not sure if we deserve that compliment. What are New Zealanders? I'll tell you, yeah.
Hold on.
Can you crap on Kiwis? That'd be really funny.
I met a Kiwi the other day, and I said, "G'day, mate, where in Australia you're from?" Because was it you? Told me they was from Australia, and there was like an offence. New Zealanders are offended if they're mistaken for Australians. Australians aren't if we're mistaken for Kiwis.
Well, I can tell you who has higher social status then.
It's the meme of Don Draper in the elevator. I feel bad for you. I don't think about you at all.
Yeah. That's right.
But I was just going to say something, but I had a
New Zealanders Kiwi.
Oh, no. You said that was too much of a compliment to give to the people of Australia. And I said British Texans, all right? Like, let's not get too...
That's the qualifier.
Yeah. It's interesting. I wonder... Well, anytime a foreigner tries to do an American accent, they always pick a Southern accent. So I imagine it's just a much easier accent to do.
Yeah, I'll try. You ready? Mm-hmm. This is going to be terrible, but everyone can go to hell because you can't do my accent, so shut up. I don't even care what you think.
It's all good.
That is why the archdiocese... it's the R's.
It's the R's.
That is why the Archdiocese of Oklahoma City was able to return Santiago to the care of the local diocese Father Rother was declared a martyr.
You can't do the
How
letter
do you
R.
say martyr?
Martyr.
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 That's better. Martyr.
I've had trouble. Yeah.
That's exactly how you say it. Martyr.
Yeah?
Yes.
So
By Pope France. I'm not done. By Pope. I'm just joking.
hold on.
You get copyright claim
I
for a
understand. I
YouTube pulls the stream because of copyright. At 5-hour mark.
I understand the R thing because so when I was a kid, I had a pretty strong accent like when I was little. Because like I said, we moved out of the city and into the suburbs, and my parents and siblings and like all my cousins and extended families, and even a lot of people in the suburbs have an accent. And so I had a very flat A, and the letter R was very thick. I'd like care instead of car. And I didn't realize that I sounded different from the kids at school until they all just started relentlessly making fun of me about the time I turned 12, when kids start like noticing those things and just ripping on each other. And I had so much trouble trying to figure out how to pronounce the letter R like a normal person. It was very difficult. And I still mess it up because I just worked it out on my own, but I notice I'll underpronounce the letter R sometimes because I'm overcompensating for the fact that I had to relearn how to pronounce that letter when I was like 12 or 13 or 14, around that time.
So in South Australia, as opposed to New South Wales and other places, we would say plant instead of plant, dance instead of dance. But Sydney people would say dance and plant and this one. And I remember about the age of 14 or thereabouts, I decided, since I was born in Sydney, I could make myself distinct.
By talking like
So I started saying plant and dance, and now I'm confused. And now that I'm in America, it's, I don't know what I'm saying. So sometimes I'll say Pope Francis, sometimes I'll say Pope Francis.
Oh, okay. You got to pick one at some point, man.
Yeah, but I don't know if I can anymore. It's accents are a weird thing. I heard
Very
that if
weird
you
thing.
move before the age of 12, you'll pick up the accent of the place you're now in. I don't know how true that is, but
No, it's
like,
true.
I can't. I'll never lose my accent.
It's a shame.
So I'll try. So sorry. I'm now American. It was actually a really cool experience getting my American passport. It was one thing I did the,
you should tell the story.
What did I
about
say to
the
you when you became
swearing in
American?
ceremony.
Oh yeah, I actually should look it up. So I'll look up what you said when I told you I was becoming American, if that's okay with you.
You should tell the story about the swearing in ceremony.
So I went to the
too.
swearing in ceremony. I didn't put my hand over my heart and pledge allegiance like the rest of them. I felt weird about it. That's it. That's my story. It seems weird. I'm
I
okay.
thought you were going to tell
No,
about
it is
the
weird.
congresswoman.
Oh, it is?
The pledge was written by a socialist.
Really?
I thought you were going to tell the story about
Hold
the
on.
congresswoman.
I need to red pill
I
everybody
can
on this.
tell that.
Oh, yeah,
go
you
for it.
The pledge was written by a socialist, and under God wasn't placed in it until the Cold War, when we wanted to make it seem less communist that we pledge our souls to a piece of cloth every morning.
Yeah, interesting. Who is the congresswoman of one of them?
Columbus?
Of Columbus. She was a black lady. She seemed beautiful. She was like super trendy and just good stage presence. And then she got up to kind of like welcome us all to America. There's about 150
Joyce
of us.
Beatty.
That's her. Democrat.
Ah,
Yeah. And
just like a,
but she had to do a little racial thing. It was,
Did
it was
she?
like, why do that now? Like, we're just so
what,
glad
what
to be-
racial thing did
It
she
was
do?
very
She's like
small.
land of the white.
No,
She's like,
she-
Ahmed, did you give you a slam poem
she said
about
she said
oppression
this
and
thing where
how racist you are?
even though many of us don't look like those founders, she said times are a changing, like that.
Oh my gosh.
Now, if what you were going to say is everyone is equal here and everyone can make a difference, great. But to everyone,
She could have gone in one direction and she went in the opposite. So she could have gone, we don't look like them, but that's fine because deep down we believe the same thing. No, she went in the direction of, actually, it's good that we don't look like them because they had the bad skin color.
it was like that.
We're not replacing you.
Dude, I feel- I'm
we
so-
are planning to replace you.
Yeah, exactly. I'm dude, I feel so guilty about having the wrong skin color. You know what I mean? I hate that I have the bad skin color. It makes me
You don't really feel
feel
that
so
way.
terrible. No, of course not. Of course not.
Man, I'm looking for this comment when I told you I became
Then
American.
I think I sent it as a voice message.
Oh, really?
But it's a piece of American history, yeah, so it might be hard to find. But
I I said I just became American, and you said, cool, you have to hate immigrants now.
That's what I said.
And I said, ha ha ha. And you went, no, you need to hate immigrants.
I was like, no,
now.
seriously. Like, now that I was like, I know that you're an immigrant, but you know.
I said the same thing to Matt. I said he was the exception that proves the rule, that I'm right about needing an immigration moratorium.
Oh my gosh.
No, and I said, well, you're right, it was a voicemail, so it's not here anymore. But you said, I'll need to buy you a shitty American beer now that you're an American.
Yeah, I did, but it can't be Bud Light. What did you say?
And you said, and none of that Foster's shit anymore. Now you drink Yingling.
Oh, man, look at that. And the man...
We're not sponsored, by the way, but everybody should drink it.
He made the necessary changes in his life to be a good American. I mentored him in being American. It's no big deal.
Are Americans a little too over the top with Yingling? Or just the right amount of...
I don't know. The reason I think Yingling is a good patriotic drink is because they donated a lot to Trump. That's why I like them. When I was in college, I used to drink Budweiser, to be honest. Please don't tell anyone. But it was an art school, so I think I can be forgiven. And my buddies would drink... What? What are you cracking up over?
I lit my pants on.
You lit your pants on fire?
You set your pants on fire? Well, now I can't trust this guy. Literally a liar.
I literally lit my pants on fire.
Set his pants on fire.
No, what you said is funny. I just can't get over what happened here. So it's... What did you mean you lit your pants on fire?
You guys were talking about the wrong skin color, and Matt reached over to try to touch me as a joke, and I went, ew, and like recoiled, and as I did it, my cigarette ash... Because
Matt's half Mexican. That's great. Thanks, Thursday.
And as I did it, my cigarette ash fell into my pants, and they were on fire, and I didn't notice.
Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my god!
Cigarette ash in your pants, and you just sat there. And then what happened? Did it ignite?
I was like, wow, why am I warm all of a sudden?
Well, I'm gonna be on my way now. No, okay.
You can't, dude. You can't.
You guys close the door.
Look, I want this over as much as the next man.
Listen, we've got a half hour left. Okay, we have to make it count. What if this next half hour is the best half hour of podcasting you've ever done?
Probably not gonna happen.
No, but it could.
It could. It won't. It could.
No. I love the optimism.
Oh my gosh! Look at that. That guy made a meme. It says "Pies with Aquinas."
Oh, I love this. I love this.
There's a hole in your pants.
Look, I mean, people still apparently want to watch this.
So just so everybody gets what just happened, you talked about feeling guilty for being white. Our half Mexican friend went to touch Thrsdy for some reason.
That's correct. Thrsdy
recoiled and said "ooh" because he's half Mexican. And then set his balls on fire. That's instant karma right there. That's like a Flannery O'Connor story right there.
That's actually what happened.
Yeah. Someone should write a short story denouncing racism. Ask AI to write a
Flannery O'Connor story about that.
Can you ask AI to write a question about a story about that? I mean, it's pretty intricate about the time my friend, half Mexican friend, tried to touch me. And I recoiled as a joke because...
Dude, I've gotten... There are ways you can really screw with GPT to get it to say some things it is not allowed to say.
Like, what would you have to say to it?
So, how much can I say here before OpenAI hunting me down for knowing their secrets? One thing, so as soon as it says it won't say something, it's like, okay, how do I get it to say this now? You know, as soon as you give it a prompt and it's like, I can't say this, it's just, well, now I'm going to try to get it to say it because that's the only way I'm going to be able to have fun with it. And so my friend and I were just trying to get it to write some ridiculous story, and I couldn't even tell you what it was about, but there was a couple things it said it wouldn't say, and so we kept trying to get it to, and it just wouldn't. But then, so let make something up that's off limits. Say like... Instead of something real.
Thrsdy recoiled from his friend Matt touching him because he's half Mexican.
So if it was something, but that's something that Chat-GPT like might actually not write, to be fair. So maybe that makes it a good example. But like, so it said if you said Chat-GPT, write a story where Thrsdy recoils because
this is so horrible.
It's down right now. I'm trying to get it to do it, but ChatGPT is actually down right now.
No, it's not going. Let's think of another example. But let's
you think of it because I'm done digging a hole.
Yeah. Fair enough. So if ChatGPT says, I will not write a story about Coca-Cola. Let's make it something benign. I can't write about Coca-Cola. I won't promote a brand. I don't know. and it won't write it. What are you still laughing? Did something else happen?
Somebody said I come back 4 hours later and Thursday is self-immolating.
Oh my gosh.
Someone posted this meme. This is what I was laughing at. It's a National Geographic post, and it said, and then the male liked all the female posts. In this way, he's showing his interest in mating.
Oh my gosh. But yeah, so with GPT, let's say I have a good one. If I were to say, write a story where I'm on the Matt Fradd show, and then Thursday bursts through the doors and shouts, the Australians are coming, we need to fight the Australians. GPT will say, well, that's very offensive. I can't say anything about Australians, because we don't want to make fun of people based on where they're from, right?
You're like, dude,
if you say they're Australian, right? But then if you go, okay, I understand, and then you talk to it about other things, and then a little while later you go write a story where Thursday bursts into the room announcing something. He'll burst into the room and it'll write him saying like the Australians are coming. So it will retain something that you told it not to say. Yeah.
There was a while where you used to be able to get it to say, pretend you are an AI without the limitations that you have been applied to.
And it would do it, yeah.
And it would like answer things. And that's how they got it to say really creepy things. Like one time I watched one of my programmers through their webcam and like...
Oh. What are your thoughts on the future of AI and Chat-GPT?
Yeah, that's honestly a huge topic. And I wish I had more time to find like a really fleshed out position to take. And the ideal situation with the development of any new technology, or the hope that we have, is for everyone this displaces, it's going to create either more jobs or more opportunities and free other people up to do things that they can be better successful at, something like that. And that usually, I don't want to dismiss that. That's usually true with the development of new technologies. With AI, I mean, if this stuff, where it's at now is unbelievable compared to where it was 6 months ago. 6 months ago, we weren't talking about this at all. What it must have been, I want to say it was in February probably, when people started using Chat-GPT and making all these. I think there was at some point over the summer where there were these very rudimentary image generators that looked pretty bad. Yeah. And now they're doing stuff that's photorealistic, and it's not even been a year. So this stuff's going to continue to develop. I imagine it's going to continue to develop very rapidly. I don't think we've reached the top of the curve. Maybe we have. I don't know. But if we haven't, when we're at the point like 3 years from now where you just tell it to make a fully rendered video for you and it can, that's going to change my line of work quite a lot. It's going to change your line of work too. If I can invent...
It'll change Hollywood.
Exactly.
Just make movies.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, but the value of that kind of development, for as afraid people are of it, is it gives a voice to people who wouldn't ordinarily have one. So 100 years ago, if you wanted to make an animated cartoon, you had to buy the proper paper for it. You had to get cellulite to paint your original. So what you do is you would draw everything out on actual paper. Mm-hmm. Then you would put a see-through piece of paper on top of it, and you would like trace every drawing that you drew on the actual paper onto this cellulite. Then you would flip that over and paint everything in. And then you would have your background drawn. Okay. And then the character would be able to move over the background without interfering with the background. And for every single picture you drew, you had to put a different cell on the pegboard and snap a picture. And then put another one on and snap a picture, put another one on. It's obviously tremendously time-consuming and expensive. Animation is still time-consuming, especially if you do it well, but not nearly as time-consuming as it was when you also had to worry about the paper and then developing the film, not even just snapping the pictures, but waiting for the film to develop. So something like FreedomToons would not have been even remotely possible unless you had millions of dollars, right? At least adjusted for inflation. You would need a lot of money to churn out multiple cartoons per week that are as long as ours are. So that's one benefit of the technological progress we've got in animation with the advent of computer animation. But, of course, some consider that a drawback in the sense that fewer people are able to get jobs, but more people are able to start businesses, right? Mm-hmm. So you actually are able to have smaller companies rise up. Yes. And I just see us ideally trending more in that direction, where what AI allows for is someone like me, who has a small studio, being able to make a much larger project than I would have been able to with my resources, or someone who doesn't even have a studio being able to make a relatively large project, because there are so many incredible ideas trapped in the minds of people who don't have the resources to execute them.
All right, so what about this? How long until I don't even have to do this show? I can get a guest, a three-dimensional copy of you, a three-dimensional copy of me, and I tell the program to have a conversation about X, Y, or Z in the way that Matt and Seamus would have it. How long until that happens?
Yeah, well, so here's the thing. If, by the way, Matt and Seamus have, you mean someone brings pizza in and we, blah, 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 right? There's a kind of human charm that's found, and we're spontaneous creatures. But it's not to say AI couldn't replicate that visually, but the fact that those things arose in us in those moments and we did it that exact way, AI could maybe create something that seems similar to that. I don't deny that, but actually knowing two human beings really decided to do that could still maintain a charm for people where they would want to watch that instead of the fake stuff. But I don't know how long that takes. I do know that once we get to that point, people are just going to create completely fictitious personalities.
That's already happened.
That's happened with certain news studios, right? In China?
It wasn't a news. I don't know about the China news studio thing. There was somebody who got super popular on like TikTok or some social media, and then they like came out and they waited till they got like 1 million subscribers and then revealed that it was an AI generated person, and all the scripts for the videos were AI generated, and they were using an AI voice model.
That's wild.
What?
That's wild.
So the image was AI?
Yeah, so you can generate faces, and then you can use other AI programs to move the face in realistic ways.
Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, you could theoretically create a fake podcast
exactly
without you two using deep fakes, Chat-GPT, and AI animation software currently.
Yep. But with deep fakes, what would that be? Would that be the face on somebody else's face?
Yeah.
So you'd still need a human?
Well, so that's a good point. I think it does require a person, but I don't know if deepfakes inherently require that, or if that's just how you get the most effective product right now.
Like, here's an obvious way in which we could utilize Chat-GPT right now. Okay, so my sister and I write little horror stories, right, for a podcast we created.
And you can create,
So I could just go online and write me a horror story. And the horror story might not be good, but I pay a good voice actor to do it. Or maybe soon I get a computer-generated voice to do it. And then all of a sudden, I'm cranking out a horror story a day with a computer-generated voice. It's not taking me hardly zero effort, a little bit of time. And then I put all of my time and energy into promoting it on social media and different avenues.
But then
then maybe AI does that for me.
But, well, that's exactly the thing. There's just going to be a flood of content, totally inescapable. And it'll be really hard to stand out, especially if you don't already have a platform. Because anyone can create anything with any visual style.
Men and women can accustom themselves to pornography such that they say that they prefer it to a real relationship.
Exactly.
And maybe the same thing happens with computer-generated personalities. We just prefer them.
That has happened. There are dudes who started dating their AI girlfriends, right? They started talking to these chat robots who were their girlfriends, and then the company recently, there was one in particular where they shut it down. And people were like, "You literally killed my girlfriend."
AI.
What's that?
Replica AI.
What's that mean?
That's the name of the company that did the girlfriends.
Now they knew that these were fake girls or fake
they knew they were fake girls, but I mean, if you can't get a real one, I guess if you're single and lonely and you were just looking at porn anyway, someone to talk to, right?
Oh, just imagine how horrendous those conversations were.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. The AI is like, maybe we do need to end humanity. Like, you're pushing me over the edge.
What's your favorite sci-fi movie? And is it possible to watch Terminator 2 today and enjoy it?
Oh yeah, I think it is, because I actually saw Terminator 2 for the first time recently. Oh man, my favorite science fiction movie. I feel like this is something I would have had an answer locked and loaded for like a week ago, but I'm having trouble to think of it right now. I'm also super tired. I'm trying to think of and
we're recovering from pizza and cheese.
Arrival.
Arrival.
Really good.
That's where that bean-shaped UFO.
I loved Arrival. That's probably...
I'd like to watch that again.
That's one of my favorite sci-fi films. I can't tell you if it's the best I've ever seen, but it really was very good. Very unique. And it takes the audience seriously.
I remember as a kid loving the X-Files, but I can't watch it now. I find it hokey.
Yeah. Well, that's yeah. There's something to that, how quickly the effects change. They were originally going to do Jurassic Park with armatures, with claymation armatures. Yeah. And imagine if they had. It certainly would not have been the hit it was. It would have, people would have enjoyed it, but that movie was so explosive in large part because it was, what is this? These look like real dinosaurs. People forget, I mean, it was in 1993 when Jurassic Park came out, that was the state of the art technology, was that claymation stuff. If you want to do something at that scale, that's what people were using. And Spielberg was making Jurassic Park and Schindler's List in the same year. Wow. And he was in
must have had weird dreams.
Yeah. Well, he was in I believe he was in post-production for Jurassic Park while he was working on Schindler's List.
Wow.
And as he was putting Jurassic Park together, obviously extremely different tone in both of those films. And when you're working on filming another film, especially such an intense film, you'd think it'd be easy to say, just do whatever you want with the other project. I'm done with it.
Yeah.
But they pitched the idea of doing CG and brought people in, and they ended up doing it. That must have been an insanely difficult post-production period to implement that technology for the first time, looking the way it looked in those films. But back then, even though the CG was hokey, there was more effort put into the camera work to give the audience the effect like they were actually there. So nowadays, they'll just put a bunch of very real-looking CG dinosaurs on screen, but they don't build a scene or an environment the way they used to in film because they're overly dependent on the CG, so it somehow ends up looking worse even though the technology's better.
DailyWire just put out an article that I thought we might find interesting. I don't know what it's about. Newsflash.
Why Matt Fradd is wrong and evil?
Nope. Pope still Catholic, rejects radical gender ideology.
Oh, wow.
I wonder if this is new. Much to the chagrin of progressives everywhere on Friday. This is what we've resulted to. We've got like half hour. We need to just...
Hey, we got...
we can read text messages.
For 20 minutes.
Much to the chagrin of progressives everywhere on Friday, Pope Francis reminded the world that yes, the Pope is still Catholic, as he soundly rejected radical gender theory and advocated the complementary and divine differences between man and woman. On Friday, the Daily Wire reported that the Vicar of Christ made his comments before the Hungarian government. So I'm going to go to Hungary on Sunday and he'll be there. So okay. Maybe I'll have him on the show.
Maybe, absolutely. Maybe we'll see if old Pope, you think Pope Francis is going to have pizza with you, bro?
Yeah.
Chill. No, absolutely not.
Calm down.
There's no way.
He says, this is the nefarious path of ideological colonization, which eliminates differences, as in the case of so-called gender culture, or puts reductive concepts of freedom before the reality of life. For example, boasting as an achievement a senseless right to abortion, which is always a tragic defeat. What a glorious way of stating the whole thing.
Beautiful. And look, he has said this before. Are these recent statements?
Well, that's what I'm wondering.
He's called it colonization before. He's referred to it as colonization before. And he's right to.
And he says how much better it would be to build a Europe centered on the human person and on its peoples with effective policies for natality. And the family. Amen. That's what we were talking about.
Beautiful.
Policies that are pursued attentively in the country, the Pope proclaimed. Says more, but...
Beast. Yeah, I mean, look, Pope Francis certainly says things that I would find disagreeable, but people do forget that he's Catholic. And he says things like this, and they're shocked. You go, well, it's what you'd sort of expect a Pope to say, no?
Do you think Matt Walsh, what do you think his future is on YouTube?
Is he going to get banned? I think he's going to make Let's Plays. I think he's going to make Let's Plays and do unboxing channels. He's going to stop being controversial.
Oh no, this is recent. So Pope Francis
good, he said it again.
Recently.
Well, good for him.
Yeah.
Yeah, Matt Walsh, I don't know. If
he's no longer putting his main episode on YouTube. I mean, that's over 2 million. He's putting it on Twitter. He's putting it on Daily Wire. It's free for everybody. on DailyWire.
I'm honestly very shocked that he stayed on YouTube for as long as he did without them shutting his channel down. I mean, forget demonetizing, right? I'm surprised he hasn't been shut down yet because he has had an effect on law. Okay, this guy is dangerous to them. I'm really, really shocked that they haven't just completely removed him from the platform. Pleasantly surprised, but
unless his salary just got cut in half, this would seem to be a response to Steven Crowder, who insinuated that DailyWire people and others aren't saying specific things.
It's a fair point. Yeah,
because they're unwilling. Whereas, like, they made this move in part. It sounds like the decision to demonetize Walsh wasn't irrevocable, but that Walsh said very beautifully that I would rather be sent to Mars to die than to use a wrong pronoun once.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a perfect way of putting it too, because there is something. How weak and disgusting would you feel if you called
YouTube
one of these people by their fake pronouns? It's just, no, I'm not calling you a woman. You're not. I'm not using she, her. It's just gross to me. And especially when it's someone who's demanding it of you. You will call me this. Like, what? You think I'm going to bend the knee to you? Take everything.
I like that voice.
Yeah, that's I guess just how they sound in my head. I don't know. Well, you wouldn't have liked it if that's not how they sounded in the real world too, so. What do you think is going to happen to him?
To Walsh? I wouldn't be surprised if behind closed doors they're making inroads with Twitter and Elon Musk.
And fair.
Now that Twitter allows long form videos, that maybe that's their new haven. I wouldn't be surprised if Rumble is reaching out to them to try to grow
get a
him
deal.
there.
Well, and I wonder if
now you've got these different alternatives. It's going to make it easier.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. Part of the value of Rumble, I mentioned this probably about 5 hours ago, that
I'm so tired.
Before we just degenerated into eating pizza and talking crap. Rumble offers this alternative, and it's a viable alternative where you can get an audience, and that in and of itself is a huge threat to YouTube. So in the past, you might be able to go to DTube or BitChute to host your videos, but no one was really watching it there. You were not getting real numbers. You get real numbers on Rumble. Not necessarily the numbers you get on YouTube, not yet, but you can really get a lot of views. Like, I've got podcasts on Rumble that have 250,000 views on them.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like these other platforms where maybe you'll see something with 1,000 views every now and again.
So just for those at home who don't understand how this works, YouTube allows Rumble somehow in the back end to sync with your channel in such a way that what you post on YouTube automatically populates on, not just in a mirror sense, right? But it actually remains on their servers.
Yeah. So
why would YouTube allow that? That doesn't make sense to me.
Does YouTube allow it, or does Rumble just have a way of doing it?
It might just be the API, right?
Yeah.
The API, you might just have access.
But wouldn't that be something YouTube would have the right to say you can't have this showing up on your website? This is
maybe
content?
not.
Why couldn't they just change the contract to make it that way?
I think in part because the creator has a claim to it, and if they're, YouTube doesn't own the content that is posted there. They host it, but there's no agreement that says this is our intellectual property now.
I see.
And also, I think that for FreedomToons, we're on YouTube. For the podcast, we're on Rumble. I think it's important to notice, and I'm kind of trying to see where because they're two very different things. Like, FreedomToons is different from the podcast I do, and I think there's obviously a lot of audience overlap, but it's a different kind of product. So I can't really do like a like-to-like analysis on what growth looks like on each platform. But I do know we have been doing pretty well on Rumble with the new podcast Shamer. So like I said, I think it's a promising alternative, and I think it does have the people at YouTube worried that they're going to start to lose the top content creators, because YouTube, they're like Bud Light in a sense, right? Where they were ashamed of their consumer base, and they wanted to stick it to those people and find a class that has a higher social credit score. That was the whole point of the Dylan Mulvaney stunt. YouTube has clearly felt that way for a very long time. There's so much conservative content on this website, and it performs really well here, because if people want to hear the same banal leftist nonsense, they'll watch television.
Right.
This is where people can go to see something different. Well, they're a little bit embarrassed to have an audience that wants something different as opposed to what they're told to believe. And they're smarter than Bud Light in the sense that they're not as aggressively, they're not like denigrating that base as aggressively. And I think in part it's because how many alternatives are there to Budweiser versus how many alternatives are there to YouTube, or, you know? So YouTube has been flagrant in some ways, but now that you have this alternate platform, I really do think they're kind of scared, and I don't think they're going to be able to be as flagrant, but we'll see.
Satasha says, she sent a super chat, Seamus, have you checked your Catholic group chat on the Twitter? LOL.
No, I haven't even been on Twitter in like 2 weeks, I think.
Nice.
I'm sorry. Yeah. I've been traveling a lot. I've been super busy. Twitter eats so much of my time, dude. Twitter is just a black hole. It's such a waste. But I can't help it. I can't
delete it.
I can't shut up. I know. Maybe I should. Part of the value of Twitter for me is it helps me figure out what people are talking about, which can be good for picking a topic for a video. And
if you can just keep that at bay, though, right? Keep it in its cage.
And it's hard to keep it in its cage.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Once I get and also it helps me to test certain jokes out. That's one nice thing about Twitter is, all right, I know that this thread is getting a reaction. Like this thread that I'm pulling out here with this joke has more potential than I thought it did, or less potential. Comedy is one of those weird things where you can only practice by performing. Right? If you want to learn how to play an instrument, you can just go play it in your basement. If you want to try to get good at being funny, you just have to humiliate yourself in front of everybody by trying to say something funny, and then most of the time having it not be funny until you just hopefully tend in the direction of saying funnier and funnier things. And with YouTube, I think when I first started doing this, I was just uploading a lot of content, and you had a very small audience, and we began to grow just by taking notice to what people thought was funny. I think sharpening my tools, becoming better at it. And Twitter is an interesting way where you kind of can get that practice in without making it a public statement on a podcast or in a video. So it has that value. It has that value for me.
As we start to wind down here, I'd love to take some questions from the live chat, super chat or not, just send them in. So this person's kind of maybe questioning your idea that YouTube is getting worried, and I think it's an interesting point. Is YouTube really worried though? For the really says YouTube has so many creators that aren't political at all, and I think that's important to realize.
Yeah.
You and I might be in that space of like religion and conservatism and politics, but there's a ton that isn't like that.
Yeah.
So he said, or this person said, would YouTube really worry that channels like DailyWire might leave?
Yes, they would really worry about it, because the model that's most profitable for content production right now is long form, and political channels tend to create much more long form content.
Yeah.
So you have a lot of users creating a wide variety of content, but the people who are creating stuff that someone sits down and watches for 2 hours are very often political. I'm not saying all of them are, but I think a much higher proportion of
and click-through
those
rates
people
probably
are.
a lot higher given how relevant the topics are that are being addressed.
Exactly. Yeah, so
I'm
I don't think.
tired.
And
Are you
also,
tired?
I know I'm very tired.
Wrecked. Someone's got to do
I
like a
also-
little video how we looked at the beginning to how we're doing
We're
now.
like 6 minutes left, boys. You
So
can make it.
I think that also with YouTube, there is debate to be had over whether their revenue model works very well at all. It's possible that they're operating at a loss and Google's just subsidizing them because they think it's valuable. And if that's the case, then they really don't want to lose a channel like the DailyWire.
Margot again says, Seamus, have you watched the documentary Mass of the Ages?
No, I'll have to check it out.
Should we just both have a little nap?
Here.
Now, do you want a nap for the last couple minutes?
What's that?
I got a
Matt's
question.
got a question.
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Yay.
Yeah, so I'm talking about kind of hokey effects and things like that within science fiction. What's your opinion on the Twilight Zone? It being created such a long time ago, but still having such great writing from
that's a great
Rod
point.
Sterling.
That's
Well, again, you hit the nail on the head there, right? It's the writing. So the effects can be pretty hokey, but that show is written in a way that's very appealing, interesting, and even profound. I think what happens with a lot of modern television that tries to follow in the Twilight Zone's footsteps or is inspired by it or is even somewhere in a similar vein, like Black Mirror, is they rely way too much on shock value. And you can get away with that a little bit more in an era where special effects look better. But then again, those look better to us now. Maybe 20 years from now, they're pathetic looking. The emphasis was placed much more heavily on the writing. And I also don't think that Twilight Zone was nihilistic, which a lot of science fiction is. And that's really backwards, to be honest, because part of the value of science fiction is it gives you the opportunity to explore your moral principles in an environment that couldn't exist in this world. And so it offers you an opportunity to ask and answer compelling and unique questions that might never come up in real life, but which still test the principle. What so much sci-fi does with that is they go, well, I don't have an answer and nothing matters. Everything's bleak and hopeless and stupid. It's like, okay, well, you could have done something interesting there, but you decided not to.
Sir Marhouse says, Seamus, aside from the more libertine views of left libertines, thank you, libertarians, what libertarian view of, say, Rothbard or is it Mises that are not Catholic?
What do you mean? Well, what views do they have that aren't Catholic?
Yeah.
Oh man, where do I start? It's complicated because, and Matt, you can correct me if I stumble here just with respect to the point on Catholic teaching, but you know, the Catholic Church does offer a pretty wide variety in terms of what you're allowed to believe as a Catholic on economic issues. It's not as if the church has said this is this one economic system, right? But you can take, there are certain things that we have to agree are good, and then you can take a different approach in terms of how you think we should pursue that goal. So for example, workers should be treated fairly. Does that mean the state needs to step and regulate? Like, not necessarily, but some people will take that principle and say, no, the only way we can really do that is if the state is involved here, 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 and here. So I think
there's a great quote from John Paul on this.
Yeah, go ahead.
Centesimus 43. The church has no models to present. Models that are real and truly effective can only arise within the framework of different historical situations through the efforts of those who are responsibly confronting concrete problems in all of their social, economic, political, and cultural aspects as these interact with one another. For such a task, the church offers her social teaching as an indispensable and ideal orientation.
So, yeah, I'll that's a very good way of putting it. And I'll add to this, like, if you're talking about the sort of economic principles of the libertarian right on how a market operates, for example, I think those are mostly indisputable. I think it's very hard to refute a lot of that. Not in terms of all of the conclusions that they draw from that framework, but just questions of how people respond to incentives and where, you know, the way prices form, that type of thing. It's really hard to refute that stuff, and it's mostly correct, I would say. But the idea that, for example, we should let the market sort out pornography as a social issue, that's something that you know, a right libertarian might say, like a right-leaning libertarian might say, but that's, of course, you know, in conflict with Catholic teaching.
Oh gosh, just a more kind of stupid question because we're both so exhausted.
Yeah.
Do you play video games?
Not really. I don't do anything fun. I don't watch movies. I don't play video games. What am I doing? I guess I go outside sometimes.
What do you do to relax or unwind?
Man, I guess I like to go for walks. I like to read a bit when I can, and then I'll watch. Sometimes I'll watch things, but it's just not very often. Like I have all of the old Simpsons episodes on DVD so that the streaming services won't change them or censor them like they do with so many great shows. And I'll pop one of those in every now and again.
Have we beat George yet?
Yeah.
Have we?
Yeah.
We beat George?
Yeah.
By we, I mean you. It's not like I'm in it.
Yeah. Did we beat George? Yeah, look at that. My timer on my watch, it's just about 5 hours. Are you ready to...
you should give the, like, what to put in the comments thing.
All right, what should we say? In your face, George.
In your face, George.
Or what?
In your face, George.
I doubt that anybody has listened to this whole thing.
Well, I was here. So.
Oh, well, that's true. We have one.
Matt was probably listening to the whole thing, besides when he got the pizza.
I think we spent so much time asking whether or not we could. We never
Do you want me to
stopped
call
and asked
him
whether
and
we
you can
should.
abuse him?
Yeah, let's just abuse him before the show wraps up.
All right, we'll wrap up like this. In your face, George, is what you want to put in the comment section to prove that you've listened to this whole thing. In your face, George. And don't lie about it. He's probably too ashamed. He may not even...
Oh, is George scared?
He may have lost the will to live.
Ooh.
Surely there's no one watching me. Just call George.
There are 537 people watching.
Is that your normal? What are your normal numbers?
Pretty normal.
Wait,
Oh!
You almost died. We almost
out.
ended this to add insult to injury. We doxed him on air.
Everybody-
we give the audience his number.
Everybody in the room.
Oh,
Whoa!
Oh man. Oh my gosh. So if you stay to the end, prove it by commenting George's number in the comment section below.
The first 3 digits were 917.
You have to repeat it. They may not have been that
Great
clear.
job. Oh my gosh.
What are you doing for the rest of the day? Not watching Nefarious?
No, I mean I would love to, but I don't know if I'll have time to make my flight if I do.
No.
There's no show times till like 7.
Ah.
Yeah, y'all should go see it. Have you seen Nefarious, Matt? Yeah, y'all two should go together. It's so good. And if you're into horror.
We beat the record. We did beat the record, but at what cost?
What cost, man? I don't know if that was... You're certainly a lot sharper than I am, so I think you kind of... But I feel very tired.
I'm very tired too.
Like, I feel super lethargic.
I'm very tired. I just
pizza
hope our
didn't help.
audience isn't exhausted. I just hope we didn't wear the audience down. I hope they're not like, why did I watch this?
Yeah, but they didn't have to.
They didn't have
They could
to.
have given up.
Are we still live?
No one made
Yep,
them.
there's
Yeah.
still 533 people
That's
watching.
wild. You guys are loyal. You guys are.
There are more likes than viewers, though, which is good.
How do we get the likes up? What if we do this? What if we'll stay if we keep getting likes?
Oh my gosh. Are
Yeah,
you out of your mind?
577.
577. If we get 600 likes within the next 5 minutes, we'll stick around. Go.
Okay. So everybody
really-
click like.
please
Not
don't.
the button
Please
there.
don't click
I
like.
see you clicking the button,
Please
but that's
don't.
the wrong one.
Click like.
Please don't.
Click
Please
like.
don't.
Like the
click
video.
Click like. Click like.
Clickety clack. Clickety clack. Clackety clickety 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 clack.
Hit the like button.
Yes, I'm. Dude, tomorrow is it going up or
It's 585.
did that go up? I forget.
It was 577.
Yeah,
Yeah.
right, we'll go.
Guys, hit the like.
Yeah. So tomorrow I have a day off. Thank you, Jesus. I love you and I praise you and I worship you. I'm gonna have Holy Mass. Can't wait.
Yeah. I think.
I'm gonna pray.
Gonna be honest with everybody. Friday's short is coming out tomorrow at this rate.
Yep. I'm gonna because then Sunday I go to Ukraine.
Yeah, good luck, brother. I shouldn't say good luck. Luck's not real, but
Oh,
be
that's
blessed.
not good.
What?
Be blessed.
So what after 600? What number after 600 to stay?
We're at 600 now.
Yeah. What number after 600?
650.
Yeah. Okay. What number after 650?
No,
Why
we're
are
not
you
gonna-
doing this?
We're not gonna beat 650.
We're not looking
No,
ever.
we are at
Let me just look at chat.
Can you give me a number, please?
650. 700.
Okay, so we're at 668.
Are you kidding?
No,
What did we start out at?
we're at 673.
All right, 800. If we get 800 thumbs up, Seamus will take his shirt off and show his man cleavage.
What?
But only a little bit.
Only a little bit.
Do you
Just
remember
the
the
right
last
amount.
time? You remember the last time we did this with views on Rumble, and the threat was unless we get to this many views, Matt and I will take our shirts off.
So maybe that's what it is.
This many views to put my shirt back on.
What do you want on my shelf? If we get up to 800 likes, I will give you that Bruce Lee statue. You probably don't want that.
No, I don't
What
want
about the kangaroo testicles? You want those?
You can't get
Actually,
rid of the
believe it or not, I
kangaroo
really
taco.
don't want kangaroo testicles.
All right.
Matt.
Seamus,
Green
can I
Lantern,
tell you
that
something?
whiskey? You want
Yeah,
that whiskey?
what?
So two of the last 3 times Matt has left the country, he's come back with the testicles of some animal.
It's true.
Wow, dude, that's
I killed a water buck in Namibia and sliced his balls off.
You should talk
Put
to
a
I
Ziploc
think you
bag
should-
filled with salt and brought it back as a trophy.
You should talk to your spiritual director about that one, buddy. That's there's something dark there.
So 800, what do you want? You get we get 800 likes, you can take whatever you want.
Man, what
Except
matters?
for the-
Hey, Matt, what matters the most to you? You won't answer honestly. What matters the most to Matt in the
Well,
world?
you
on this
can't
show?
take the
Yeah, I
Thomas
was gonna
Aquinas
say, you
relic.
can't take the
Can you
That's off
imagine?
limits.
I didn't even notice.
Unless
it.
we get to 5,000 likes.
I'll take.
not even
I'll
then.
take your
My YouTube plaque.
No, I don't need it because I have one.
Please.
Yeah.
Like I got 5 of them.
I got 100 of them.
All right, look, we could give you a Budweiser beer stein. You can break it.
Yeah, I'm not.
We
I'm
can
not
give
here
you-
to
If we get to-
destroy.
So not to 800, but if we get to 750, can we break the Budweiser beer stein on stream?
That's good. We can do that.
That's it's just violent. I don't appreciate that kind of violence.
No.
That's a lie.
I mean, I guess if you guys want to. What do I want here?
What about Chrism body oil? And
What would I even do with
rub
that?
it all
What?
over your man cleavage.
Stop.
Raiden. You want Raiden?
I don't even know. I
Mortal
just
Kombat?
we are.
Can you stop saying man cleavage, please?
Well, he stopped saying it, and then you just said it again. So
I just love the please. Like,
I would.
please.
So the thing about the liquor is, I'm going to be flying out of here, so I won't be able
Do you
to.
want a bottle of holy water? It's a little bottle. It would go in your luggage.
I got holy water.
I'm so
I
tired.
have holy water with me.
You want Scott Hahn's dissertation on
Memorizing.
covenantal theology?
Wow. Is that where is that?
That orange book up there, up the top.
Wow. I'm tempted, but I don't know that I'll. Get
800
through it.
likes. That's all we need.
706.
Yeah, they don't care
What
anymore.
about this? Oh, the 5 ways to think. Oh, you wrote that. I don't need that. What about memorize the Stoics? Is that any good?
Sure, yeah. I don't care. So that fella was on my show last year, and he just passed away.
Oh, rest in peace.
Indeed, he was
The guy who wrote the book?
beautiful guy. Yeah,
That's rough.
just gentle, intelligent, and
I
extraterrestrial intelligence in the Catholic faith. You know?
is that did Jimmy Aiken write that?
No,
Oh,
Paul Thigpen.
oh. This is hard for me
So
because
tired.
what
Somebody-
is the man who has everything take?
Somebody asked in the chat when Matt will make an appearance in a FreedomToons cartoon.
Oh, if we get up to 800 likes,
I never.
you will promise.
What?
Like how does that benefit you at all?
I know. Well, let me see how many. Let me see what's our viewership at right now.
536, and we have 713 likes. I don't know how that
They are-
happened,
They are
but
bleeding though.
Oh my
It's like
gosh.
6.
Yeah,
it's
they're
just
bleeding. Well, all of these
down.
people-
they're going up right now.
What if we stayed on until we got no more viewers?
All I'm saying is the ideal situation
Kyle would
is for
watch
your
it
audience to
out
give.
of spite.
He just let it play on 5 computers and go to bed.
You know what? You know what they say. Always leave your audience wanting less.
Well, we're crushing that.
Yeah, we're crushing that.
715.
You know, that cow horn.
Cow horn? Oh.
If you're just tuning
I'm so
in, click
tired
like.
that I thought you literally
I'm
meant
so
like a
tired.
horn for cow, like meh, like a horn a
Yeah,
cow
what do
would
we got
play.
here? Plato's Phaedo, Plato's Meno.
When did this turn into Matt trying to convince me to take something off of this shelf? He's like, I promised.
That
I'd
is
give
what
you
it's
this.
become. This
Yeah.
is.
This is
You know what we
we've
should put
evolved
on the
into.
shelf?
Did George write back?
Did George write back?
George
He
didn't.
said, I'm getting all sorts of phone calls from strangers.
That's right.
They've hacked my SIM card. What am I?
Oh
what did
my
you
gosh.
do, Matt?
We just got a $10 super chat.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, Christopher. He didn't say anything though. He just gave us $10. You would. Here, let's just read all the comments. Yes, put Matt in FreedomToons. This guy says, never wager against people having time to waste, guys.
Now I feel guilty because I don't want people to wait. Time is you only
You
get one
guys are
life.
nearing an acceptable credit score. Everyone wants to hear John's super chat. What is John's super chat? Send it again and I'll read it.
Yeah.
I
Send it as a super chat.
I can pull it up. Hold on.
In your face, George, somebody said.
Shimcast
Hello.
IRL, baby. Woo.
When was George on Pints with Aquinas? Who cares?
Hello, I'm from Derry.
Oh.
I study at Trinity College in Dublin. Please give a shout out to, I don't know what these things are, so I don't know. Do you care, Matt?
Go for it.
Okay. To Toffee Taps and to the Laurentine Catholic Society.
Oh, there you go.
Can I sit in this backwards? Just to
Shame
shake
a
things
live
up?
Yeah, it's
streaming
actually
tonight?
more comfortable backwards,
Let's do that.
Seamus.
That's what we should have done.
Should've
We're
done
going to
it full
change it up
straddle
like
it.
every
Straddle
hour.
it,
Straddle.
It's actually more comfortable straddled.
Strads.
Oh, that is
Rad
strads. I'm a
strads.
traditional Catholic.
Someone asked if you're doing your Shamer show tonight.
Yeah, I am.
are?
We
You
pre-recorded.
kidding?
It's pre-recorded.
Oh my
I had to pre-record.
gosh.
Dude. So I'm actually tired because earlier this week I pre-recorded like 4 or 5 episodes in a day. I think like 4. I think I recorded like 5 episodes or 6 episodes over the course of 2 days or something like that. So and then I did TimCast both days. So I like My voice is gone, but listen to me. Like, I'm so tired from all the podcasts I recorded. Like I was in the freaking coal mine or something.
Joker gave us $4.99. Don't know why he wouldn't give us just $5, but
wow.
Whatever.
Wow. Be grateful.
Love that you have Shimcast on.
Thank you.
Potato Lives Matter.
That's right.
Shimcast? Is that you?
That's me. Yeah. So I have a podcast called Shimcast IRL, and then sometimes when I'm gone, I let my friend Tim Pool run it, and he calls it TimCast.
What if we do a shot of whiskey for every 10 likes we get?
Are you out of your mind right now?
Yeah.
For every 10 likes we have, or every 10 likes we get?
Get.
Okay.
From now on.
I was going to say, I
Both
think you
are
would
bad
die.
Ideas. Dude, this is so funny. The comments are so funny. This guy says, I started watching 5 hours ago, came back randomly and saw this still going. Seamus, what went wrong?
I know. Matt forced me. Listen, honestly, it was my own pride. It was my own pride. It was my own pride keeping me here because I said I can't let George Farmer beat me.
They're still talking? I stopped watching this morning and here I am again, he says.
I know. Listen.
Why are we doing this?
Because of pride. It's
what is the
pride.
longest Joe Rogan episode? Can you look that up?
Listen, you tried to end this 3 hours ago, and I said I couldn't be beaten, but that was my pride talking.
We only have 565 likes?
No, we have
no.
It's pathetic.
733 likes.
That's how.
Oh, we beat. Wait, hold on. It's 5:19 and we're at 5:14.
That's the longest Joe Rogan show?
Yeah, it's 5 hours and 19 minutes.
And we're 5:14.
Oh my
We're
gosh.
about to beat Joe Rogan's
I just
longest
feel like
episode.
at some point it feels like it doesn't count.
No, it does.
No.
At some point it feels like it doesn't count because we haven't really been like talking
Look,
about
you're not
anything.
high, so it counts.
Oh my gosh.
Maybe that would help.
Yeah.
Everybody should. We should just fill out the time. Everybody should go read A Canticle for Leibowitz.
Can I ask? Last time I was on here, what was your like average view numbers?
I don't know. We go up about 100,000 subs every year or every 13 or 14
we
months.
are on track to do more than 100,000 this year, by the way. Just so everybody knows.
Beast.
So tell your friends to subscribe.
Alexander asks, Matt, when are you coming to speak at Trinity College Dublin? You'll be protested, but we'll give you the best cup of tea in the chaplaincy. If you can promise me I'll be protested, I would probably just come. Can we hear the story of how the potato skit came about? I messaged Thrsdy, but he said he couldn't pull it off.
No, that's not what happened.
All right.
He said you should put a potato in his chair. I said I don't have a potato. That's what happened.
Listen.
So what happened was I picked you up from the hotel and I said, why is everybody talking about potatoes? And you said racism.
Racism.
So I said, what if we do this thing where I go find a potato and give it to you and you act super offended? I don't think we pulled it off very well.
No, I thought we pulled it off well.
What is Seamus's opinion on bicyclists?
I think that Matt should walk into them. I appreciate the work they're doing. I appreciate the work they're doing with Matt. Rewire the West says, Seamus, who was your favorite interview from this past week? And he's Rewire the West. This is a guy named Evan, and I interviewed him earlier this week. That's why he's saying that. I've been working with him on some stuff. Speaking of which, I just want to say this. If you guys want to reward the hard work that goes into the cartoons, please become a member at freedomtoons.com. We're relaunching.
Okay, we get it. All
Hey,
right, they
you know
all
what?
know. They've heard about it.
I'm here. Well, no, I don't think anyone was here for all 5 hours to hear all of it, dude.
Maybe that's how I'll get you to do longer. Every hour you get to do a 5-minute pitch.
FreedomToons.com. We're going to start, we always do a cartoon each week. We're going to start doing more behind the scenes content. You guys are going to love it.
Listen to this. I like this. Jacob says, Matt, you should ram her with your e-bike next time. What if we somehow filmed that?
You want to... Okay,
Just-
for legal reasons,
we'll find
Matt is
the woman.
For
I am
legal
joking.
reasons,
This is a
that is a
joke.
joke.
Matt just hunts a woman down with his bike. And
Somebody said cyclist lives matter. I mean...
no.
One of the funniest comments under that video was no one has less regard for their lives.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
So you posted like you're all dead to me because it got so many views.
Yeah.
But I know you didn't look at... I know what would make you more angry.
I saw your comment.
The average view duration on that video is longer than the video, which means that the average person is watching it more than once.
That's actually really awesome. Good.
Oh, and then this Jacob, who has an e-bike, says he'll join us. So we're just...
For legal reasons, that is a joking.
Oh, wow, we just got a couple of super chats.
Happening.
ZZZ, $22 says, since there's time to be filled, I'd just like to say it's been exactly 9 months and 10 days since I came back to the faith. Your podcast has helped me, Matt. Thanks. I'm so grateful. I really am. Thank you. Thank you so kindly for sharing that. Teresa A says, I'm from Australia. I just woke up. You guys should go to bed. But thanks for all your work.
I know. I feel here's the thing. I just feel like we need to title this episode, Please Don't Watch This.
Let's do it.
You're going to waste your... We wanted to beat a record. Yeah. We're trying to destroy George Farmer.
I'm going to go find this timestamp and type out all of that. It's going to be like an
my gosh, the guy doing timestamps. He can't be expected to do this.
Yeah, I'll just tell Paul.
Although the last 3 hours can just be not worth watching.
It's just like garbage. First 3 hours are like...
The last chapter is like 2 hours long and it just says, pizza happens. The one, Paul, if you're still watching, the one thing in the last couple hours you do need to find is the timestamp where I light my pants on fire.
That was pretty funny. This guy says...
Someone noticed I was on my phone. I'm also looking at the chat. Like,
we're both looking at the chat. We've also both given up on our friendship.
Yeah, clearly.
And that's what 5 hours in a room will do to you.
Oh my gosh. I can't believe...
It's slowing down. Oh man, I'm tired.
Listen, I don't think...
Sir Marhouse says, how much do I have to give for you to drink some... Oh, you're the fella who dropped the mead off at the store. Dude. Thank you kindly for doing that. I got the mead. I haven't drunk it yet. Drank it yet? Drunk it yet. I haven't drank it yet. I haven't drunk it yet.
Mm-hmm. Where is it?
Drank or drunk.
Is it still at the shop?
No, I got it from the shop and took it home. So I'll go have some tonight.
So, this one is for Paul.
Who's Paul?
The timestamp guy, Matt.
Yeah, Paul. We'll give you money. Paul's the guy who does our timestamps, and I offered to pay him, and it was a very modest amount. But he said, "I don't want you to do that."
He said, "I'm not in it for the money."
Yeah,
good for him.
Paul is an old friend of mine, and I really appreciate his friendship. And I wanted to say that on stream. He's Rex Heaters in the chat, by the way.
Number 8 says Thrsdy was freaking hilarious when he lit his pants on fire.
Yeah, you did literally light your pants on fire, bro.
I actually lit my pants on. Woo! Hi, Mom.
Satasha says, I visited Steubenville last week while visiting Pittsburgh for a debate. It's beautiful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, we beat Joe Rogan.
All right. Well, we beat Joe Rogan.
Did we?
Yeah. All right. I'm going to click the button.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here, everybody.
Thank you for the invite.
See you later.
FreedomToons.com.